So I just use this tool to build an entire client portal, auth, database, AI, and a fraction of the time it would have taken me in code. And I'm not talking about some janky drag and drop page builder. I'm talking about real components, real CSS, real data flowing through it while you build. The tool is called Nordcraft, and by the end of this video, you're going to learn every single feature in the platform, not just the basics, everything. We're building two projects today. First, a card contact app to learn every tool in the editor. Then a full client onboarding portal with a real backend, authentication, and AI that writes project briefs for you. That second one, that's the kind of thing I charge clients $1,000 for. I recently did that with a marketing agency in Maine, and I'm going to show you exactly how I built it. If you build things for clients, websites, dashboards, internal tools, whatever, this is the thing you've been looking for. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So what is Nordcraft? It is a web development engine, not just a website builder, not a no-code tool, an actual framework with a visual editor on top. You're writing real CSS, you're working with real components that follow web component standards, you get Git style version control, a formula system for logic, and it outputs lightweight production code. You can think of it as what Webflow would be if it was built for developers instead of designers. You get the speed of visual building with none of the abstraction tax. And the big thing, when you build in Nordcraft, you're working with real data from day one, no placeholder content. You connect your APIs, your backend, your auth. You see exactly what your users will see when you're building it. All right, let's go ahead and create our first project. So here we are on the dashboard. It is a completely new account, nothing on it whatsoever. And we can see on the left-hand side, we have the organizations that we are a part of. And if we select that organization, this is where all the projects that are owned by the organization will be. So just a very quick overview here in the dashboard. We won't spend a lot of time here because it's pretty self-explanatory. But on the left-hand side, you have a drop down. If you're part of multiple organizations, you can select them here. You can see the projects, you can see the members, and you can add members here. You can manage the subscription and the settings, which I think is just to rename things in the organization. So we're gonna actually do this. We're gonna name it Valion, and that'll rename. Oh, it's already in use. Okay, we're gonna do Valion tutorials. There we go. So if we just do a quick refresh really quick, we can now see that the name is Valion Tutorials. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a brand new project. So to get started, we're going to click the blue Create Project button. And you're going to see that you have some options for templates here. And I do highly recommend that you do use these templates, at least just to dissect them and see how they function. But for the sake of this crash course, we're going to start with the blank template for phase one of the build, where we're just teaching you how to work with Nordcraft in general. So project name, we're just going to call it Nordcraft. I think this has to be kebab case. No, it doesn't. Nordcraft crash course. And this has to be kebab case, I think, or something like that. Nope. Snake case. No, just, okay, never mind. Nordcraft crash course. I thought you can do like underscores and stuff like that, but apparently not. And you can see here that you have visibility access if you want it to be public or private. If it's public, anyone can see your project. Like if you need help with something and you send them a link to your editor, like the current thing that you have open, they'll be able to open your project and sort of help you out. If it's private, they have to be part of the organization and the project itself, I believe. You do need a subscription for that. For our sakes, we're just going to do public and we're going to create this project. So here we have the actual editor for Nordcraft. On the left-hand side, this is where you will find basically everything that you build, all of your pages, your components, your project level formulas, your media, everything like that will be on this left side. As we can see here, if we click on files, you can see all of those things I just mentioned. Here's your pages, your components, services. We'll get into that. Actions, formulas, media, your fonts, themes, settings. You can also find your packages. So if you want to use packages that were made for the Nordcraft community, for example, later on in this video, when we go into the actual build and we're using Convex, I created a Convex package that we will be using. Here you can find the issues, and we're getting some, because we used these tools for the first time, we're getting some achievements or something like that. I'm not sure what to call that. I'll go ahead and skip these, sorry. Now down here, you should see this cookies icon, but if you don't have the browser extension for Nordcraft installed, I believe it'll say that up top here in blue. It just helps knowing what cookies that you have available currently, so I would recommend that you do install that. Down here, you will find your sort of affiliate link so that you can link this out and you can offer your friends a 10% discount and you earn 25% of their revenue, up to $75 per referral. Cool, pretty cool. And lastly, down here, you'll find the help section that will show you some keyboard shortcuts, as well as link some tutorials. You can ask the community in Discord or read the documentation. In the center, you'll find the canvas. So everything we build will be in the canvas. It is not like, I think Framer does this, where you can like build outside of the canvas, possibly. I could be wrong on that. But no, everything will live inside of the canvas that we build. At the bottom here, we have a shortcut to ask the AI, and that's just who has this project open currently. We have some undo and redo buttons, your zoom level, the reset zoom level, the test app shortcut or button, sorry, and I will be pressing T a lot to actually test that, so just get used to that. When you see the sidebars disappear, we are now in test mode. You can click this button to open it in a new tab, and this will show you the CSS variables that you have. Again, we just unlocked a new achievement by clicking that. We'll go ahead and skip that. And then lastly, you can add a element with that button there. Lastly, on the right side here, we have a sort of configuration panel that'll change dependent on what it is that we have open. We can see that because we have a page open currently and we're not inside of a component, we have access to some page settings. So we can actually click here, and this will give us access to the URL, the path, query, page theme, being able to also set the page title, language, and description. So for example, we can go here and say Valion Nordcraft crash course, leave it as English. And this is going to be a super sick crash course, something like that. Okay, we can see we also have access to variables, where we can store state, and we can add APIs. We don't have any. Oh, we just unlocked a new achievement that we'll go ahead and skip again really quick. So here we can have access to API so that we can get an API and paste it here. So like, for example, we can have this weather API and we could use that to get some weather information. So here we also have access to APIs, and we can, for example, select this WoW APIs that will get Owen Wilson's movie WoWs. He says WoW in pretty much every movie. And we can see that we get access to that information. We just get a random one here. Pretty cool. Here we have the formulas. So this is the sort of logic builder in Nordcraft that we can use to manipulate data. So we have another achievement here that we'll go ahead and skip. So we can see, just for a quick example, like say I wanted to concatenate a hello world or something like that. I can say something like concatenate and then hello and then world with a space at the beginning. And then you see we get hello world. You know what, maybe we add some numbers there, so I can come here and I can say some, I think it is. And it says that it needs an array. So let's get an array of 1 and 3. There we go, it says 4. And now you can see it says hello world 4. Like that. We have workflows as well, and we just unlocked another new achievement. Thank you very much. And workflows are just logic that you want to, I guess a good way to put it is, if you might trigger it from multiple places and it's like the standardized format, like say you want the same thing to happen on different button clicks throughout the application, might be better to create a workflow for that than create the like events on the buttons themselves and having to repeat it. So here we can say things like, just for example, a log to console, and we'll have another hello world, right? Now down here at the bottom, we have the life cycle, and we have the options of on load and on attribute change. So on load is the first time that the page loads. So we can say, for example, we want to use that workflow we created when the page loads, that'll console log hello world. And on attribute change, so attributes in the context of pages can be things like queries, I believe, or the path, things of that nature. And in components, it'll be like component attributes, but we'll get into that later. So just so you can see really quickly is that if I open this in a new tab and I go to inspect, oops, we can see that hello world. So if I refresh, you can see hello world there. Go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. So pages in Nordcraft work like routes. Each page is a URL in your app, and the element tree on the left that we talked about earlier shows you the structure of whatever page you are on. You can think about that like the DOM. But let's go ahead and create the actual page that we'll be building on. So to do that, we're going to click the Files button here. We're going to go to the Pages section. We're going to press the plus to create a page, and we're going to name it Contacts. Press Create. And again, since this is a page, we can see on the right sidebar, the page section, we have the ability to change things like the title, language, and description. We can say Contacts. We can say English for the language, and we'll say a list of all contacts, description, something like that. Now, everything you see in Nordcraft is an element. Divs, text, images, inputs. They're the same HTML elements you already know. The difference is you're just placing them visually and styling them with the panel instead of writing CSS by hand. So here's the key. It is all real CSS. We can toggle between the visual style panel and a raw CSS editor at any time, and they stay in sync. So if you know CSS, nothing here should feel foreign at all. Let's go ahead and build a single contact card and see how this works. So if you're an agency owner or service business and you want a system like this or anything custom built with AI on the back end, that's what we do at Riseware, and the link will be in the description. We build AI-powered tools for businesses that want to automate the work that's eating their time. Okay, so now we're ready to build. What we're going to do, we're going to add a div, and this div is going to be the container. Now, as I said earlier, that right side is sort of like a configuration panel. You can see that now we have an element actually on the page, and it's selected. It's now changed, and now we can see that we have access to styling, attributes, and events. Styling, that's where you'll find all of the CSS styling, and this is what Nordcraft has currently implemented in terms of like what you can configure with their UI for styling. And for things like grid, there's no sort of helper to help you with that. So if that doesn't exist, what you can do is you can come down here to the CSS panel and you can add any CSS that you want. So for example, if I say display none here, you can see that that now disappears. And if we press this again to go back to the style panel, you can see that it's the same CSS here. So it's the same thing. We press delete all and that comes back. Now in attributes, these are where you can add attributes. Like if you have things for a link, like the href attribute, that's what you would add. For a button, like if you want to add the disabled attribute, that's how you would do that here. You can also have classes. You can have a show and hide, and you can have a repeat, and that'll have things repeat in an array using an array. Come over here to events. These are where you can find all your normal sort of JavaScript, CSS events, whatever they're called, like on click, on form submit, when you're using an input, on like say mouse enter, like if you need something to hover, things of that nature. You can find that here in the events, and we do have some shortcuts. So it is the first letter of these tabs. So you can see S will be for styling, A for attributes, and E for events on the keyboard, like so. So we're gonna go to styling now, and for this div, we're going to leave it be. We're not going to touch it. This will be the overall container, and we're going to add another div, and this is where we're going to build that card component. If I look at my build instructions really quickly, it says that we're going to build a card that has a avatar on the left side, so some sort of image, and then on the right side we're going to have some text. We're going to have a H1 that's going to be for the name. We're going to have a paragraph for the email, as well as another paragraph for the phone. We want this to be clickable. You want some padding, you want rounded corners, a subtle shadow, and we want it to be horizontal when the items are like centered, so they flow in like a row. Okay, so this div is going to be the card container. I guess actually let's go ahead, since I pressed F12, sorry. So since we need this to be clickable, what we can do, we can use the link like so. That'll give us the link tag, and we'll see in attributes we have that href that I was talking about earlier. Get rid of the link in there. In here, go ahead and just have a div. Then I like to put all the elements that I'm going to be using, like just get them out there and then start styling. So we're going to need an image, and then we're also going to need a div. And if you didn't see what I just did there, when you go to add an element, it's going to try to add it into the element that is currently selected. So what I did is that after I added the image, I clicked back on this div here, so that when I go to add the next div, it'll be inside of that div, instead of like if I didn't click that and I did it here, you'll see the div got placed inside of the image, which is not what we want. So you just get used to that as you build more in Nordcraft. Now in this div, we're going to add a H3, going to add a paragraph, and if we have this paragraph selected or highlighted and we do Control or Command D, oh, that's a shortcut. Sorry, wait a minute. Control or Command D, you'll see that you can duplicate, and that's what we just did. Let's go ahead and just add some stuff here. So I'm going to use a deer image. I already have it open here that we got from Unsplash. You can use whatever image you want, doesn't really matter. And this will be the email. So for this, we can say deer@forest.com, something like that. I don't know. And then for the phone, we'll say +1 777 777 7777. All right, let's go ahead and grab this deer image. We'll copy the image address, go over to the image element, and this will be an attribute to add the URL. So I'm going to press A to go over to attributes. And in the source, I'm going to paste the link that I copied. And in the alt, I'll just name this deer. Now, we want this to be side by side, I assume. Avatar on the left. Yeah, because that avatar on the left and info wrapper on the right. So to do that, we're going to select the container for the card. And we're going to set this to flex and have it be in a row like this probably. And you can see that that deer is taking up the entire screen right now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to say, I'm not sure how big I want this to be, but let's say I want this to be aspect ratio of 1. And let's go with a width of 10 rem, possibly 15 rem. To play around with numbers here, 20 rem. We'll go with that. Okay, and you can see since we did the space apart here, they're trying to be apart from each other. But let's go ahead and just continue with some styling. So we want it to have some padding. So I'm going to make sure I have the container selected. We're going to add some padding. If we come into layout, you see these two options here for horizontal and vertical padding. I'm going to do 2 rem on both of them. And we want some rounded corners. So I will do 1 rem for radius. If you scroll down here to borders, you can do 1 rem. And then we want a shadow. I'm probably not gonna do the shadow part. That'll be all right. Let's go ahead and add a radius to the image as well. Do 1 rem. We'll set a background color for the card here. And I'm just gonna play around. So what we're gonna do here is to not have the text and the image sort of touching this section right here, while you have this to display flex or to grid. This is for the gap, so I can say here like 1 rem, so it's not touching. And I'm gonna do the same thing for the content here, so they're not touching either. I'll do 0.5 rem for those. And we can make this H3 a little bit bigger by selecting it, going to the text, going to font, and we can see we have an option for size. And we can say 2 rem. Let's go 2 rem. And we'll make it a little bit bolder by coming here to weight. And let's go 600, 500. I think 400 is the regular one. Go 500 for just a little bit bolder. And yeah, perfect. So what we'll do now is let's go ahead and get this aligned in a row. So to do that, I'm going to select the overall container and set that to flex and be row. And we'll align it in the center there. So now when we go to duplicate this, oh, I did that wrong. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What happened there? Oh, I duplicated the wrong thing. Get rid of that. Sorry. We're going to duplicate the A elements here. There we go. We have them in a row. Go ahead and give them a gap there. So now you can see that they just keep going like that in a row. Nice. Now, thus far, I've hard-coded all of these elements and spacing values and all the CSS, all that stuff, to the elements themselves. And while that works, it doesn't scale. So for example, if you have a primary color and you wanted to change it, you'd have to find every single instance where you use that color and update it manually. Now, themes solve this. You can create named design tokens like colors, spacing, typography, and reference them everywhere in your application. And you can change the token once in the theme and it'll update everywhere. So we're going to go ahead and give that a look. So to find your themes, you're going to click on the files button here at the top left again. We're going to scroll down to theme and we're going to click on default. And this is where we can add new colors, new CSS variables, things of that nature. So I do in my design or in my build instructions here, sorry, I have some colors and values that we're going to use, and I might show them on the screen very briefly if you want to copy. If not, it'll be in the description and a link somewhere, I'm sure. So for one, I already changed this one during testing, sorry, but the color primary, we're going to change that to this purple that I've been using, I think. And we have a few colors. So we have some for text, and by default, I don't think we have any for text. We're going to go ahead and create it by pressing the plus here, and we're going to say color. And the way that this works is that you can think of the double dash as sort of like a group, right? So if I want to have a text group, I can say like text dash dash primary, and this is going to make a text group. And in that text group, we're going to have primary. So you can see now over here on the left side, we have text and we can see the primary, and I can add this color here. And I have a secondary, going to be another color, and say secondary. I'm going to copy this, and I didn't check any of these colors or anything. So I'm going to be surprised with you guys if these colors are bad and they don't work. So yeah, and then what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and press the plus again. And this one's going to be for the app. It's going to be the background. So I normally do this like this, like app dash dash background, or BG for background. And now we have this little app group here. And I'm going to copy this color, which I think is going to be close to white. It's definitely close to white. Yep. And then let's see what else we have here. We have we have a color for the cards. So we're gonna press the plus here, and we're gonna say card. And I'll say primary backgrounds. We'll go with that. And I made a card group for us. And I will get this, which is a complete white. Now we have some spacing. And this is going to be just for general space. So, pasted that, I mean too. So we're going to press the plus. This one is going to be a number, I believe. Is there spacing? Any? I think, no, because we're going to have, okay, this is going to be an any, I believe. Length percentage, I'm pretty sure it's going to be an any. So for this, it's not going to be in card, it's going to be in space. And we have a small. And I created a space group for us. I should call it spacing instead of just call it spacing instead of space. Spacing like that. There we go. And we have a small, and that's going to be 0.5 rem. Press the plus. It's going to be another any. This is going to be medium, and this will be 1.5 rem. Oh, sorry, that is a 1 rem. And then we're going to press the plus again. And this will be the large for 1.5 rem. Then we have a radius or card radius. So I'm going to go to the card group, and this will be another any, and we'll say radius, I guess. And that'll be 12 pixels. And then we have a card shadow. I'm not using shadows, so we won't use that. So now we can go ahead and actually go back to our design and use these. So let's say for the background here, we want to set that to the card primary background like so. And the text inside, we can say text primary like that. And that should be that dark blue. I can't really tell. Let's go ahead and change that really quick just to make sure that is in the text and this primary. Let's make it a red for now really quickly. Yep, that did work. Okay, so let's set that back. That was the text color right here. And we'll paste that. Go back. Anything else here? Oh, the radius. So if I come down here and I say radius, there's a card radius. And then for the spacing here, instead of this, I can say spacing and small. Now you can see that if I change any of those values, it'll replicate here. So for that small, it is that 0.5 rem, which is the same as we had initially. But if we go in and we say change this to say 3 rem, you see that changed the spacing, obviously. So yeah, let's go ahead and set that back to 0.5. Now, with the new theme system that's the newest feature in Nordcraft at the time of this recording, we can have different themes. So say you want to have a dark and a light theme, you can now do that natively here in Nordcraft. I'm going to show you how. Let's use a quick example. We're going to do this with the card, with the background and the text color. Okay, what we're going to do is in the card, you see that we have this primary background and we have the default theme here. These are like here, you can have multiple themes here. So if you press the plus, it'll be another theme. So we can say something like dark. And we can say for this, we want this background color to now be like say black or close to black, right? And we can do the same thing for the text color. So the primary, instead of that dark bluish, whatever that is, we now want this to be close to white, right? And now all we have to do now is trigger this dark theme to swap between the two. Now we're going to get a little bit ahead of ourselves. I just want to show you really quickly how this works. But let's say, just for example, on click here, on click, what I want to do is I want to set theme. We're going to get into all these and what these are, like the workflows, the functions, stuff like that later. I just want to show you guys this really quickly. And I want to say on click, we want to check, right? And we're going to what we're going to check is the current theme. Might be going a little bit too fast, but we want to check the current theme. And if the current theme equals null, then we want to set it to the dark. Otherwise, we want it to be null, which would be the default theme. Now we can see that if we, I forgot that had an A tag on it, but you can see it, I just opened it in a new tab. But now you can see that when I clicked on it, it now changed it to dark mode. Click on it again, you see there it goes. It swaps back and forth now. Now, static styles are fine, but real apps need states, like hover states, focus rings, selected states, and Nordcraft handles this with conditional styles. And you can add pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and custom classes right in the style panel. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at that? Okay, let's see here. So for this, in the build instructions, what we're going to do is we're going to add a hover. And for that hover, this wanted to deal with the shadow initially, but why don't we go ahead and update the background color and the text color like we did with the theme. So on hover, we'll have the background go black, and we'll have, or let's just change the text color. Do that, yeah. We'll change the text color to be some red or something like that, just so you guys can understand that. Okay, so for that, what we're gonna do is we already have the style for the text already. I believe it's on this div. If I go to styling here, yeah, and you see right here, it is that text primary. So this is where I'm going to put this just to keep things easy. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, we're going to press the plus here in the style. This gives us access to the pseudo classes and all that stuff for responsiveness, right? So we're going to say on hover, what I want to do is I want to change the text color to be, let's go with a red. You can see that since we have this class currently selected, it is showing us what that preview would look like. And we can go with default and we can press T, go into test mode, or you can press, or the test app mode, I'm gonna call it test mode, or you can press this play button here. We can see now that when we hover the card, it is now changing the text to red. And just for style points, if you want that transition to be smooth, all we have to do is on the default, we want to change or add a transition. That one specifically is for color. And now it'll have a nice little smooth transition like that. Nice. Okay, so that's how you can deal with styles. You see, you have a lot of options here for like active and focus and disable. Like if you have a button checked, if it was like a checkbox or something like that, you have access to classes. And also when you want to add responsiveness, this is where you can find the viewport width, viewport height, things of that nature, right? So that is the conditional. I feel like there's more to go with that. Now we're going to do additional stylings a slightly different way. We're going to do this based off sort of a value or state. So for example, let's say that we have a variable here and we have it, we'll call it selected, and we'll have the initial value set to null. And then what we want to happen is that we're going to go to the div and we're going to go to events. We're to go on the click event. We want to set selected to 1. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to that div. We're going to go to attributes and we're going to create a class. We can call this class selected like so. And now this formula here, which we haven't gotten into yet, but what we're going to do, we're going to open that and we're going to say that this class should be triggered if selected equals 1. Okay. Now that we have that class here, we can go back to styling for the div, and that class will now be available if we press the plus button here in the style. We go to classes, you see that was disabled before, but now that we have a class, we have access to that class, and that is the selected one that we created. And we can say for this, let's go ahead and change the background color to be that black and the text, Go back, selected, and the text to be white. And why don't we just add a transition? So we had this one earlier. We'll just change it to all, so everything transitions nicely. So now we'll see that on hover, we get that red, but if I click on the card, I forgot that that opens it in a new tab. I forgot to remove that again. But you can see now it is the black background. Let me go ahead and remove that again. It is now that black background with the white text. And we can also reverse this. Let me just show you this really quickly. That selected is now equal to 1. And if we go back to that class, you can now see that this updated to true because selected is now equal to 1. What we can do now, just to reverse that, we can go back to that on click, and to find any events that you have or elements, you will find this sort of thunderbolt symbol here, lightning bolt symbol, sorry. And we want to set selected again. We're going to open the formula, and what we want to do is that we're going to have a if here, and we're going to say if selected equals 1, then set selected to be null. Otherwise, set it to equal none, or 1, sorry. So now this will basically just be a toggle. Now I can click these and you see that it keeps going back and forth. Sorry that the deer gets selected when I click fast, but there you go. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and reset. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, and now we're about to get into my favorite part of Nordcraft, and that is working with components. So right now we have a card, but it's just elements on a page. If we want to reuse this card, say to show a list of contacts and use them on like different pages, we need to turn this into a component. Now, components in Nordcraft are self-contained. They have their own variables, their own styles, their own logic, and you can pass data through them via attributes and communicate out of them through events. We're going to get into all of that in a little bit, but if you're used to React or Vue, it's a similar concept, but just visual. So my simple rule for when you should determine whether you should create something as a component or not is very simple. If I'm going to see it more than once, especially in different locations, I'm going to create a component. So if I see it twice, they're in different locations, I'm going to create a component for it typically. So let's go ahead and convert this into a component. And so to do that, all we're going to have to do here is we're going to right click that A element that we have already, and we're going to say extract as component. Now, you can have whatever naming convention you want. But like I said earlier in this video, I'm going to show you the way that I like to work with Nordcraft. And the way that I like to do that is I will have a sort of namespace. So since this is like UI related, like directly, I'm going to say UI and then underscore, and then what the thing is. And you're going to see that I have different uses for both a uppercase and a lowercase. So say, for example, I'm going to name this card and contact. Now you might be like, Jay, why the hell did you name it that? And I'm going to tell you. So the reason I named it that is first we have the namespace. I'll make sure you guys can see this if I, oh, that's the wrong way. Zoom this in a little bit. First we have the namespace, right? And then I have this sort of group. So like what group does this kind of belong to? It's going to be a card group. And I have this contact here in a capital C. Now, why? The way that I name these, if it's a uppercase letter, that means it is safe for use on its own. And it can basically, the question to ask is, can it essentially be used standalone? And if it is a capital C, that is correct. Now, for example, if this was, say, something like this would mean that this is not something that can be used standalone, and it's probably part of another component or needs a higher level component for it to actually function. So this will be standalone. It can completely function on its own. So I'm going to do the capital C. So again, you can have your own naming convention. Mine might not make sense to you. It makes sense to me, and that's why I do it. So let's go ahead. So now that we have this in a component view, let me zoom out a little bit. Sorry. Now we have this in the component view, and oh, sorry, no, we don't. I have to open it. I thought it opened. Now we have it in the component view. So now you can see something that's different here is in the top left. It says that we have that component open. If we go back to the page, it said the context page before, but you can also double click on the element to open the component, by the way. You can see now we are inside of that component, and we have a new set of things on the right side that we can configure. The main one being different from, say, pages would be attributes. So like I said earlier, components can receive information, so information going inside of the component for it to be used via attributes, and it can send events out via events normally. So if I look at my build instructions here for this, what we're going to do is we're going to have a couple of attributes. We're going to have one for name, for email, for phone, basically all of the dynamic data that's going to change. So like all of these here, and as well as the image. And then we're going to bind it to these elements so that when they're passed in, it will use the passed in value rather than the static dir that we have currently. So let me show you how to do that. So for that, we're going to go here to attributes. We're going to press the plus. We're going to have a name, and we can have a test value, and we can set this to John Doe or something like that, right? We can go ahead and create another one called email, and this will be John at example. Now, these are just test values, by the way. These are not the default values. These are just test values. You can see how the component will function with the specific test value that you passed in. So, oh, I meant to name this phone. Sorry. We're going to name this one phone. And then I'm just going to copy the example that I have here in my build instructions. There we go. And then lastly, we're going to have avatar URL. Now, in attributes, you can basically only do kebab case, which means that they have a line like that, a dash in between the words. You can do it like this as well, but then that kind of gets a little bit unreadable, but you cannot have any capital letters or anything like that. All lowercase, and you can use like underscores or the dashes. I opt for the dashes. So I will say avatar URL there, and we'll just go ahead and grab our current dir photo avatar URL right there. Now that we have these attributes, and you can see that Nordcraft is complaining to us a little bit because they are not in use, as you can see by these little triangles that we have here. Let's go ahead and use them. So let's start with the image here. So what we're going to do, we're going to press on the image. We're going to go to the attributes. Make sure that you're on attributes. You can press A as the shortcut. And then what we want to bind to it is going to be both the alt and the source, or SRC. And let's go ahead and go with the alt first, or alt. Yeah, I said that right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this down arrow here so that we can see all the options we have available. Now, we haven't gotten into formulas much, but you can see here that when you press that down triangle, it's showing you everything that you have available to you. So we can see the attributes, and we're going to have some logic like I used earlier, like the if and the default to. And these are all just pure JavaScript functions that Nordcraft has just to make it easier for you, so you don't have to actually write the JavaScript. You kind of do it visually. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to say we want to use the name. Then I'm going to use a default to after that, so that if there is no name provided, we're going to go ahead and probably set that back to dir. So I'm going to show you that again, just real quick. So we have a name, a default to, and then that second value, we have dir. So all the default to function does is it's going to return the first value that is truthy, I believe. We can read the description for that if we go back to that drop down, and we can see the description for it. It says that it returns the first value that is not false or null. Okay. So now if we go back to our name and we actually remove John Doe and we make it null, Oh, well, you see now it says deer, but if I set this again, oh, that was the alt. Sorry. Let's go back. I skipped ahead. Let's go back. Sorry. That was just the alt. I thought we binded the text here. What we're going to do, we'll actually do that part really quickly since we already have this. And we're going to go to this H3. We're going to click on the text element that we have there and click on the FX here to open the formula. And we can press on the plus here and paste what we copied earlier. Just have to go and copy that and then you can paste it like that. And now you see that it says John Doe. And if we go back to name and we set that to null, A goes to deer. So any name we pass in here, that's what will be there. So let's go back to John Doe. Now let's do the same for everything else. So back in the image, we're going to go to source or SRC, and we're going to copy this image. We want to keep it, and we're going to do that default to again. We're going to drag this one above that, and we're going to say avatar URL attribute that we created earlier. So it's going to default to that one, and if that one is not provided, it will then use the deer image. So if we just go to Unsplash really quick, Unsplash, I spelled that. Oh, fine. We'll just grab something real quick. Let's go for this, sure. And we copy that image address, and I update the avatar URL. You see now changes to that, and let's actually make this cover really quickly just so it doesn't try to smush the image like that. There we go. Okay, so now that is the image binded. So it'll have the alt and the source, and it'll be then dynamic depending on if it received those attributes or not. Go ahead and do the same. So we did the one earlier for the H3. Let's go for the paragraph here. Again, the function button, and we're going to want to use the email attribute, and I'm going to default to John, or I think it was deer forest.com, something like that. Okay, and we're going to do the same for the number here. Again, we want to use the number attribute. We want to default to that. I think it was like +1777, whatever it was. Doesn't really matter, right? So there we go. Now we can see that we can change these. Select name. We can change to something like that. That updates. Perfect. We just created our first attribute. Okay. So let's see here. Anything else that we can do here is we did have this A tag here earlier. Now we want this to be dynamic. So now if we go back outside to the contacts, you see right now it says the deer default stuff, because if we click on the contact card, we go to attributes, you see those attributes that we created earlier are now showing here. And since we have nothing provided, it is now showing those defaults. So you see here that if I, let me go ahead and, grab this image again. So if we go and do that, there it goes. It'll change to that. The email, I should probably remove that so you guys don't see those. But the email, since this exposed me, we'll go with that. riseware.com. And name, J Campbell. And phone, +1. What do I like? Here we go. Nice. So now quickly to show you, if we now had a list of these, let's just say I'm going to have a contacts variable, and I'll have an array, because to use the repeat function that we haven't gone over yet, it has to be an array. And we'll say first, oh, sorry, array. There we go. And we say the first object, it'll have a name of J Campbell. Basically, I'm going to show you, like, if you were to use like an API or a database or something like that, how it would go about repeating this. We'll say +1, whatever. Okay, and lastly, we'll have the email. Right, and let's just create another one. And I don't know, John Smith. I won't change anything else, but let's have a few of those. Andy. Jason Bourne. All right. So we have now 4 contacts. We can click on the contact card, right click it, sorry, go to repeat, and we want to repeat it off of that contacts variable that we created. And you can see we have 4 of them, but the value, or they're not binded, they're not changing, right? So now that we have this repeating off of contacts, if we go back to the attributes and we click on the function button, we can see that we have access to the item, right? So for this, we'll say, well, I didn't set a, what's called the avatar URL in there. We'll actually undo this and set that back. But we'll go to email and we'll say we want that to be the item and email. And we'll go to the name, we want that to be the item and name. And the phone, we want that to be the item and phone. And now you can see that it's changing in the list. And that is the beauty of components. Nice. So if we talk about composition really quickly, components can have other components or elements inside of them, and that's what you would call nesting, right? But what if you want the parent to sort of put a specific component or element somewhere inside the component? That's what slots do. You can think of slots sort of like a placeholder, and it's basically says, you can put stuff here from the outside. Okay. I'm going to show you how to set that up really quickly with the contact card that we already have here. So what we're going to do is we're going to open the contact card, right? I'm going to close this div and I'm going to select the A tag, and I'm going to say, actually, I'll do it in the content here. So we'll go to this div and we'll press I, which is the shortcut to add an element, and we'll say slot, right? So now I can pass something into here from the outside. Let's say if we go back, you can press like mouse buttons, by the way, to go back. Well, let's say now that I want to add a number in here. So I'll get a span, we'll get a text, already has one in there. Now you can see it has the text in there, right? And we're passing this from the outside, as we'll show in a second. It's not part of the initial card, contact card. What I can say here in this text, I'm going to bind this to the index. So this will be the placement of the item in the array of contacts that we added earlier with that variable. So starting with the first one, that is always 0 encoding. So it should be 0, 1, 2, 3 or 4 items. Okay, so if I bind this to the index, you can see that we get that 0, 1, 2, 3, and we're passing that from the outside. So we can pass even more things in here, like say if we wanted to have a video or something. And that's a bad example because I don't have a link to use right now. So let's go back to the image, and I should still have one of the URLs copied. So we can go here and we can say the source equals that, and we'll just make this kind of small so it doesn't break things like that. There we go. You can see we can pass things from the outside. Now, let's say we wanted these to be in a specific location, right? Let's say if we open the contact card and we want to have a slot that'll allow you to place something in the bottom right corner here. What I'll do, I think this is the element with the padding. Yep. We will add a div first. I'm going to position this where I need it to be. So I will do open, where is it at actually? Where I set the position. So I'm going to do absolute, and we should have the ability to set this in the corner, I believe, but if not, we'll just do the inset. Like I thought it had a UI to do that, but I might be wrong. So we're gonna do the bottom 0 and the bottom and the right 0. So it's gonna place it in that bottom right, as you can see here. And I thought that would have been inside of that. Oh, the reason it's not is because we just have to set this to be relative. I think it's that one, right? Relative. Now if we click on that, I'm wondering why that's outside, because I thought it would obey the to rem. I thought so at least, but apparently I was wrong and we're not gonna set that. We'll leave it in. So instead of the inset being 0, I will do to rem, and that should kind of position it where I wanted it to be. And we can give this a size. Let's go like another to rem up here. And now in here, we can do the slot. But since we can't style the slot, that's why we did the div and then we have the slot inside of it. Because you see, when you have the slot selected, you can't style it. Okay, now we have a slot in this bottom right corner. We can actually give it a name if we click on the slot and we say bottom right in that name section. Okay, so just so you know, before that was default. It didn't say anything, right? It was just like that. So if something is default, when you go to add something from the outside, you don't have to say what slot it's going to because it's the default one. I'm about to show you what I mean here. But if we go back out to the contact and I try to add, say that span again, like I did earlier, you're going to see that in slot right now, we have the bottom right corner option there. Now, if we go back into here, and the reason you saw the slot or you saw the option for default and the bottom right is because we have 2 slots here and one has no name, so it's default. So you see that if we actually delete this and we go back outside, this span is now complaining because it's like, hey, where do you want me? You have to select a slot because you don't have the default option. Okay, so for that same span, we can select the bottom right, and now we can see that it is now fitting itself in that bottom right there. So what I'm going to do instead of that span is I'll just have a div. You know what? We'll keep the span, sorry. We'll just bind that again to the index. So that's how you can use slots like so. Yeah, and you have name slots. Okay, let's see, what else do we have next? And just to show you something real quickly, if we delete this span, we can actually get another contact card. Now it's gonna not look right, it's gonna break things. But if we set that slot again to the bottom right, you can see it is now placing the contact card in that bottom right slot. You can have components and components. And yeah, a beautiful thing, man, a beautiful thing. I don't know why I just said that. Variables can store local state. They're scoped to whatever page or component they're created in, and they reset on reload. You can use them to track things like what a user typed in and what's selected and what's toggled. Let's add a search input and a selected contact state. So if I'm looking at my build instructions that we have here, we're going to have a couple of variables. We're going to have the the search query that'll store whatever the input is that we put to search for. We'll also have the selected contact, and both of these will be null. So initial value, we're going to make sure that they're both set to null. Okay, so for this, we're going to need to have a input. I'm going to select the div. I'm going to add a input, and I'm going to bind it to the search query variable, and I want these to be aligned at the top, so I'll set that to column and on the left side. Actually, here's what I should do. We'll wrap this, so we right click the contact card and wrap it in another div, and then I'll just copy whatever styling this div has, and we're going to press that little copy properties button down there, go to this div and press the paste button. There we go. Now this one I can say to be a column, and on that left side, there we go. Nice. So let's give this a little bit of a background. We can give it the same background as the card. And I like to do some padding. So I'll do 0.5. We'll do a radius. I think we had a small one, didn't we? No. We had a card radius. So that's going to be too big for this. Let's do 0.1 rem or something like that. I don't know. 0.15 rem. All right, you see right now that it says undefined, and that is because the search query is set to a initial value of null, sorry. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna set that to an empty string like so. And now you can see it does not show that undefined. And we can add things like a placeholder if we click on the input and we go to attributes or we press A. And you see the type is going to be text. The value is binded to the search query. That's what that binds the variable did for us earlier. Placeholder, we can say search or something like that. And yeah, so now we can test this. If we press T, we can say John. And if we click out of the input and we press T again, we can now see the current value of the search query is now set to John. Exactly what we want. So now that we have that part, we also want to set up that selected contact, which is essentially what we did earlier, where we're going to go to the contact. Now, you're to see now that this is a component, we don't have access to the normal events that we had before, like on this div. Like I said before, components, if you want to send data in, those are attributes. But if you want to send data out, like this on click that we now need, you have to, what's it called? Create an event, sorry. So we're gonna double click on the component here. And what we're gonna do is what I'm going to want to send out of this is going to be whatever its index is. So actually, I won't have to pass that in, I don't think. We'll try to set that up without it. So we go to events, we'll press the plus here, and we want to name this. We can say like on click, like that. And the test value, what we're going to send out here is going to be a index. Like for example, I'll set the test value to 2. So now if we go outside of the component and back to the contacts, I can now click on the contact card, go to events, and now you can see that on click event that we just created. And I can say that on click, I want to set the selected contact to the index. So again, this will be 0 for the first card and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we can do is actually on click, I'm going to add another action here, and we're going to say log to console. I'm going to click on the function button. What you can do is that you can select this index and can copy it, go to the function here in the log to console for data, and we can paste that and it will just log the index. So now if I inspect this really quickly, we go to test mode, we should see that as I forgot. I keep on forgetting about that. Let's go ahead and disable that. I really should just leave it disabled for now. So on click now, we can see, I forgot something. I did create the event. If we go back into the component, I created the event, but I did not bind it. And that's why it's playing to us right now saying that it's unused. To actually bind this event, we're going to select the, you can do this on either the div or the link. We'll do it on the A tag here. On click, we want to trigger that on click event that we created. That's what we're missing. You're going to see here, if you add a test value, that's what we'll show here. But since we don't have one, it kind of goes to like this default. So I will just set this to null if I don't see anything there. And now if we go back and give this a try, there we go. Now you can see in our log, if you can see that, if I zoom in, you can see we get 0 when I press the first one. We get 1 and 2 and 3. Now that we have that, we now have that selected contact. What we can do, we can get rid of that log there. And now we have that when a contact gets selected, it's going to update that selected contact. Here's what we can do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open the card contact. I'm going to add a selected attribute. Okay, and I will set this to null, and it'll either be true or false essentially. Okay. And then what's going to happen is that if we are selected, I'm going to create a class on the div so that we can do something like probably make the card red or something like that. So if I go to the div and I go to classes and we press the plus here and we open the formula and I say selected, and I can just leave that as is because now this will be true if selected is a truthy or falsy value. So if it has anything besides null or false, pretty much it'll be true. So if you want it to explicitly say when selected is true, all you would have to do is after this is say equals true. And now it has to be true, not truthy. Okay, but we're gonna leave it truthy for now. We're gonna name this class selected. We're gonna press S to go to the styling. We're gonna press the plus button here for the style. Hit that selected class, and we're going to add a background color. Let's go for a green. No matter, we'll go for a green. Now, if this is selected, so to test this, if we change this test value to true, you'll see that we'll have a green card. Now, if we go back outside of the component, back to the contacts page, we now have that selected attribute that we can use. And we want selected to be true if the selected contact value is equal to its index. So to do that, we'll press on the FX and selected to open the formula. And then we'll say we'll say item or index, equals selected contact. So now if I press 0 here, that should turn our green. And then there's that first one, second one, and third one there. So now we got that part out the way. Let's now set this up to filter based on what value was entered in the inputs. And we're going to do that with formulas, which is the next sort of chapter. Formulas are how you transform data in Nordcraft. They're pure functions. Same input always gives the same output. There's no side effects. You can use them everywhere. You can use them in text content like we have been, in style values, in conditions, even in API parameters. Now, the formula editor pops up whenever you press on the FX button like we have. For complex stuff, there is that full screen mode that I showed you guys. So again, if we go to the attributes here for the card, that FX button, if you want to go full screen, you will press this button right here. And the built-in formulas map directly to JavaScript formulas that you might already know, like the filter and the map and the concatenate and the includes. You can actually see all this information if you go to the docs for Nordcraft, and I believe it's close to the bottom. If we go to references, you see we go to formulas here, and this will tell you what each and every formula does. And if I remember, I'll include this link in the description, but you can just find it yourself on the Nordcraft site. So let's go ahead and see how we can now use formulas to filter these cards based on the search query that we set up earlier. So if I read my build instructions here for formulas, we're going to filter the contacts array if the search query includes letters or like phrases in the contact name. So if I type in John, we should see John Smith. Okay, so for that, we can go ahead and you have a couple of ways of doing formulas. You have different levels to formulas. So we have project level formulas, which you can use throughout your entire project, no matter what page or component you're on. We also have the page or component level formulas, which means you can only use them at those levels. So if you have it created on the page, you can only use it on that page. If you create it in the component, you can only use it in the component. Even though the component might be a child of the contact, it was not created at that level, so it cannot be used in that component. So the last way is like on the events or the items themselves. So we can say that if we right click the contact card and we go to show and hide, which will then be a formula to show or hide the cards, you can see this is also a place where we can build formulas, and this is attached directly to the event. So this is not repeatable. Like if we wanted to have the same functionality in a different input, we'd have to create it entirely again. So for this, we're going to use this show and hide. And basically, we want to show the card if whatever is typed in the search query also matches what's in the name. So to do that, we can say if the item name and then, sorry, let me just repeat that because that's the first time we did that. I'm selecting the item, and then these are the keys that are available in the object that is item. And you see that we have the name option here, so we can select that. And I'm going to press the plus, and we're going to say lowercase. Reason being is we are going to make both the input and the search query lowercase, so that no matter what kind of capitalization you have, it'll match based on the actual character. So it doesn't matter if it's a lowercase a or uppercase a, it's going to still select just the A. Okay, so lowercase includes, and that is another function that we're going to use here. And in the item here, we're going to say if it includes the search query, and we're going to lowercase that as well. So now what will happen actually is if I do this and I type in J, you can see that only that card is now appearing. And if I type in now, say Smith, you see we're only seeing John Smith, and no matter, probably can't even see that well, probably. I'll zoom in, sorry. So now if I even if I did Smith in some weird capitalization, like a lowercase s, uppercase M, and all that, you will still see that we get John Smith. Now to recap what we have going on here, again, on the contact card, we went to show and hide, and we created this formula saying that we want to show this card if the item name, lowercase version, sorry, let me repeat that. If the search query, lowercase version, matches any of the characters in the name that is also lowercase. So even if I do like AY, I should get J. Y like there. There we go. Because it's, oh, sorry. Because it's matching the characters inside. I'm sure you can figure out how that works. Okay, so that'll be it for formulas. I'll show you this really quickly. Like I said, you can have them at different levels. So if I created a formula here at the page level, right, and it did something, and I tried to go inside the card and use it, you see that I don't have access to that here. I'd have to remake it. Now, let's say I did it at the project level. So if we open the voice crack, if we open the files here, sorry, and we go to formulas and we press the plus and we say project level, and oh, I didn't press enter on that. My apologies. Project level, create that. And that did something. We can get this anywhere in the project. So you see if I go to the contacts page and I just try to use this somewhere in the input, you'll see that if I type in project to bring that up, you see I get that here at the project level. And even inside the component, it's a similar thing. If I go here and I start typing in project, you see that we get it because it's at the project level and we can access that anywhere. All right, let's get rid of that. Formulas transform data, workflows make things happen. They're event driven. So when this happens, do that. Like if we want to click on a card, we can update a variable. So we're going to set up a variable now to work with these cards that we set up earlier. So let's say this workflow that we want to have, it's going to take in the index and it's going to set the selected contact to that index, but it's also going to log something for us. Now, really, we could just have that entire sort of workflow attached directly to the onClick event like we already have it. But let's say we had this similar event and we wanted to have it in multiple places on a page or in a component. Then we want to have it be a actual workflow that we defined, not attached directly to the event, so that we can use it in both places. Change it in one, it'll change and propagate everywhere else. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to these workflow section. We're going to press the plus and we're going to say, we're going to name this set and log selected contact. And like I said, this has to take in something. So we're going to say we're going to have a parameter here. We're going to call it index. For test value, we can type in 2. And then essentially we're going to repeat the same thing that we have currently on click for the contact card. So we can say that we want to set the selected contact to the index that we just received. And we also want to log to console. In the label, we can say something like selected contact. And here we can press the FX for the actual data, and we're going to bind that to the index that we received. Now to actually use this, we'll go back to the contact card here, and we'll go to events, and on click, instead of doing this here, we can go ahead and right click and delete that. If we press the plus, we're going to see that we now have that set and log selected contact. I'm going to put that in, and now we have to bind the index input that we assigned or that we created earlier. To do that, I'm going to click on the FX. I'm going to set it to the repeat item index like so. So now we're going to see that they essentially do the same thing. So if I open the console here and we click on these cards, you see there we get selected contact 0, selected contact 1, 2, and 3. Just like that. You can do a lot of things with workflows. Like say, for example, I wanted to like make an API call off of something. Like say here, after all this, we have a switch. And in the switch, in the if here, I want this to be selected if index is greater than, say, 2. So that should be only for the last one. Then we can have another log here that says greater than 2. Something like that. And we can leave the else empty. So now if we go ahead and do this again, I select, oh, sorry, open the console. I select, there you see this, the contact 0, 1, 2, and then 3 should have the extra log. There it is, greater than 2. Okay. And that's how you can work with workflows in Nordcraft. Now let's move on to the next section where we'll talk about context. So I know earlier we talked about workflows, and we also talked about formulas and how you can only get them and use them at certain levels. But that isn't entirely true, because in Nordcraft, we have something called context. And context is pretty cool. What it allows us to do is it allows us to call and use formulas and workflows in children components of whatever the provider is. Now, I don't think I explained that in a clean and easy to understand way. So let me just show you what I mean. So earlier we created that page level workflow. And as we saw, we can only get it at the page level. However, like I said, that's not entirely true, because if we talk about context now, we can now see over here, there's a expose in context. And as it reads, it says access this formula. And this is the important part, in child components. Let's be very clear. You can only access context, whether they be formulas or workflows, by children components of the provider. Child components of the provider. Sorry about that. And we can do the same thing with workflows. So this set and log selected contact that we created earlier, we can also expose this to context, and that would allow us to call it from within child components. So here's what we'll do. What we're going to do is I'm going to create a new attribute, in the component that we created earlier, the contact card, and we're going to pass in the index. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a formula that can get the current selected contact, and then we will use that formula inside of the component to check if the current card that we have open is the one that is selected, and we'll display a message or something like that. So let me show you what I mean. So let's open the contact card, and let's add a new attribute, and we'll say index. Make this null, right? And let's go back outside, and what we'll do is we'll now bind this new attribute we just created, and we're going to bind it to the index. Okay, cool. That part. Now the formula, we're going to create a new one, and I'm going to say it's going to be called get selected contact, right? And what it's going to return is the variable that is selected contact. And then this is the important part. We're going to want to expose this in context. Okay. So now we can go back inside of the contact card, and we can go to context here. Like I said earlier, it has to be a child component. It has to be a component in general. So you cannot retrieve context on a page. You can create and provide context on a page and in a component, but it has to be a child component to be able to receive that actual context. So we're going to press the plus here, and now we can choose where we want to get the context from. Since we only have one, context is the only one on this list, or contacts is the only one on this list, sorry. And we're going to do the get selected contact. Okay, so now we can check. So now let's have, I don't know, let's get a star or something from Lucid. Grab this little star right here. And I'm going to put this star somewhere there. Sure. Don't really care about it, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to right click it and we're going to go to show and hide. And I want to show this if index, the one that we passed in, equals the index or the selected contact that we get from the get selected contact context. There we go. So if those two numbers are the same, we'll see this star. So let's go ahead and head back out of this now. We can give this a try. Make this a little bit bigger, and we can press the plus and not, or press the card, sorry. And now you can see that we get that star. And when we change it, because context will update, the star is also changing between the cards. Pretty cool. So we can also do the same thing with workflows. Like say we wanted to, let's say we wanted to create a workflow that says log selected contact, right? Want to expose that in context, we're gonna add a parameter so that we can pass in the index, okay? And let's say test file use one. Now what we can do is we can press the plus here and we can get the log to console action. And we're just going to log the index that we passed in here in the workflow parameters. Okay. So now we can go back into the contact card. Again, go to context and we can get that log selected contact. And then we can go on the A tag here. And as I said earlier, if you have an event or something already attached to a element, you'll see this thunderbolt symbol here, or lightning bolt. I keep saying thunder, lightning bolt symbol here. We're going to press that and it's going to open one of the events. If you have multiple, I think that works a little bit differently. Like if I had two of them. Yeah, I don't know how it's, oh, I didn't add something there. I don't know how to determine it, but I just know that if you have an event, there'll be the little lightning bolt. And we're going to say that on click, we're also going to trigger that log selected contact. And in that, we're going to pass in our index like so. Let's head back out of here. And I'm actually just going to update the workflow we just created so that we can make this a little bit clear from context. We'll go to inspect and we'll go to the console and we'll now press on these and you can see from context, we're getting that like so. So context is pretty cool and is very useful and it can go infinitely as many levels deep as you need. So let's say that we have a component that is 3 levels down from the information that it needs. We have two options. We can either prop drill with attributes, meaning that at each level we pass down the value via attributes, or we can use context so that no matter how many levels deep we are, as long as we are a child of the provider, we can access that information. Now let me show you what I mean by being a component child of the information of the provider, sorry. So let's say, for example, we go into the context card and we create a formula here and we'll just say hello world or something like that. Provide us a context and we'll just set it to be hello world, right? Now, let's say we're outside of this and we create another, just say a paragraph, and we'll create this as a component because it has to be a child component. and we'll just say UI or something like that, right? What you're to see is that if we go to context, we now have access to that UI card content, and we can get that hello world. However, what you're to see what's going to happen is that when we bind this, and it looks like it works, you might think it works, but if we actually go back to the contact page and we test this in a new tab, you see right now it says no. And the reason it says no is because that test is not a child of the contact card, so it can't access that information. But if we were to say drag this into the contact card, and I think we set up slots earlier, so we put it in the bottom right, and then we go back and we refresh, now you can see it says hello world. Okay, so just remember, whatever is consuming the context has to be a child of the provider. So that's it for context, and it's a pretty useful tool, and I love using it, and I highly recommend that you use it where you should. Don't prop drill. Don't go down like 3 levels deep. Just use a context instead. So now let's talk about actions. Now with actions, you can write actual JavaScript and they run on the client. It can be async, basically anything that you can't do with formulas, you might do with an action. So let me just quickly explain the difference between formulas and actions. While formulas can't have side effects, so you can't be async, you can do HTTP calls, things of that nature, just like pure JavaScript functions. Not workflows, actions allow you to do anything else. So if we need something to be async, if we need to call data from an API with, for some reason, I don't know why we wouldn't be using the API features already built in, but just for example, if we needed to call an API or we wanted to do something that can potentially affect the UI with the data that gets returned, then we can use an action for that. So to give you an example, we have been using actions thus far, like in the workflows, like this log to console, that is an action. And we can create our own. Now there's a lot of actions already pre-created for you in Nordcraft, and you can find them in the docs, or you can just go to something like workflows and you can just scroll and see all the ones available to you by default. And if you hover over them, they'll tell you what they do at the bottom down there when it pops up when you're hovering one. Okay, we can create our own. Let's say, for example, we're going to want to create an action that if you pass in the right value, it might console log something. I don't know. Just a random example, right? So what we can do is if we go to our files on the left-hand side, we're going to go to actions. We're going to type in something like log or something like that. And you see now we can actually write some JavaScript. So let's say we want to pass in a value into this action. So we can go to arguments, we can press the plus, and we can say input, and we're to make it a number or something like that, right? Any of your arguments are going to be available for you guys via the args variable that we have here. So we see that if I go to do args.input, it starts to show up. And if I add another one like test, args.test, you see it comes up like that, right? You can also destructure this if you wanted to, and so that you don't have to do args dot whatever it is. And to do that, we can just get rid of args. We can do curly braces and whatever match the name of, and match whatever name of the argument it is. And as we start to type it, it'll pop up. So if we do input, it'll appear like that. So instead of now doing args.input, we can just use input, right? So let's say, for example, that if input is equal to 1, what we're going to want to do is similarly to components, how you can send events outside of it to be used in like higher level UI or just UI in general. We can do the same with the actions. So we can say that if input is equal to 1, then we're going to want to fire an action that we'll call it correct or something like that. And example input, we don't have to do anything there. I'll just press the space. We can say we want to trigger this event here. And to do that, we're going to do ctx dot trigger action event. Then we're going to add the name of the event, and you can see it will show you the names that you have available here. So we can see that we have the correct one. And what we can do after that is if we want, we can pass some data. Like for example, like true, something like that. If you wanted to, you don't really need to, but if you want to pass data outside of it so that you can use it in the UI, you can. So why don't we create another one and we'll call it false or false. There we go. Sorry. And after this, we'll return. Otherwise, we're going to trigger this one being the fail, or I keep saying fail, false. There we go. Okay, so now we can go back to the contacts and let's use this. Where might we want to use this? We can do it on the click of the contact card that we already have. So we press the plus here, and that now you can see in project actions, we have that log, right? And since we set up that input argument, we have the access. We can set it here, not access it here, sorry. And we can bind this to the index like so. So if this input is equal to 1, this correct event will trigger, and inside of it, we can choose whatever other actions we might want to take. Like we can log this, say that it, oh, not that log, I meant the log the console. We'll say it's correct, right? And then if it's false, we're gonna do the same thing. It's incorrect. All right, so now we can refresh our new tab here. Open up the console. I'm about to sneeze in a second. I think I just ruined it for myself, so I just set that. But now we know that the right one is 1, so that's going to be the second one here. So I'm going to press this one. And you can see, oh, it's incorrect. Here's the third one. It's incorrect. And if we press the second one, it's correct. So you can use actions to do things like that if you need to run custom JavaScript and you want to send information back out to the UI for it to be used. And we can make this async as well. So just for example, async, or something, whatever you want to call it, right? All I have to do is change this to a. Why has that been happening? I don't know why that's been happening. Async action. Will you stay here this time? Async. Okay. Let's I think I have a dummy JSON API. Yeah, we'll grab this one. You can use whatever API you want to. And we can say const fetch equal, or const equal await fetch. And we can pass in this URL like that. And I'm not, typically we'll put this in a try catch, but let's say in events, we want to pass out users. Now, this is not the way I would recommend you do it. I'm just giving you an example. You would probably just use the regular API functionality that we'll get into in a little bit, but I'm just giving you an example here. So let me just get, I don't want to get this whole thing. I mean, limit this to 1. I'll copy that 1. Still an array, right? Yeah, still an array. Okay. So back over here, we can paste that in the example output so we know what we're going to have access to, and it does have to be a JSON string, or yeah, just JSON. Sorry, it has to be JSON. There we go. And then what we can do is we can say if response dot okay, we want a CTX like we did last time, and we want to trigger users, but we want to send the data out this time. So we're going to do response.json. So, okay. And then we can go back to the, well, let's do this on the home page. We'll add an element, we'll get a section, we'll get a paragraph. And what we're going to do is on load here, we need to have a variable. Let's say we have a variable called users. And then on load here, we're going to use that async action. And if we get users, we want to set the variable that we have to that, and you can see that since we added that example event or the example output SAR, we can see what it might look like. And I specifically care about users. Okay. That's what we're going to set to be the variable. And then now we could have a paragraph in here and we can bind it based off of users. And you see right now that is undefined. If we just go ahead and refresh real quick so that the onload has a chance to run, and that might not be getting the information. We can actually check this real quick. I think that is failing actually. So live debugging, let's see. I think that's failing. Go to network. It's so zoomed in. No, we got it. So now it's undefined. So let's just make sure. I think it is something that I did with the async action. And I think we have to await this. Save that. We'll give that a no. Oh, that actually saved. Hopefully it did. Then if we refresh that again, there we go. Well, right now it says object. Okay. So to actually use that information, go to the home page. Now this should trigger. And now you can see we click on users. We can now see what users we have because it loaded. Now we can do is we can say that we want to repeat this off of users like so. And then that text, we want it to be not this, but off the repeat item. And we're going to repeat, say, the first name. Right. And you see that's how that'll work. And if we go back and we refresh, well, that works. So yeah, that's what you can do with actions. You can, if the functionality is not in Nordcraft by default, you can sort of extend Nordcraft with these actions. Like for example, I've used this to like import the Supabase SDK and things like that. The Supabase JavaScript client. So if the functionality is not in Nordcraft by default, you can extend it yourself with actions. Pretty cool. On to the next section. So I know in the last section on actions, we did a API call, and I did say that I did not recommend to do it that way. It was just an example. So now we're going to actually connect to an API using the actual API functionality inside of Nordcraft. And Nordcraft can connect to any REST or GraphQL endpoint. You can configure the method, URL, parameters, headers. You can set it to auto fetch, which would be like server-side rendering. You could have it on mount, or you can trigger it like through a workflow, however you want to do it. So we're going to use that same dummy JSON that we've been using. We're going to transform what we have here to actually work with real data now instead of the placeholder data that we have. Let me show you how we're going to go ahead and do that. So first, just go ahead and just clean up a little bit. I'm going to get rid of this page level. Just select the content. We're not going to need that. Log that. We're not going to need that. We're just going to make sure that in here, see now it's complaining that things don't exist. We just want to make sure that we unbind these and remove them from anywhere they're being used. So you see right now that they're broken, that we have these triangle symbols telling us, hey, we have some issues. Well, this one's telling me that it's missing the href. We're not going to set that. Otherwise, it'll send me to a new page. But this one was on the hide and show. We're going to actually get rid of that. And that should be all that we care about. No, we have another one. So if we go to the issues panel, and it'll show you all the issues that you have. So there was another one here, and we just want to make sure that we delete that. Cool. We can go back outside, and let's go ahead and call an API. So to do that, we're going to press the plus here, and we have a few APIs that we can call. For demo, you can call the weather API or the wow API, which will be Owen Wilson's wows and all the movies that him saying wow in all the movies. But what we're going to do is we're going to copy this URL that I got from dummy JSON, and we're going to paste it here. We're going to press continue. And now what Nordcraft is going to do is it's going to format these things for you based on how Nordcraft like set up the API functionality to work. So you see, for example, here we have different sections. We have inputs. So this is if you want to pass in dynamic data via an input, like if you had like an on click or something like that. Then we have the URL. This will be just the base URL and then a path. So each one of these that you press a plus, it'll add the path. So like 1 and 2. You see that's what it's doing here. Then we have the parameter section. This is where our limit went. And any query parameters will be in this section. So if we had another one, like I'm not sure what this takes, but if we did like name, then we can say the name should be like John or something like that. Then you can see it added that query parameter there. Headers, where we can change the headers. So like if you need authentication or authorization, or you need to accept a certain format, you can add those here. And events are where you'll probably be. So this is what will trigger if the API was a success, if it was an error, or if it was a message. Like if you were streaming data, that's what message means, by the way. Like I think if you were streaming data, like if you had like a chat app or something like that with AI and you wanted the data to stream in, things like that. We have some advanced settings. So is error is how you can determine, like say you don't send a normal error event in the API, you can now determine what counts as an error. So let's say the API was a success and you get a 200, but it didn't return a user. Technically, that is successful because you returned the 200, right? But it might be an error in your application because you have no user. So what you can do is that you can set that custom is error here, and you basically can say, if this API does not have a user, it is an error. And then what will happen is it'll trigger the on error event here. Okay. We have some redirect rules. Now you do have to be a subscriber of Nordcraft to have access to that. But what we can do is, like, say we had a dashboard page, and if there wasn't a valid user returned from this API, we wanted you to be sent back to the login page without you ever seeing the dashboard page at all, like not even like the sort of flicker you get sometimes where you might see the page for a second. We can do that with redirect rules. Okay, and we have some fetching options: server-side fetching, proxy request, get cookies and body. So you can read all about these if you just come and hover question mark and see what all they do. We're not going to go over most of them because we won't actually use it in the build, but you want to go ahead and take your time to read everything here. So in any of the panels, there's always going to be the response here, and we could use this to trigger the API and test it. All right, so we can press this. We can see that that was successful, and we got some users back, and we should have 5 of them, so this should go to 4. Yep, cool. So now, why don't we actually make use of this information? So before, what we had is we had contacts, and that was a variable that we created to have some dummy data, right? What we're going to do now, we're actually going to get rid of that. Why we're going to get rid of that is because we're now going to base that information off of what we get from the API. So let's first name this API, and you don't have to follow my format here, but what I like to do, like I like to say where this API is like coming from. Like, is it, I mainly use Convex, so for me it'll be like Convex and like what the thing is, like get users, something like that. Since this is dummy JSON, I do something like dummy JSON and then call it get users, just so I know like what it's interacting with and what it's actually doing. Like, where's it coming from? Or I guess I could say, where's it coming from and what is it doing? Okay, so now what we can do, you can see our cars disappeared because we got rid of the contacts variable. What we can do is we can now, instead of repeating it, and if you have a repeat, you will see the sort of repeat symbol here, and you can click on that and it'll open your repeat formula. Instead of repeating on contacts, which no longer exist, as it says here, I'm going to repeat this off of the dummy JSON get users, off the data, and then off the users that we get back from that. So now some things are going to be unbinded, which we're about to fix. As you can see, we're going back to dear, but you can see the email and the phone number, they still work because those same fields exist on a user that was provided from dummy JSON. So now let's just fix everything else. I don't think these have a URL. We can or an image. We can check the information we get. We get ID, first name, last name, maiden name, age, gender. I don't think. Oh, we have an image. Okay, we get an image. We'll use the image that we get provided from dummy JSON, and the email is already binded because that same field existed. index, we don't really care about. The name we have to fix because name does not exist in dummy JSON. You can see we get first name and last name. Now this is going to be interesting because what I want to do is I want to actually show both the first and last name, but you can see here they're different fields. So what we can do is we're going to say I need to concatenate this, and you will have to learn about all the formulas and what options you have. But we're going to do the concatenate. What I want to say is I want to concatenate the first name, right? Then I'm going to press the plus. I'm going to press the plus twice. And this middle one, I'm going to erase it, and I'm going to do a space so that there's now a space between it. And now you can see we get Emily and Emily. But this second one here, I want to change this to image, item and last name. Now you see we get Emily Johnson. So now we just concatenated a name, and the reason that just disappeared is because we just have to fetch the data again. Or show and hide on search query. Is that what's okay? So the search query no longer works. So we have to fix that. So let's go ahead and fix that search query now. So the reason that that's no longer working is because name does not exist anymore. Like we just found it out. So what we're going to do is we're just going to update this to be literally the exact same thing that we had earlier here in the name. Right here, we can actually go back and just copy this at the concatenation action or step, formula thing we want to call it, whatever. And we can go back and we can paste that here instead of that item. So now you can see this should work again as normal. And if I were to type in something like Sophia, you can see that that now only shows me Sophia Brown. That's how we connect data or connect APIs and can use them in Nordcraft. So that was just a GET request. You can do other ones like post. So for that, actually, I think I know of a webhook sort of test app, webhook testing that I use. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is we have this site here. It gives us a unique URL that we can try out with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. We'll go back to Nordcraft and we'll add another API. I'm going to paste it. And we're going to give it a name and everything. So we're going to say webhook.site and I don't know, send user or something like that. And remember, this is a post request. So by default, it goes to GET, but this is actually a post request. You're to see that we're actually starting to get some data in here from those gets, but we don't want the gets. We want to use a post. So what we're going to send is that now that it's a post and it's not a get, you get access to the body. You can send some information. So what we're to do, why don't we create an input, and the input is going to be the user, right? And then we'll go to the body, and then in the body, we're just going to return whatever the user input was. Okay. So now what we can do is that on click, by clicking the lightning bolt here that we have, this is what's going to happen on click of the card. What we want to do, let's get rid of this log. We don't need that anymore. We're going to want to call that API, the webhook.site, send the user, and the user input that we want to set is going to be based on the item. So we're just going to send all the information that we have for each user that gets clicked. Okay. So now we'll see that if we just refresh this really quickly, let's go back to contact. And let's make sure nothing's in there. So it's waiting for the first request. Nice. I'll zoom in a little bit for you guys. And we click on one. And we go back. We can see that we got that post. And if we look at the raw content, it sent us all the user information that we had for whatever user was clicked. And we could try this out with another one. Let's say Michael Williams. And we go back. You see we got another one. And there's all the information we have for Michael Williams. You can do the same thing with different methods. Like if you need to do a put or a head or options, delete, patch, whatever the case may be, you can trigger them all from there. And that's how APIs work in Nordcraft. On to the next section. Now with packages in Nordcraft, you can think of them similarly to NPM packages if you're familiar with that, or you can just view it as external code that someone has created. This could be components or actions, things like that, that you might want to import into your project. So for example, later on in this crash course, we're going to use one of the packages that I created for Convex to work with the database that we create later. So let's say, for example, if you just come over here to packages, you can see all the packages, and we have a couple of very popular ones like Spark Core, which is something that I use in pretty much every single project that I use in Nordcraft, and it's similar to ShadCN, I guess you can say. It's the Nordcraft equivalent of ShadCN. So it has a whole bunch of unstyled components and stuff like that, just ready to use, and they're compliant, they're completely customizable, and yeah. And we have things like drag and drop. We have things for Supabase. We have things for Toast. So for example, let's say on the contacts part that we have here, when you click on it, I want confetti to appear, right? So we can do that. There is a confetti package. So we go back here to packages, right under the files. We can find the confetti one, and we can press this install package button here to import it into our project. And you can always tell what packages you have imported if you go to the same packages for a section and you go to installed, and you can see what packages you have installed here, right? I've actually never used this before, so we're going to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure it's just as simple as adding an event to the card. Now, a lot of these packages come with documentation. You can see them. Like if we actually open the package here, you can see the documentation. So let's check this out really quickly. We have a couple of things. A lot of things are default, and it's going to be an action. So on click, we'll just call this action, and it's called confetti. I'm just going to leave everything default. Let's see how it works. Let's go to contacts, and we'll click on the contact card that we have here. Go to events, and we have this on click event already. And let's say now at the end here, we want to get that confetti action, right? And I'm going to leave this all default just to see if it'll work, and let's see what happens. So now if we go to test mode by pressing T or pressing the play button down here, see if that works. Might not work. Oh, there it is. There's the confetti. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. Let's open this in a new tab really quickly, and you can just see the confetti appearing there every single time we click on one of these. And that's the gist of how you can use packages in Nordcraft. On to the next section. So here we are now in our second to last section, and that's going to be the animation editor. Now, I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I'm not very familiar with it. I don't think I've used it much, but it's a visual animation editor that allows you to use keyframes to do some pretty amazing animations. If I can find some examples, I'll put them up on the screen now. But I'll show you it, but just don't expect much. So if we actually just go into this card here, right? The contact card that we have. And let's click on this A tag here. Go to styling. We can go to animation down here. We can press the plus, and now you can see there's a couple of ones. We just unlocked a new card. Go ahead and skip that. Now there's a couple of default ones, and I'm probably going to use this just so I don't embarrass myself trying to figure it out. So let's see, how does elastic work? And there you go. And you see it sets up the keyframe. So it's using the scale property, and it's setting up the keyframes, and as you can see them change here. So if I go to here and go to the next one here, you can see that changed from 1.11 to 1.25 and 0.75, and we can see that changing throughout all of these if you just click and drag. Right, so that allows you to make some pretty nice animations. Yeah, I'm sorry that I can't go more in depth on this one. Again, I haven't played with it much, but I think it's pretty straightforward to understand. So why don't we check this out really quickly in a new tab. And let's go to the contacts page. And there you see the cards doing their little wobble. So now let's move on to the very last section of the fundamentals. So Nordcraft has built-in version control. It works similarly to Git, where you can have branches and commits. And your main branch is your live version. That's the one in production. And you can create feature branches like what we have here. Let me just show you that. We can find that in two places. If we go to the version control section here in the UI, we can see that right now I am on the start branch. We can see the main branch here, right? And we can see all the changes that has occurred in the start branch that is different from what is in the main branch. So you can see it has our confetti, it has the project level formulas we created, the components we created, all the changes that are different, right? The second place that we can see this is if we go back to the project page, and this page here, you can see the same thing. So you can see that start branch here, and there's main. We can even go and click on these three dots here in the start branch. We can go and say view changes, and that'll show us the exact same thing. It'll just bring us back to the screen. Those are the two places you can see your branches. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to commit this branch, and what's going to happen is it's going to merge into our main branch and become the one that's live in production. Now, I highly recommend that you always use branches. Use them as much as you can, honestly. Like, you can think of them as little save points, and you can always roll back. So if I just open that project page really quickly, you can see that down here, you can't see this one because we don't have any commits yet. But once we have a commit, we can always roll back, okay? So use branches as much as you can. Like if you want to build something specific, create a branch just for that, merge it, create a new one for the next step that you want to do. So we're going to commit this start branch that we have, and we're just going to say we have to add a message, right? So for this one, we're going to say like add contact, search, and filter functionality with confetti or something like that. That's what we did pretty much, right? And then just your commit messages, use whatever makes sense for you. Doesn't really matter. There are some standards if you are in the developer world, but just use whatever. If you work alone, it doesn't really matter as long as you understand it. So we're going to publish this. And now you're going to see that it's telling us that we're on a main branch, and any changes that we make here will not be saved. So we can dismiss this for now, but you can see here that we are now on main, and here's everything that we created. There's the card that we have open. Here's the contacts page. If we open this in a new tab, this is the actual route of our main branch. So you see there is no other branch here. Like I think before it was like start dash Nordcraft course, whatever it was. Nope, this is the main one, so we don't have a branch at the beginning there. You can see that this is live and in production. And let me show you that rollback really quickly. So if we go back to the project page, we can now see that since we have a commit, we can now roll back. And you can even download commits. We won't get into that. But yeah, we can go ahead and create a new branch if we wanted to work on something new. Like let's say we wanted to remove confetti. All right. And then we can go to the event of the contact card that we have and just go ahead and remove confetti. And let's go ahead and actually uninstall that package as well. So we can go to packages, installed, and press the delete. And then we can go to the version control and we can say remove confetti, something like that. And we can publish that. And now if I go back to that new tab that I have open and I refresh and I click on it, oh, hold on a minute. I did remove that, right? Did I refresh? There you go. I didn't refresh. Now you can see that the confetti is now gone. So one of the major features in Nordcraft is the AI assistant, and you can work with this assistant as you would as if you were, say, vibe coding. So it can edit elements for you. It can create new components. You can use it to do most of the things in Nordcraft, like to build logic, to build workflows, right? So we're going to show you an example of that. To use the AI, we're going to come down to the bottom bar here and the use AI button. We're going to go ahead and press that. Now we can just prompt AI as you normally would. So for example, I want it to wrap, I want it to set this div to have a background color, and we'll add an H1 inside of the div that sets contacts. We'll make it like 3 rem. Let's see if it can do that. So change the outermost, that's how you spell that, so 1T, outermost div container to have a background color of EEE. And for me, I just like to do this like this, so it kind of uses that as task. Add a H1 as the first child of the div. Should say contacts. Set the font size to 2 rem. Okay, let's give that a try. So we also have a couple of options here. You can have it in build mode, or you can have it in ask mode, and plan mode is coming soon. The same features that you might find in like Cursor or Claude or Codex. So we're going to go ahead and just leave this in build mode. I'm going to send that. And let's wait and see what happens. Okay, so now that it's done, let's just review what it did. It says that it updated the context page by setting the background color, the main div to hashtag EEE. I also added an H1 heading with the text contacts and a font size of 2 rem as the first child of the container. Let's see the div here. We can see that it did add the background color, so that is correct. That's H1 that I told it to add with the font size of 2 rem. That is also correct. And yeah, this looks good. Let's have it do one more thing. Let's have it create a formula. And let's see here. I just want to showcase this a little bit. Okay, so let's have the AI do one more thing. I'm going to have it create a formula that'll take in a email address and it'll return the domain part. So let's give it that. Create a formula called extract domain, and that will have an input, an email address, and will return the domain. Example, give it my email address, like that. Okay, and it's created it. Let's go ahead and open it real quick. And we can see that it's getting the from formula email, and it's splitting it and getting the last. And the AI is a little bit finicky at the moment. There is some bugs that they are actively working on. But let's go ahead and accept this. And what I want to do now is just see if we can get this to able to save changes. This patch cannot be applied. See if we can just try this now really quickly. Even though it says that, it looks like it should be working correctly. All right, and that is an overview on the AI. Okay, now welcome to part 2. This is the actual build. Now, before we get into this, let's talk about a couple of the tools and technologies that we'll be using for this build. The first tool that we're going to talk about is Convex. Now, Convex is my backend of choice. I will literally not touch a project if it's using a backend other than Convex. And you can think of it like a database or backend tool where you have to literally design everything. So by default, nothing works. There's no functionality at all. You have to create the functions, the mutations and the queries to do the operations that you want to do with the backend, right? So that's my backend of choice. If you want to sign up for Convex, I'll have a link in the description. And even though Convex already has a very generous free tier, using that link in the description will just give you a good little bonus to your monthly resources. The next tool we're going to talk about is Client Brief. And if you're anything like me and you hate designing, you can use this tool to prompt your way through it. And it can design things. So you can see this is what the dashboard page for Client Brief is going to look like. And we're going to show you the lead contact page. So I use this to design everything. Here's the client detail page. And we should have one more, the authentication page. Right, so this is what I use to design these pages, and this is what we're going to reference our build off of. So we're going to rebuild this, right? Pretty cool. If you want to use our build, I'll have another affiliate link in the description. Go ahead and use that. And just know that I do get a little bit of a kickback, but at no extra cost to you. And it just benefits me and the channel, and it would be highly appreciated. Now, let's get into the build. So as I said earlier, we are building a project called Client Brief. So now, what is Client Brief? Let's say you have a marketing agency, right? And when a prospect fills out a form, before you get on call with them, you want to know who they are, their website says about them versus what they claim, and whether their budget matches what they're asking for, right? That's 20 minutes of research per lead. And if you multiply that by every inbound inquiry, that is some serious time drain. So we just built a tool for that when the new contact fills out the onboarding form, so to say, the client will fetch their website and it will send everything to AI. It'll generate a structured brief with a snapshot, red flags, recommended next steps before you even hop on the call, right? And since this is a Nordcraft crash course, the backend for this is already built on Convex. I used Codex for it. So we have the database. We're going to use Convex auth. And we're going to be using chat or GPT-4o mini, I believe, to generate the brief the moment that the new contact form is submitted. Now, I'm going to link the repo in the description. So make sure that you go ahead and get that you clone it, that you sign up for Convex, you get everything connected and running. I'll kind of show you a little bit how to do that right now. But yeah, so let me just show you that just very quickly, how to get things going. So here's the project. I'm going to assume you know how to clone a repository. If not, you're going to go to the URL. Let me say, for example, I do have my Convex starter. I'm going to go to the URL for the repository. In the description, you're going to go to code. You're going to copy this. And you're going to go to your IDE or to your terminal, whatever. You're going to do git clone. You do have to have git installed, git clone, paste the link. And that'll clone the folder. I'm not going to do it here. And then after that, you're going to do bun or npm, whatever you're using, convex dev, and this will start up the server. And make sure that you had signed up for Convex before you got to this part so that you use my affiliate link, right? And you're going to sign into your Convex account here. It's going to run all that, and then it's going to run through the entire project and compile it and upload it to your Convex account as a new project, right? Perfect. So make sure you do that. Now in Nordcraft, what we're going to do is if you go to the description and we go to the website, you will find a link for my Nordcraft template. Now you might be asking, Jay, why are we using a template now? You just showed us how to do everything. Well, yes, and we can spend a lot of time making everything ourselves, and this would be like a 16-hour-long crash course, right? But as you work with Nordcraft more and more, obviously a lot of things are going to be common throughout builds. Sorry, my alarm's going off. A lot of things are going to be common throughout builds, and you will start to build like a template for the things that you find in common. So actually one of the templates or packages that we have in Nordcraft is called Spark Core. And you can think about this similarly to Shad CN, where it's just a bunch of unstyled components that just have the logic to function. We can actually check out the website here. But what's with Spark Core, you see we have things like accordions, we have things like alert dialogues and avatars that are pre-built and just work, and they're already ARIA compliant, which is actually very important. So you want to make sure that this is compatible with like accessibility, like the screen readers and all that stuff. So that this handles all that for you, right? You can read about it and link in the description. A lot of the components here are using Spark Core, and I just kind of reconfigured them in the way that I like to work. And we have a few extra components in there that I just use commonly. So Jesus, my mic that I find that I use commonly. So I just threw them in there as well. So I'm not going to go over every single component. Again, a lot of them are Spark Core. So go ahead and just read the documentation, just learn about it, see how they work, right? But we're going to be using this to build just so that we can build much faster. And you guys already kind of know how this works with components and with events. And it's just all Spark Core is doing is using everything that we already talked about and just made it easier for you to build inside of Nordcraft. Okay. That's what we're going to use this template for. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to that URL, right? And you're going to get this big yellow button on this screen that says that this is not your project or something like that, and your changes are not saved. Your button should say something like clone this project. Okay, you're going to go ahead and clone the project. That's going to make your own copy of this. You'll be asked to set it to private or public. Go ahead and do that. That's your choice. Just know that if it is public, if anyone has your URL to one of your branches or something like that, they can go ahead and view that without being signed in or anything like that or being a part of the project. So go ahead and clone that. I already have mine cloned. It should be here. Client brief. Yep, open. Okay, we can bring the screen back. So this is my clone of the project. And I already have the start branch. Everyone has the start branch when they clone something. And when you clone it, you should end up on this edit screen here, the editor screen. Okay, so let's talk about the template a little bit. So you're going to see that we already have a component here on the homepage that is called app_public. You're going to see that I like to namespace things a lot. But if we open this app_public, we'll see that we get the app provider and it has a slot in it. So it's just allowing us to pass anything that we want in, right? Let's open the app provider. And this app provider is basically the outermost layer of our application. So this is where everything styling related, like what the background color, what the text color, what the font is, all that is going to live here on main, and this app provider is going to be on every single page of our application. Now you're going to see in here, we have the main element. We also have this SC provider component. This just has stuff for Spark Core to work correctly. So you can just pretty much ignore that. And yeah, so what we're going to do now, like similar to what we did in part 1, is we're going to set up our design tokens so that everything that we build can reference them and that we have one place to kind of change everything instead of having to change it at every single place that we used it, right? So here we have a few. I'm not sure if I'm going to use all of these, but we're going to want it to look like the example here, which I should probably bring on another screen. Just go like that. Perfect. Okay. So we're going to go to files. We're going to scroll down here all the way to theme. And let's start adding some of these. So at the time, I'm not sure if I'll remember to do this, but if you do see this screen where you have the blue button that says migrate theme data, go ahead and press it, and this will change everything to the new theme system like I showed you guys earlier. I might not have to do that if I remember to do that myself and publish a version. Okay. So we have a few things here. We have a few colors. So what I'm going to do is let's start with the brand colors. I always like to start there. I'm going to press the new button. I'm going to go to color and it's going to be brand and I'm going to name it primary. That's going to create a brand group for us. And I can copy this color. Again, you guys should be able to find this in the description. That should be our purple. Add another color because it seems like we have a primary hover. We're going to grab that color like so. Let's see, do we have any other brand colors? We have some cards and panels. I'm just going to add it here. So brand, card, background. This seems to be pure white. We're going to go ahead and add that as well. We also have it says table rows or alt backgrounds. I'm not sure what to name that one. So let's say for background, I guess I'll say BG alt. Add that. These colors are not correct. That should be some purples, but I guess we'll refresh and see that actually saves. Okay, that's looking more correct. Okay, then we have some text colors. We're going to create a new color. I'm going to change this now to text. I'm going to say primary. Go to that group. I'm going to paste that color. We also have like a secondary or a muted. Press D plus, go to color. Change it to text muted. I'm going to add that. I also have some things for borders. I'll add this in brand. Press the plus, color, brand, border. Add that. We have some state colors. So I'll create a new group of colors and I'll say state. And this is a error. Okay, so we go to state. That'll be an error. I have one for success. We also have another for warning. Okay. We have some font sizes. I'll go ahead and leave that. Do have some radius. Guess we can add those. That's not a color, sorry. Delete that. Add it. We'll say any here. And I'll say radius will be the, how many do we have? We have a small one. Go to radius and this will be 0.25 rem. Gosh damn it, I keep adding the color on accident. My hand just goes there. Okay, we're also going to have a medium. And this will be 0.5. We have some shadows. We'll skip that. We do have some spacing. I do like having some for spacing. Add another one. I almost did it again. Change this to spacing. And we'll go extra small. Go to spacing group. This is 0.25 rem. Press the plus. Another one. This is small. 0.5. Almost did it again. Medium. 1 rem. Large. 5. Excel. Being 2. And 2 Excel. Why that looks so weird? Being 3 rem. Yeah. That makes sense. Right, the rest we won't really worry about adding. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to get started on is we're going to go now to our app provider. Now that we have design tokens and such, we're going to go to the app provider. We're going to go to main, right? The background color. Dude, what did I say? Did I not set this? Where's this at? Page background. I don't think I set that. Go back to that. Yep. Go to color. I like to call this app -bg. Make a group like that. Double dash. There we go. There we go. Now we go back to the app provider. Go to main. Set this to app background. Looking at this, let's see. So we have the primary text going to be the text primary color. The font should be enter, I believe. Right? Yep, it's going to be enter. Let's see anything else we want to set here. I think that should be it for this. Okay. Now let's go back to that's the homepage. So now we're gonna get ready to add authentication to our application. That just rhymed. It wasn't on purpose. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a login form. And you're gonna see that the way you're just gonna see the way that I like naming and working with my components. So we're gonna do. We're gonna go to files. We're gonna press the plus at the top. We're gonna do new component, and I'm gonna say form underscore auth and dash authenticate user. I'm not sure if I mentioned this earlier in part 1, but if I didn't, the way that I name my components is that if it starts with a uppercase letter, that means that it is able to be used on its own. It doesn't need a parent, nor is it part of a specific part of the application. That makes sense, right? For example, you see we have the accordion, and this is the top level of the accordion. You're going to see that has the A in the uppercase, right? And you see right under it, we have accordion dash item in lowercase. The reason that it's lowercase is because you cannot use the accordion item without the accordion. So that's just a way to let me quickly know, should I be using this item like on its own, essentially. Right? So what we're going to be building now is this form underscore auth dash authenticate user. And all this is going to be is just the form logic itself. So it's going to have the inputs, it's going to have the buttons, it's going to handle all the logic and just that, so that we can place this anywhere in our application if we need to. Let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm going to be looking up at our build to kind of see what we have. So let's go like this. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to add Convex as a service here in Nordcraft. So I don't think I went over this in part 1, but if you open files and you go to services, you're going to see that, I don't know what's over there. You're going to see that we're able to add a service. Now, what this allows us to do is that Nordcraft will go fetch the open API spec for that service. And when you go to use APIs, you'll see it on that list, and it'll show you all the endpoints that you have available on that service, as well as what that service needs. So it'll kind of pre-configure it for you. So if you state that it needs authorization, it'll fill the authorization header. If you have any query parameters or what the body needs to be, it'll pre-fill that for you. And it's just a massive, massive help. I would 100% recommend that you do this. Okay. So to add Convex as a service in Nordcraft, what we're going to do is we're going to need to get 2 things from Convex. So if we head over to Convex and you open your project that you got created, we're going to go down here to settings, and we're going to get the deployment URL and the HTTP actions URL. Okay. So I'm going to copy the deployment URL. I'm going to go over back to the project. I'm going to open the files, and I'm going to create a project level formula. And the reason that I'm going to do this is because if it's a project level formula and I update it later, it'll update in the service or wherever it's being used, right? The reason that we do this is because I've seen a lot of builds where someone was using, say, Xano as their backend on the free tier. Now, when you go to update or upgrade from the free tier to a paid tier, it gives you a whole new instance with a new URL and everything, right? So what would happen is that you would now need to update it, and you would just update it in the service, but that then does not propagate everywhere that you used it. So now you have to go to every single API call where you use this and update it. So obviously we want to avoid that. So to do that, we're going to do, what I do is I'll create a product level formula, and I will name it, if it's credentials, I'll do creds underscore, and then like whatever creds it's for. So we'll say for Convex, right? And what I will do here is that since I have a couple of things related to Convex, me personally, I don't want to have multiple formulas if it's all for Convex. So I just create the one, and I will say like what I need here. So I'll create an object, and the key would be like one would be like the deployment URL, however you want to put that. And I'll paste the value there. I'll go back over to Convex. I'll get the HTTP actions one, copy that, come over here, and I would say actions. I guess you can just leave it as deployment. Oop, deployment and actions. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have an argument here that says path. For that, we might type in like actions. I guess HTTP might be more appropriate. Deployment and HTTP. Yeah. Let's do that. HTTP, and after this, I'll add a get, and then I will add the path, and then you see that will get us the path. Nice. So what we'll do now is we'll go back to files. I'm going to close this, otherwise it might act a little bit janky. I'll go back to the home page. I'm going to go to services. I'm going to press the plus, and down here we're going to select the custom and open API compatible service. We're going to click that. I'm going to name it Convex, and in the base URL, we're going to get the creds Convex, and we're going to add the path. So this one's going to be HTTP, and then I'm going to copy this. Go to documents, press the function button. I'm going to get a concatenate. In the 0 slot, I'm going to paste that. Then I'm going to press the plus here to add another row. I'm going to say / API / open API. And if we close that now, what should happen if I did the, oh, sorry, I did something incorrectly. So this is the HTTP one, but that is not the HTTP link. So it won't let me save this since it doesn't work. So we have to get rid of that. Hopefully, you might not run into that issue if you actually copy and paste correctly, but I did not copy and paste the right one. There we go. Now let's go back and try that again. Services plus Convex, and we're gonna say creds HTTP or HTTP. Copy that. Go to docs, change this to a concatenate, paste that at 0, and then do / API / open API. There we go. Now we got the connection established. Now you might be like, well, what the hell did we just use, and how did you get that? Well, in my Convex starter, which is what I start off every Convex project with, I have the rules there for when I'm working with AI that it'll write the API documentation. And you can see yours if you go and take the HTTP actions URL, open a new tab, you paste it / API / scalar. And this will show you all the auth routes, all the contacts, endpoints that you have access to, and show you how to use them, what they require, and what they're going to return. Right, you can see that like so. So like, for example, when we go to do the sign in, you're to see that we're going to make a post request to this URL, and it's going to need a email and a password. And we're either going to get a 400 that's going to give us a code, a message, and a status, or we're going to get a 200 successful with the data that'll have the refresh token and our access token. Cool. So now let's go ahead and go and build the form. So form auth, authenticate user, right? And now if we go over here to APIs, we press the plus, you're to see now that since we added it as a service, it's here under services. And when we select endpoint, you're to see that it's going to list all of the endpoints that we have access to. So for this, we're going to be using the sign up and the sign in. So I will select the sign in. You're to see it pre-filled the path, it pre-filled the header. And if we go to the body, it is telling us what it needs, it being the email and the password. So I'll add both of them. I'll press the plus again and I'll get the sign in. And then I'm going to rename these by right clicking, and I'm going to rename this one Convex sign. This is the sign in. And then this one, we're going to rename to Convex and the little pipe symbol sign up. Nice. Now we have both of our APIs in here. So let's go ahead and start building this form. So again, I'm going to be taking a look up at the sort of design that we're going for here. And I can see that we have this sort of tab thing. I'll open this for you guys on the screen, I guess. We can see here that we have like this sort of tabs here. Cool. And then we're not going to have this, but you can have auth, but we won't have this for this tutorial. And we probably won't have this either, but we're going to try to copy most of this, right? So we're going to need, I think those are tabs. No, it was something else, I think. Could be tabs though. Yeah, it might have been tabs actually. Here we have tabs. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to start now building this part right here. So for this, I'm going to add an element. I'm going to add a content. Now this is a component that you guys haven't seen before. But what this content is literally just a div that has predefined spacing between it, like in flex. So I'll actually get rid of this one. And if I set this to flex, we'll actually set this to our spacing and like the medium one, because that's equal to 1 rem. So this will now be a flex column with 1 rem of spacing in between. So I use that instead of a div in 99% of cases, because typically when you want to use a div is because you're trying to space out content anyways, right? So that's why I have that there. So content, and then in here we're going to have tabs. So that's a component that I have, and I try to let you know what each one needs. So this one is saying that it needs the trigger component and also needs the content component. What I'm going to do is I'm probably going to do a content and then do tabs and trigger. There we go. We're going to set this content. If we go over to attributes or press A with it selected, slot over here, you're to see that we have 2 slots. I'm going to set it to the trigger. Okay. And then I'm also going to get the tabs content and set that to, oops. Oh, be outside of this. There we go. And set that to the content slot. There we go. So now we can set up our trigger. So for this, I'm going to add a paragraph, I think, and then a text inside of it. So you see we have a paragraph component. It's going to be pretty self-explanatory. It's just a p tag with a slot in it so that we can pass anything in it. And if we ever want to globally change paragraphs, we just have to change it at the one spot here. Okay, so this text, what we're going to do is we're going to repeat this trigger right? And we're going to have it be an array, and the item in it is going to be sign in and sign up. Okay, and then what we're going to do is for the value is we're going to bind that to the item. So it's going to either be sign in or sign up, just like that. And then in the paragraph for the text, we're going to bind this to the item. So you see now we have sign in and sign up. What I want is I want this content to fill the spacing, and I also want it to be flex. Why are you doing that to me? What? I want it to be flex and be in a row and be aligned probably at the top or something like that. You can do that by double clicking at any point to spread them apart. You see we have them spread apart now. And let's see here. For the trigger, I'm not sure if we can put any styling on it. No, it doesn't seem like it. I might have to wrap this paragraph in a content. And let's see if we make that 100% width. Okay, so to push that off. Okay, so we have to mess around with the components a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to open the trigger. And I think for SC trigger item, then we have to set actually just this button here to flex 1, but it grows. Does that work? Yeah, there we go. We have that in the center now. Okay, so there's content here. We're set the background color to this sort of off gray, right? Grayish, I guess. There we go. Sorry. Then I think on the inside for this content, that the background is going to be the card one that we have, and that should be the pure white. Yeah. And then for the outside content, there is some padding on it. It's 0.5 rem. So we'll go to here and we'll put 0.5 or 25 rem, 0.25 rem. All right. And I think we have a radius. We have a radius of 8 pixels. So we scroll down to radius, that's 0.5 rem. I think we have a radius that does that. Yeah. Go spacing. I think spacing. Yeah, spacing is. I guess that should be radius instead of spacing. Do we have radius? Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Actually, not radius. We'll just do 0.25 rem. I don't know. I just had a brain fart there. I'm sorry. Okay, and then for the inside ones, let's see what it is for that. Can't tell what I just selected. That. Okay. So we have the background, but they have a radius of 0.6. I think we can do the radius of them all again, maybe. Maybe a little. That's 2.5. Let's go 2 rem. Trying to look at it to see. And I think we're also going to, I don't think they have much spacing between them. So this content, we'll change the spacing between like 2 point. Yeah, there we go. How does that look? I think this radius needs to be more. Yeah, we're going to be picky like that. Oh, it's too much. That's all right. And I think they have some padding on the top. Yeah, they have the padding for 0.375 rem. There we go. Nice. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Okay, so we have the tabs. Now let's see. We want to get the value out of these to know what we currently have selected. Like, are we on is sign in, or are we, sorry, what? Are we doing a sign in or are we doing a sign up? All right, so let's create a variable. I'm gonna call it is sign in, right? And initially, we're gonna want that to be true. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to tabs here. And on the event, we're going to say on value chain, we're going to want to set is sign in. And we're going to open the formula here. I'll make it full screen for you guys. And we're going to have a if in there. we're to say if event, we're to copy and paste that above in the condition here, equals sign in, then this will be true. Otherwise, oh, I guess I didn't need that then. Oops. We can just do it like that. And that should do the same thing, actually. Okay, now let's see on the trigger. Do we have any classes on this? No classes on the trigger. We have to replace this content. Yeah, let's go ahead and replace this content. So we're just going to wrap this content in a div. The reason we're going to do that is because we're going to want to create custom classes for it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to copy the properties that we have for that content and paste it here on the div. And then we'll just drag this outside and get rid of the content. So here we go. Now we're going to want a class on this that says, I guess, primary, or how does it show? I guess we just call it selected. We want it to be selected. Wait, how do we want this to work? So if is sign in and item equals sign, right? Or item equals sign in. Oh no, so I have to check if this is true or false. Wait, I think I can have an or here and copy this and then if sign out equals false, I think we're just creating complex logic for no reason. But if it sign in equals false and this equals sign up, I guess then we can just get rid of the if and just have that. Okay, let's see if that works. So we'll go to styling for the div and we'll press the plus here in style. We'll get the selected. And I don't think it did much. Okay, so all it did was make the text bolder. So we're going to actually change that. What we're going to do is with the selected class, we're going to set a background color of primary. And we'll change the font color to be white. Also probably make it a little bit bolder. I'm just going to set this font weight to be inherit. Okay, bolder might be, what I set it to? The bold might be a little too much, maybe. Or maybe we'll just keep it bold. Sure. Okay, there we go. Now let's see if the switch works though. Oh, it works. Oh, it works. Okay. Whoa. Why are you still, hold on a minute. Why are you still bold? You should be, not color. Should be normal weight. Or was it normal? That seems too skinny now. I don't really know. I guess we'll go with this. No, let's go a little bit bolder. Let's do 600. Maybe? Nah, okay. Go back to the div and by default it should be 500. Try that. There we go. Okay. So now all we want to do now is on default, let's just add a transition. We could set this to all and have it be 300 milliseconds so that as we switch between these two, it just looks a little bit better. Nice. I guess there's also a transition on the weights. We don't really want that. Let's just have it be the color. We can add another one for the background. And now the weight should, that was kind of weird. I don't know. We can leave it be. It looks all right. Okay, so we got that part and we know if it is inside, if it is is sign in. There we go. Okay, and then for the tabs, we're gonna want to set the value. So we're gonna do a if here. Say if it is sign in, then it's sign in. Otherwise, it is sign up. Right? Nice. Okay, cool. So we have that. Now for this, I think what we can do now, I'm kind of new to the ARIA stuff, but I think what we can do is for the trigger, or for, where's it? This is that, yeah. ARIA label, chain, or sign in or sign out, or sign up. I think that might be incorrect. I'm new to setting those. Actually, editor, if you can leave that out, please. Okay, so now we have that part, and we can check now if it is signed in or not. Let's go ahead and build the next part, which is looking like the label, and we have some inputs here. Go ahead and get that set up now. So what we're gonna do now is I'm going to press I with the content selected. I'm gonna create get a form component, which I already have pre-configured for you. We're gonna get that. And then we're going to press I. We're going to get a form field. And then in there, we're going to have a form label and select the form field again. And here we're going to do a form input. I know we just did a lot of things and you don't even know what the hell these are doing, but let me just explain it really quickly. So I have this form component, and what this will do is this will send out the on form submit event, as you can see here. And we also have some attributes for setting if it's disabled, if the entire form is disabled, or if the form is loading, and we're providing that to context. So now any form field in this form can now get access to that information. So say I set the form component here to disabled, then all of the form fields on the inside are now going to be set to disabled because they're listening for this formula here. Okay. So that's what the form field is doing, is listening and is managing everything for that input. This is where we will get the on change and on input for whenever the values change. Okay. Then we have form label. Very simple. It's really nothing. It's just a label listening to the form field to get the input ID so that it can bind it to the label like that. And then we have the actual form input. You won't be listening or setting anything here because everything is managed from the form field section. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to set this up. So in this label, I'll have a text, and we'll say this first one is going to be full name. And now at the form field, I just realized I didn't create the variable for the form. So let's actually go ahead and set that up first. So you already know that we're going to need, actually, we have full name here, but we're not even using full name. It's just email and password. Sorry about that. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a form variable, and we're going to open this, and we're going to create a object, and it's just going to have email that's null and password. Okay. So now let's go back into this label. Let's change this to, I guess we can say work email. And we can click on the form field. We can go to attributes or press A. And the placeholder for this, we can say name at company.com. I like to use John Wick for my placeholders. So I'll do John at johnwick.com. We'll set this to required to be true. The type for this is going to be text. And the value we're going to bind to formula.email. So then for the event, we're going to go ahead and click the on change. And on change, we're going to want to set the form. And we're going to press the FX here. Make it bigger for you guys. We're going to set this to the current value of form. So we're going to call the set node. And we're going to set the email path to the event and value that we get back from the event. You see that if we open this now, it's going to set name to name, or set email to name, sorry. And this was the test value for the event value. So we'll just we'll just copy this. We'll go to on input and we'll paste it there. Nice. Okay. So now that is this one set up, and all we have to do now is we're going to duplicate this. But I'm wondering, yeah, we'll go ahead and just duplicate that. We're going to set this up to work with the password. We'll go over here to attributes. We'll set up the placeholder. Again, you just put this like password, something like that. Set the type to password. And the value is going to be linked to form and password. I guess for password, we can do like stars or something like that. And then on the event, we're going to go to on change. Open this. We're just going to change this to password instead, and then we're going to copy it, go to the on input, paste it, get rid of the other one, just like that. All right, so we have that set up, but now I'm seeing that we also have some icons inside of there, and with my form input, I think I do have it set up to accept some icons. So you see we have a left, we have a right. Let's see if we can make some use of that. So let's go ahead and grab some icons, and for this I'm going to go to lucid.dev, and I'm going to go to icons. We're going to get an email one. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. I meant to do copy SVG. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to say copy SVG, not download by default. And we're going to, you can do this a couple of ways. You could create a new component. Oh, not new element. Sorry, if you get confused with that, if you have a component open or a page, it's going to try to add an element. But if you go to the files and you press the plus here, like where you have your branch name, that's where you can do new component. And I will do svg underscore email. Press that. I'll go to element, or you can just pretty much just paste the svg there. And if you go into attributes here and you see you have the width and you have the height, if you just remove those, it'll set it to 100%, and it should try to fill its container, I believe. Or you might have to set the SVG to 100%. We'll see. So we have that SVG. We want one more for the password. So do we have one for a password? Let's go with this. We can call it the lock. So copy SVG. And we'll do the same thing. Do component SVG lock. Paste that. And we'll click on the SVG, go to attributes, remove the width and the height. Now we can go back to form auth authenticate user, and here in the form input for the email, I can press I, and I can get the SVG email, and with it open, I can come over to attributes, go to slot, and set this to left. Jesus Christ, that is huge. Okay, I think actually if I open this and we do 100%, is that what? Okay, that's what we want. Okay, I'm gonna go back and set the width for those. Width, do 24. Height, do 24. Sorry about that. And we'll do the SVG lock as well. So width 24, height 24. But if you set this to 100%, it should try to fill its parent. There we go. So now I want this to be, let's say, 1 rem to 1 rem. And we are going to have to do some styling here for these. I'll set this color to inherit. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing for this one. So this will have the SVG lock. And we have to set the slot to the left side. And I'll do 1 rem, 1 rem. So also set this to inherit. So now let's set up our inputs to look more like what they look like here in the design. So let's see here. I'm going to open the, where's it at? The form field, not the form field, the form input, right? And I just realized I spelled container wrong here. So let's actually update that. Sorry about that, guys. Container, rename to container. There we go. And here's where we can change the color. So this looks like it's just going to be a white. The background, you just set it to white. And then we did create a border color earlier. So let's press the plus here for the border. And if we type in border, yep, we have the brand's border there. Okay. And we have a text color. I think this one's for the placeholder though. We do have the muted. But I think that's for the placeholder, though we will see. And we should have a radius one, a radius style. So we go to this and radius small. Okay, let's see what that looks like. That looks correct. Why are you guys touching? Oh, we have to wrap the form field in a content and put both of them in there. Like that. There we go. Now they're not touching. And that looks correct to me. Now let's just change the label. I guess we'll just change the overall label. This looks, I don't know what color that is, but it does have some boldness to it. So what you can do if you want to see what something looks like, you see how we have this slot right here, but we can't tell like what the label is going to look like. We can press I. You can add like a default thing. So if it's in the slot here, if there's nothing past to the slot, this will show. So now we can see what it'll look like. So I think this is, this is a text primary, but the weight is definitely bolder. So we'll go bold, and it's uppercase. So we'll do search property text transform, and we'll add in uppercase like that. And the font might be a little bit smaller. Let's see what sizes we have. I want to go for this extra small here. That looks right to me. So let's go back out and see. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Let's change this to say password. Okay, now in this form, in the content, we have to add a button. So you see I have one here. Add that button, and we're to go to attributes and make sure the type is set to submit, like that. And now we just have to make it look like the one that we have. So I'll just set this to be 100%. I can see that if we open this, that this is looking like it's a little bit bolder. It looks a little bit bolder. I'm going to set this. This is already on inherit. I'll set all of this to inherit. Go outside of this and we'll set it at this level. So this seems to be a bit bolder. And this is not setting. Why? Do all of you here have to be inherit? There we go. I think there's a little bit. Let's go to this. Use the medium. The font, that's the wrong color. We have a text primary. Right. Okay. Actually, this one, it seems like our default button could have the background of the primary and the text will be white. Something like that. I think that bolder is too much. It might just be bold. Sure, and let's where is the padding here? Set this to 0.25 rem. Or is it not set here? Hold on a minute. Oh, you have a height. That's why. Get out of here. Try that. 7.5. Text looks too bold to me. It's definitely too bold. Let's go like that. Okay, and this we can pass in a text to, we can say create account. Oh, this is a sign in. Sorry, let's just say sign in. I guess we can bind that now by going to the formula for this. I want to say if sign in, we want this to say sign in. Otherwise, we want it to say create account. Okay, so now if we flip those, look at that. Nice. Okay, this does have stuff like if you forgot your password, we don't got that. So we're not even going to put that. But now I think we are now ready to connect everything, right? So what we can do now is let's go ahead and create a little bit of a workflow. And this workflow, we're going to call set user and redirect. We're taking two parameters. We're taking the access token, and we'll set the test value to ABC 123. Also take in a refresh token. We'll set this to DEF 456, right? And what we're going to do is, let's say when you sign in and it's successful, that we want to show some kind of toast, right? What we can do is that this template already comes with that. So we're going to go to context and we're going to subscribe to the SC toast provider. And you see where to get this show toast workflow here, right? We want to subscribe to that. Now in our set user and redirect, let's say we want, if this is successful, we want to show toast, set the title to success, and we'll set the message to you've logged in successfully. We'll set the color to success. And yeah, and then we're going to wait. It's a sleep. Why are you doing this to me again? Sleep. There we go. We're going to do a sleep for, let's say, a second, right? And we're going to open the tick. Then in here, we're going to set HTTP only cookie. What this is going to do, this is the access token that we get back from authenticating that basically say, hey, this is the user, right? We're going to click on value. We're going to bind it to the access token. And then we're going to go to on the success event of that gets set successfully, which it should always get set successfully. We're going to do another one. And this time it's going to be for the refresh token. And we're going to set the value to the refresh token parameter that we set up. And then on the success of that, we're going to go to, use the go to URL. We're going to do /dashboard. So at the end of all that, it should redirect us to the dashboard. So now what we can do, let's go ahead and just take a look at that toast. I have it set up for you. It's called the UI toast. So if you just type in toast, you see it here. And this is where we're going to apply some of our styling. Now I don't have a toast kind of predefined for here. Let's just see on success. You see we have this green color here. Let's change this to be our success green. And we'll set the background to be our success green with like 0.1 alpha. And then we'll have not an effect, of a border on it of our success. Have that be 1 pixel. We'll have a radius of the 0.25. So on success, that's what it would look like. Meh, that's all right. And then let's just set the rest of these. So this is the warning one. We'll have the warning, background be warning, 0.1 alpha with a border of warning and a radius of, oh, Jesus. And a radius small. Lastly, we'll do critical. Set the color to, I think it's error that we have it as error. Yep. The background to error 0.1 alpha. Set the border 1 pixel of the error and the radius to the small. There we go. The default one, I don't know what you want to do with that. I guess we can do the kind of the same thing. Radius, small. I don't think this will look as good. It's already, I guess we can't do white because it's already on white. So we'll do the brand. We'll do the text primary. Okay, no, I got this. For this, we can use the primary. Yeah, we can use the primary one for this. Have that be brand primary. Yep, leave it like that. And let's see what the primary text looks like on that. This might work because it's a light background. Go like that. Yeah. Actually, let me see what this text looks like. If it was the brand color. Yeah, that's better. Sure, let's do that. Now we know what our toast looks like. I think this might be too much padding for what we're going for. So let's go like that. Yeah. 1.5, something like that. Cool. Now we can go back to authenticate user. And on this, we already did that on success. Okay, nice. So now we have to actually find this form. So if we go to the form, we go to the events, and on form submit, we want to call that API. Or sorry, getting a little bit ahead of myself. I want to have a switch. And it's just an if or else statement, if else statement. And on the if side, we're going to say if it is sign in. So is signing in. There'll be a little bit of a label there. If we're signing in, we want to call the sign in. Else, we want to call the sign up. Okay, perfect. So now when this form gets submitted, it'll check whether we're signing in or signing up and switch the API call. So now in these API calls, we want to make sure that in the body, that instead of this, we are using our form variable. I'll make sure that I change that for both of them. Okay. And then we're going to try it with the sign up first, but on success here, we're going to say that we want to call our set user and redirect. And now we have to actually run this to get the token values that we can pass it to here. All right. So let's try this out now. So I can say J add value on.io. Password, super secure password of password 123. We can press the sign in button here. Got a bad request, unable to sign in with the provided email and password. Let me just make sure I don't have any users in here. I don't have any users. Oh, that was sign in. I meant sign up. Sorry. Run that. There we go. So now we got the access token and the refresh token. So we can go back now to events, go to on sign in, and here we can now bind this to the sign up and data. This is the access token. So token, just copy this to the refresh token and paste it. And instead just hold shift and scroll so you can go over to the right. We want data and refresh token for this one. Okay. Now we're gonna do the same thing for sign in. So now we have a user created. We can now run this. You see now we have that again. We're gonna do the exact same thing. So sign in or set user and redirect. And this one's gonna be the sign in data, not success. Whoa, what just happened? Data token. We can copy this, paste it here, and get the refresh token. So now that's connected. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Let's take a look. Let's actually put this on a page really quick. So for this, we are going to create a new page by clicking on the files. Go to a new page. We're going to say auth, and in the path, I'm going to do auth and then / type. What this is going to allow me to do is just have one page for both the sign up and the sign in, because this type here is a parameter. So this can be anything. Okay. So now we're going to add an element. We're going to add the app public here. And then we will add a section. We'll go to styling for it and just set it to 100%. and set it to flex and align it to the center here. Now we're going to create a component really quickly. Like I said earlier, that form here is just the form logic, right? So it can be placed anywhere. But most of the time it's going to be placed in a card, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to say UI auth authenticate user, right? And the element I'm going to add here is going to be my card base, which is just a card with some padding on it that we might have to change the colors for. So let's actually open this, because this one seems like it has the white with the border color. So let's go to borders. Let's add our border color. And the RAM, we want to lower this to like 0.5. I think this might be too much padding. Actually, no, this seems to be a good bit of padding on the design one. So now inside of this, it has a slot. We can say inside of this now, I'll press I. I'm gonna type in form, where to get that form auth authenticate user. And boom, now we have a card with our logic in there. Now this card, I can take and go to that page that we just created, the auth page. And in the section, I can get card. Oh, did I not create it as a component? Oh, shoot. Oh, I did. I named it incorrectly. Sorry. Card. There we go. Go to the auth page. And then here, I'll type in card. And we'll get that. Now you can see we have that aligned to the center. Perfect. Now, the problem that's going to arise from this is that if we open this on a new tab, no matter what thing we have here, this is going to be a valid page, right? What we're going to do is, I'm actually looking at this. Why does this look so different? What did I do wrong here? All right, I did the colors and it looks bigger. The text here looks smaller. Okay. Let's see if we can actually fix this really quickly. So I'll take this color. This is the color here. Let's see if we can just fix this really quickly. Let's go back into the thing here. Go back and get the form label. Let's update it to be this color instead. How does that look? Did I say that? This color, yep. And if we go back, should have updated. Am I not changing colors? It's the same color we already had. Hold on a minute. Not changing anything, is it? It is. But it is less bold. I think what I can do here in the card is set an aspect ratio of like, oops. How do I get this to be? I don't know the right way to do that. But I wanted it to be, okay, I guess we don't have enough content for that actually. Damn, what is the size of their text? Ours is, oh, am I zoomed in? Hold on a minute. I'm zoomed in. Okay. Well, still a little bit big, but we can change that. Let's go with something like that. God, that looks tiny, bro. Okay, we won't focus too much on that. Yeah, that is tiny. Okay, we'll leave it like that. I'll zoom back in. Let's add. We can add this top part. So back out here on the auth page. Above this, we can wrap this in a content, and we can have an H1 that has text. And we can say, I want to wrap this in another content, by the way. Let me open this H1. I don't think this will be very bold. 500. Kind of big too. What's that? Welcome to client brief. That's huge. All right, make this size a little bit smaller. Want it a little bit bolder. This content here, we'll set it to have the text in the center, like that. Then in here, we also want a paragraph. It's gonna be a pretty small one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open the paragraph and I'm gonna set this to, by default, have the muted text color that we have. Yeah. This content to be, I think 0.25 or something like that. And just to be log into your account to continue. Make this a little bit smaller. Oh no, the label got changed. Oh right, because I set the paragraph to be that. Okay, we said this just be the text primary like that. All right, let's look. Nice. Also got a little bit of a shadow on it. We can get fancy a little bit. We can go down here. We can go and search for shadow. Yeah, let's not go anywhere. 8 pixels. It looks like. Oh, it's too much. Yeah, just a little bit of a shadow, I guess. Just a little bit of flavor. All right, cool. We got that. You are not turning white again. Why not? Oh, I guess we have to move this from here. Put that back to inherit. And in here, we set this to be the text primary. And now it should still listen to the white. Yeah, there it goes. Looks all right to me. Looks all right to me. I guess we could increase the spacing if we wanted. I won't do this here. I'll actually do it here. I'm just getting picky at this point. Sorry. Okay. So we got that working. Let's see our toast. So if we type in, oh, I didn't use that email address, did I? Password 123. Oh, got a little more. I'm sorry. One thing I just remembered that we didn't connect is the loading state. So in the form here, if we go over here to loading the attributes, we want it to be loading if the sign in is loading or the sign up is loading. There we go. And this should have the required stuff for it. So yeah, okay, so that works. All right, so J add value on.io and password 123. Press that, you see it loads, we get that, and boom, we get redirected. Sorry if you saw lower past there. I want to do it again. Can I disable you? Probably not. Try this one more time. Can I get you to turn off? There we go. Okay. Try that again. Did we get loading? There we go. What? You just said you wouldn't. Oh, whatever. We'll continue. You saw it. Now we're able to sign in. We're able to sign up. Sign up should do the same thing. So if I use a different email, jcmpb.com, and we did. You're getting annoying. The password 123. There we go. Same thing. Go over to our users. We can see here in Convex and our users, we have the 2 users. Perfect. So now we have authentication working. We want to set up a couple of things though, just a little bit more to make this experience a little bit smoother, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to have an attribute, I think. Let me just explain what I want to do. So obviously when they go to the specific routes, like if they go to sign in, we want them to see the sign up or the sign in one. And if they go to sign up, we want them to go to the sign up one. Now, obviously that is not working as it should right now. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to we're going to use attributes and events to send information up and down to have everything connected. So what we can do for that is, let's first say here in the form authenticated user, we want to have a is sign in attribute, and that for the test value, let's set it to true. Now what we can do is we can go to is sign in. We can open the formula here. We can say if, and we'll do is sign in attribute and use the has value formula, which is check if it has a value. Then we want to use that. Otherwise, by default, we want it to be true. Okay. And now what we want to do is that should work with this now. So if we set this to false, and I don't think it'll showcase us in the editor, but if we refresh, then it should swap. Yeah, you see now for false, it now swapped over to sign in. That's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. And what we also want to do is we want to create an event. I think this is the best way to do this. You have an event that sends out the type. So we'll say type, and it'll be like sign in or sign up. This is the example, the test value. We'll name this to be on type switch. Okay. And then in the tabs here, in the events and on value change, we're going to say trigger this event, the on type switch, and we're going to open the formula for it, and we're going to add the object with type, and this should be it, right? Because this should, yeah, this should send out is sign in or is sign up, because the value, oh, okay, no, this won't work because you see it has it in uppercase, and like, I guess what we can do just to make things easier for ourselves is in the repeat here, we can do sign in like this, maybe, and sign up let's see how this works. And then the text here, I think there's an uppercase. Makes it, all right, there's no capital. Oh, there is a capitalized. Make the first letter. Okay, we're gonna make this overcomplicated. Bear with me. Bear with me. What we're gonna do is sign in. We're gonna split it with the dashes there. Now we have sign and in. And then for every, we're going to cap or uppercase. Or is it capitalize? Sorry, capitalize. And then after that, what do we do? Is it a reduce? How do I think stringify? Or string. Wait, every, what does this return? Return true. Oh, that's not what I want. No, it's not every, it's a map. There we go. And we change that into a string. And then we replace all commas with a space. You see what you can do in Nordcraft? You guys have probably just clicked off the video like, what the hell did he just do? I couldn't even tell you what I just did. But all I know is that it should work. And now when we pass in these events, it should either be sign in or sign up. Now, let's go up a level because we're also using this in the card, right? So the card auth authenticate user, we're going to create what I call a pass in attribute and event. So here we're going to have the attribute is sign in. We set the select true. And we're also going to have the event on type switch, which again will have the type and then say something like sign in. All right. And then now we can go to the form auth, authenticate user, go to attributes, and on is sign in, we're going to bind it to this is sign in. And then do the same thing for the event. We're going to bind the event to this event. So basically just passing the attribute either down a level or passing the event up another level. Right? So now out here on the auth page, we can then say on type switch, we want to set type to the event type like that. We're also going to create a variable. I'm going to call it underscore allowed types. And I use an underscore if it's something that I'm not going to actually use in the UI, like it's a helper kind of thing. And I will say there'll be a array to be sign in and sign up. So these are the allowed types. And then we're going to say on load, we're going to have a switch. If not allowed type. We're going to say if type, or not type, if allowed types includes type and then not. So if it's not an allowed type, then this left side is going to trigger. And what we're going to do is we're just going to set type to sign in. Otherwise, we're going to do nothing. So if I do this, if I did this correctly, I'm thinking, oh, and is sign in, sorry. We're going to bind that to type equals sign in. That should be it. Okay. Now, if we did everything correctly, it should pass both up and down and it should just work. Let's see. Let's refresh and we have sign up and it did not set up. It did not do that correctly because this should be lit right now. Let's see. So if this is, set this to sign up. So that should be false. Yep. And if we go into here, set this to be false. And this should now be false. Yep. So now if we go into is sign up, it should be false. So why are you not lit up? is sign in false. Okay, yeah, so this isn't, oh wait, the classes. Oh, we gotta go to the classes. Yep, we gotta fix it here. Gotta fix it here, sorry. So this equals sign in, and this equals sign up. I think that's how that works, right? We refresh now. There we go. Okay, maybe the sign in one is not correct. If sign in, and we want to do here, we're going to copy this. I think we're going to go to on attribute change. We're going to do set, not set form, set is sign in, and just paste that. Now let's see if everything works correctly. No. Sign in is set correctly. Then we go to sign up. That gets set correctly. Then when we try to go back, okay, we're going to figure this out. So we set this to true. We refresh. That is true. Okay. Let's sign in. And let me read the events real quick. Yep, it's sign in, attributes. That seems correct to me. Sign in. Sign up. It might be the on load if that was doing it. Shouldn't be. Allow types includes sign in and sign up. If it doesn't, set it to, I think this is correct. What's happening here? Yeah, it gets stuck after that second time. This goes to sign up. But after it is sign up and we try to go back to sign in, it goes back to sign up. Sign in, sign up. We might have to ask the AI for this just to see if I have any credits left. Oops. Seems like when I try to switch sign in and up, it'll on the second attempt of pressing sign in. Okay, let's see if that has any ideas for us. So the issue was created by a mismatch between the values used in the tabs logic and the actual trigger values. The tabs were using capitalized. Oh, right. Right. So they updated it. And let's go ahead and accept that. 60 on value change. Let's go ahead and accept that. Let's give that another try. Okay. No, it's still happening. Did I accept that correctly? 60 on value change. The one in here on value change. Oh, that equals sign in. So I figured it out, but the AI is a little bit iffy and I don't think it was able to actually do those. And now let's see. There we go. Yep, that was the problem. Okay, nice. We got that. Now the next thing we're going to work on is the lead contact form thing. Let's go. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to see if I can get the AI to replicate what we have here to create the lead intake form that we have. So I show you guys that really quickly. We basically just want to recreate this. Now I'll be transparent, and I have tried the AI to do this in a previous recording, and it did not work. Is it going to work this time? Probably not, but we are still definitely going to attempt. I even took a screenshot of it because it was not working. Sent it to the team. So let's see. I want to create a new component, and we're going to call it form and new contact, like that. And what we're going to do is I'm going to type this message. Let's see here. I have it somewhere. Yeah. So using form auth authenticate user. I not see this text. Thank you. Oh, as an example, can you set up this component to have a form with the following fields? We had contact name, string, business name. I also need email, by the way. Email address. Right. Well, I guess it's email. Email, and we have the username. Not the username, the business name. We have the website URL. See what else we have. We have industry. They select, and I have the fields for that. Then we have services. That's going to be a select as well, and I have the fields for that. Then the monthly, I think it's budget range. That is a select, and I have the fields. Then we have goals, be a string, and I think it's current efforts. Yeah, current efforts would be a string as well. And I said to use the component that I have available, and feel free to ask any questions for clarification. Now, I did try this already with Flash and Pro, and it didn't work. So even though we're ready to try with Opus right now, this is probably going to take all of my remaining credits. Let's give it a try. Okay. So it finished thinking and did nothing. All right, AI, you're fucking useless. So let's go ahead and get this. Let's see here. For now, the API, I'm going to go and get the contacts, the post for that. Rename it Convex, new lead. We're going to get the body for it. Oh, where's that at? Body. There we go. Copy this. We create a variable, call it form. We'll open the functions for that, and we'll paste that there. So now we have the body for it. So now if I'm fitting the design, fairly simple. I can probably copy some of these stuff from the other form. Let's see. I don't need that, but I'll take form field. I'll take this. Let's paste that there. And get rid of any events or anything like that. Okay. Let's start working with this. So in the form field, the value is going to be form and contact name. That'll be a text. This will be a full name, contact name. John Wick. Then on change, we're going to set the form, and we want this to be contact name. It would be very beneficial to have AI just do this for me, but I guess not. Change this label to contact name, or I guess it's name. All right. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. I'm going to duplicate the one that we have. Next, we're going to do email address. For this, so this will be email address that's not currently there, but I'm going to add it because that makes no sense not to have email. Sorry about that. Okay, now we can go back, set this to email. Now we just got to change the events. Okay, after this we have business name. Okay, Wick Industries. Okay, we have a website URL. Now we have the select. So this first one is going to be for the industry. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a select. And we're going to drag that above the button. And it's telling us that we need a trigger. We also need the content for that. So that's content. We'll get the card base for that. And then we can put a content inside of that. Okay. And what I want to do now is I will have a div. I guess I can use an form input. I wonder if that would work actually. I think I can use the input container. Because this should have the styling on it. And then have a text thing here. Set this to be the trigger, but this has to be an SC button, I think. So we have to wrap this in SC button. If all these can close, please. We have this correct. This should be the content. This should be the trigger. Okay. Now this is not being 100% with me. We might have to change the select to allow for that. So I will open the select, change the trigger to be F1, flex 1. So it should grow. But this button is still not. Okay, wait a minute. Is it my input container? No. These are already 100%. Maybe I set this to F1 as well. No, maybe this to 100% instead. There we go. Okay, and I'm wondering if we wanted to match this, could we do that? I don't have a trigger for these selects, right? Select, trigger, no. Okay. Let's see if we can get another icon here. See if we have one for industry. Oh, we do. We'll copy them. We'll go back, and in the SC button down here, we can wrap this in a content base. What we got, we can extract that as SVG industry and set it to 100% width and height. that we did before. And there we go. Now I want to make this 1 rem. Also, why are you outside of the, wait a minute. What did I do here? Yeah, that's right. So I didn't need this content. There we go. Okay, does that look right? I think that looks right. And then the text here, we can say form industry and then default to, and we'll say select one. So if there isn't one selected, it should say select one like it does right now. Let me also change this to quick.com. I mean, that sounds like it might be a naughty website. Let me just get something else. I don't want to send anybody somewhere they might not need to be. All right, we'll use this as a placeholder like that. Okay, so where is the label? I have a label for you, good sir. Go ahead and wrap this in a content. And if we can get the label like that. How big is this? That might be, I might need to remove that actually. Let's see. Flex and 0 rem? No, 0.25. 0.5. There we go. We can change this to be industry. So maybe this works. Yeah, that's what we wanted. That's what we wanted right there. So now for this, let's go into the content here. And we're going to add the select item. And now I'm going to add a paragraph in there and some text. Yeah. And then we're going to repeat this select item. We're going to make it an array. I guess we might want to add this over here. Let's make it a variable. We'll call it form options, I guess, something like that. What I'll do is I'll create an object, create one for industry, and this one's going to need to be an array. Okay, and we're going to add one for each one. So we have technology, we have e-commerce, we got healthcare, finance, real estate, oops, spelled that wrong, education, food and beverage, professional services, and lastly, other. That's it for industry. We also have services, which is also going to be an array. We have SEO, PPC / paid ads. There we go. Social media, content marketing, email marketing, web design, branding, and lastly, analytics and reporting. Okay, then the last one we have for budget range. This will be under $1,000 per month. This will be 1,000 and between 5,000. Oh, no space there. Sorry, 5,000 per month. We have 5,000 per month to 15,000 per month. And 15. Oops. To 50. Keep pressing that button on accident. And then lastly, just 50 plus. Okay, we can get rid of the, oh no, we can get rid of these. All right, so now what I can do is in here, in this select, I can repeat this. off of form options and industry. It should have all of them. And then we want to set the value right here to the item. And for the text value, we can set it to the item and then just lowercase like that. And then the text, we want to set that to form and what's it called? Industry, right? Did I do that right? Oh no, that's a completely wrong thing. No, just the item, sorry. Now let's check if that works. Yeah, I don't want it to be touching the top like that. So if we go to the select content and we go down to side offset, we can say something like 6 pixels, I think. Oh, what happened there? Okay, I don't think that's correct. Is it just 6? Yeah, there we go. Now it's no longer touching. And if we select it, okay, the text is not being set. So I missed on the select. We're going to go to events or press E. And on value change, we're going to want to set form. And the same way we've done it before, we're going to set it to the current value of form. And we're called set and then industry. And since this is going to be a single one, we're going to set it to the value of event and value, just like that. So now this should work. There you go. I selected healthcare, finance, food and beverage. You see that works as it should. Okay, next we have services, and it's like the checkbox that are side by side. Let me see. Let's do some quick research here on checkbox. I think we can do this. Checkbox indicator. Okay. I haven't done a checkbox in a little bit, so I'm definitely going to mess this up. But let's see. So we'll duplicate this content here. And we'll keep the form label and change that to services interested in. Like so. And then and now we're going to keep this select, I think. Checkbox according to. Now with the select, we want to do multiple. We can do checkbox. I think select would be a lot easier, but if I'm trying to keep with this design, maybe I can do it with the select. Let me see. So was this set? Right, true. Sorry. Type that single by default. Okay. Let me give this a try. We want the value of this to be form and services. And type, this will be multiple. Required is true. Okay. And then I think, oh no, because the select is already open. Or it has to be opened. Yeah, we have to click on that. So that wouldn't be right. I think I gotta do checkboxes. I think I have to do, if I do default open, yeah, it's just highlighting over. It's, I have like another thing here, like my button's under it. Okay, nope, that won't work. I think we have to do a checkbox. Get rid of this form label, we'll keep that. And I'll have a content, and in there we can have a checkbox. And then what I'm going to do is let's repeat this off of form options, services. And then the value of the checkbox, we're going to set that to the item. And required, I don't know if I don't know about that one. Checkbox. I could be doing this wrong, but let's see. We have the checkbox, and what's the checkbox indicator? Checkbox indicator. We have content. Do we have a content checkbox? Content? No. How's my checkbox set up? Okay, so it has, okay, so we just pass in what we want. Okay. So I'm going to wrap the indicator in a card base. And we're going to set this to be the content, like so. Now, I think I'm going to set the checkbox to be flex 1. Or does that have to be 100%? There we go. Why are you not in the center? What is wrong with you? Oh, there it goes. What just fixed you? Is it not this? No. Okay. There we go. So now if I do flex 1 here, or 100%, sorry. Here we get that. And then the content, I say I want it to be, stop dancing on me, bro. God damn it. I want it to be flex and in a row like that. Center. Okay, now this is not correct. Damn, where the rest of you? I gotta put that back. There we go. There's a big gap between them, so I'm gonna change this like 0.2, something like that. There we go. Okay. So I think what I can do now is I can set this to be a flex basis of 50%. I always forget how to work with flex the way that I want. Because I want these to be 2 to a row. I could just set. It's in the wrong thing. Oh, I don't have wrap on. Okay. Gosh damn, this might take me a bit. Okay, 40 view width. Okay, for the padding here, I think it's like a 0.25 instead. 0.5, sorry. And the radius, probably gonna be the small. Okay. Then we have the checkbox indicator. That looks like that's gonna be 1 rem or something like that. Let me wrap that in a content. Then we'll add a paragraph with a text. And that'll be set to the item. That. And now these should be aligned on that left side. There we go. Now my checkbox indicator. Why aren't you working? Did I use you incorrectly? Oh, I was looking for my Spark stuff. Checkbox indicator goes inside the content. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. I think I put a box in you. Then we do a run rem here. And we set this to be the content. Yeah, no, maybe not. I think I got that right. Oh, it gives us a class. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do I have to reverse you? You go there. Wait. Oh. Okay. Let me go back to that content. We do row. Do like that. Change this to like spacing. That seems right. Okay. Now this will be the background of white. The border would be the border color that we have. I think. No, that looks darker. Maybe it's the text color. We have a little bit of a radius. Oh, my bad. Okay. And then now, set this to 100%. 100%. And we set this to, what's it called? Background color of brand. I think I did this wrong. So let's get this connected. What I want to happen now is for all of these checkboxes, unchecked change. Have some value for these, right? Yeah, so unchecked change. We want to set, oh God, how are we going to do this? We want to set, okay, hold on. If form, and then what is it? Services includes the item. Then we want to remove it. So go to services. And I think delete is we're trying to copy. Okay, hold on. Services set or form services set. We want to set it the value of form services. And then delete and delete once at path, right? Delete path, yeah. We can say find index where find item index item. I'm losing myself. Equals item. The repeat item one. I think. Otherwise, I'm going to copy this part. Form set services to form services, and then append event. Oh wait, no, append item. I feel like I did this so incorrectly. I'm about to find out. Let me see. Jesus, what is that? Okay, did that work? No. And I think it's because it's not an array. But did industry services equals an empty array. Try that again. No. All right, I need to log this. So we want to log. I guess let me just make this a little bit easier, actually. Let me just try this from here. So we'll say form set services to form services append. Why is that still null? Append item. Okay, I'm going to refresh. Okay. We have null and we have SEO. Where the hell did null come from? Oh, my bad. Okay, so that part is right. But now it's going to still be in there. So we got, where's the event? We got this part. So if form services includes item, I have to reverse this. And then here in the then form set delete find index where find index where item equals item. So that should be 0. That should work. There. Nope. Let me just refresh real quick. Okay, try that again there. So it should be there now. Click it again, should be gone. Yeah, nice. Had to get on a hoodie, man. Had to get on a hoodie. Had to put on a hoodie. Jesus Christ. It was getting cold in here. All right. What we're going to do now is, now this should be working, but the indicator is not going to be working correctly. I don't think it might be. What I'll do is I'll hide this div, and we want to hide it if form services includes item and not. So that right now, everything should be false. And then if we do this, oh, that was not right. Not right. Form. Okay. This ain't right. But I think I broke it. Oh, wait, I can call checked. Yeah, I can go to the checkbox and I can say that it's, I think it has to be default checked. I think that was a weird thing with it. Maybe it's me. Do I have them combined weird? So checked. No, that's linked to default checked, and checked is linked to checked. And in this, what was that? The root. Default check, the initial state, check the, it must be used in conjunction with onChecked change. But I think we're using anyways. We're using check change anyways, right? Yeah. So we could do checked and form services includes item. Okay, that looks good. And I think right here, I just need to put something in there or something like that. Okay, content for it to not show that. And I think we did it. Woohoo! I think we did it. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna do monthly budget range. So we're gonna duplicate the industry one here. I wish you guys would stay close. Drag this down. We'll change this to monthly budget range. And we'll change the select to be form and budget range. And in here, we want to set this to form and budget range. Now we're just kind of just updating these. So this we're going to repeat off of form and budget range there. That should change everything. Now let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. On the value change here, we have to change this to budget range. There we go. Now that should fix that, and this should fix that. There we go. Nice. Now we have just a couple of text areas left. Oops. So let's duplicate one of the form fields. See that? Jesus, there's so many. I'm going to paste that right above the button. We're going to swap out this input here for a text area. And selecting on the form field, we're going to go to the attributes. We can change this to text. I don't think it matters anymore though. We'll change this to form and goals. We'll set the update event, do that. So this will set goals. Copy that, paste here. And we're going to duplicate that. Change this, by the way, to goals and objectives. Then we can use a placeholder in here too. But yeah, placeholder works. So what are your primary business goals? We can change this label to be current marketing efforts. Change the form field to be current efforts. Change the change again. What name is again? Oops. Current efforts. Okay, I'm going to change this form field placeholder to say, what are you currently doing for marketing? Okay, we got those. And that's our entire form. Now we just got to link it to the API. So we go over here to new lead, the body, go to there, and we change this out for our form variable like so. Okay. Then on the form, oh, this is saying loading because it no longer exists. For this one, we want to change this to new lead and it's loading. And then on form submit, we want to call new lead. And then, yeah. Okay, let's give this a try. Go with John Wick. Oh, I know. I have to update this to work with the email because it does not save that currently for some reason. We should probably add phone number as well. That would just make sense. Okay, so what I did do very quickly is I did add phone number as well. So in this email right here, we're going to go ahead and duplicate this one, and we're going to add this to be for a phone number. So I have to add that to the form. That one called phone. To make things a little bit more realistic, we'll set this to the value of phone. There it is. And the type for this is going to be tell. And we'll say 470. XXX, something like that. Okay, cool. Update this to say phone. And I think we go ahead and send this. And so should have everything. Let's see what it says right now. It says the request payload is invalid. Go ahead and fill it out. John Wick. Damn, I should probably change the text color because you can't even tell what is a placeholder versus what's actually. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, probably should change the actual text color here, so you can see the difference between. So if where would I even change this at? Oh, well, we won't change it for now. Is that a full number? I think so. Yeah. Wick Industries. I'll just do Google. Say we're in real estate. Want SEO content. Got 1,000. To end world hunger. Everything. Okay, let's run this new content or new contact, new lead. I can read. Sorry. There we go. Now we got the new brief ID. We got the new content or contact ID. I can read. Jesus Christ, what's going on with me? If we go to contacts here, there's John Wick. There's everything there. We have the phone number. Also, should have the email somewhere. There it is. And there we have the briefs. And everything ran correctly. Okay. So now I think we just got to make this look nice. So why don't we? Oh, this says create account at the end here. That's not right. This should just say submit. Right? And then what we're going to want to do is let's go ahead and add a toast for when it gets submitted. So we'll get the SC toast provider, get the show toast, and in the new lead, we'll go to the events and on success. We'll say show toast, the title success. We received your request. This will be a success. And then let's copy this and do it on error. Will be a critical enroll message. Let's say we should bind this to the error message. So I need to be able to trigger an error message. And I think what I'm going to do is check if we already have this lead. If I sent the same data right now, that should error out. Okay, I'll be right back with that. Okay, let's go ahead and run Convex one more time here for it to compile, and we got that. Nice. Go back to the desktop and let's try this again. And now this should error out. We already have this contact information, and boom, there we see we get error. Code is conflict. And it's because a contact already exists with this email address. So what we're going to do is in events, go to error. I'm going to bind that message. We're going to go like here to new lead data. Oh, sorry, new lead error and message. And maybe we'll bind this as well to the status code. Code like that. Okay. So now let's go ahead and put this on a page. So if we go to page and we say new lead or new contact, I guess for example, this could be your contact us. So let's actually do that contact. Something like that, yeah. And let's add the public app provider with a section, the same thing that we did for the auth. And we're going to do 100%. Set this to be flex in the center. And do we have a card for that yet? No, so we only have the form. Let's create a new component. We're called card underscore form new contact. I guess. Oh, I did that wrong. And then in here, we'll just have the card base. Oh, that's the wrong one. Of the card base and the form. Like that. Okay. So now we can go back to the contact page and we can add the card to contact. Why are you so big? Actually, why are you so big? Why are you growing? What's happening here? I don't know why it's growing so much. But let's say that the size for it can be a max rem, and the minimum can be, the width can be 80. Set the height 95, max 50. 90. And then we can set the overflow. Oops. Overflow. This is Y to scroll. Okay, let me see why this isn't working. Guess what I can do for this instead? I can do a grid. I can do a grid. And these. Do grid, template, columns, repeat, 2, 1 FR. There we go. Nice. Go try this out. So John Wick, again, should error. We already have that email. Is that a phone number? I think I'm missing one. There we go. Industries to Google. Healthcare. To end world hunger. Everything. So let's go ahead and submit that. So we get the loading, and then we get the conflict. Sorry that you can see my Nordcraft there. I really wish it would just disappear. You get off of this screen, brother. My brother in Christ. Gonna do that. Okay. Try that again. There you go. What? I thought I disabled you. I guess not, but you can see the conflict that we get there. All right. So if we change this, let's try Luffy. Luffy at Straw Hat Pirates. Leave the phone number. We'll get the Straw Hat Pirates. Get their Wikipedia. And then we're into other. We'll leave that. Goals. The king of the pirates. Beating ass. All right, let's go ahead and submit this. There we go. We received your request. Let's check. See that brief is currently being processed. There we go. Vague goals. Become the king of the pirates. Lack specific KPIs. Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay, and we can see here. That's all the contacts for Luffy. All right. So that part of our application is not working. So why don't we now move on to, I guess, the dashboard side of things. So what we want to do now is that we want to add an API call to our app provider so that we can check if we actually have a user or not, right? So if we actually go to the app provider, then we're going to add the API. We're going to go to this API and we're going to go to auth API /auth/me. And we're going to add the header here to get authorization. And we shouldn't have a user. If I type the cookie, yeah, we have a refresh token. We don't have a access token. Let's go ahead and we did create an account earlier, right? Yeah, we created 2 accounts earlier. Let's go back into auth, open the form here, and this is going to be a sign in since we already did this before. We'll do j@valion.io, the super secure password that is password 3. And if we press the sign in, work to try to redirect us. Yep. And in the cookies, we should have the access token. Now if we go back to the app provider and we call this again, you see that we get authenticated being true. Okay. So now what we want is we're going to go to advanced and we're going to set a redirect rule. And the redirect is going to say redirect if protected and no user. Okay, we're going to open this redirect rule and we're going to say, if we're trying to access this page and it is protected and we don't have a user, send us to a login, right? So we'll say if protected and API data and data authenticated equals false, then we want to send them to /auth/login. Otherwise, we want to do null. Okay, now we can rename this to Convex get user. And now what would happen, let's say if you wanted to get the user data available to you through context, because remember, this is our outermost component. So whatever we provide in context here will be available throughout the app as long as it is a child component. Right? So what we can do, we can actually do 2 things. We can say we want to create a formula. We're to call it get user, and it's going to return us the data that is in get user, data, and data. Right now it's just going to be authenticated, but you can literally change this to anything pretty much. You want to add like name or stuff like that. We might do that. I'm not sure yet. So now we want to make sure that that is provided to context, right? We also want to send a event out of this. So we're going to go to events. We're going to call this get user. I'm going to copy the data that we get back from the API. I'm going to use that as the test value. And then we're going to say on the success of this, we want to do get user and send it the detail. It should be event. Yeah, sorry. It'd be event. I'll do the API. API data, like that. Yep. And then what we're going to do, we're going to set a pass-through event. So if I go outside of this to the protected, we're going to create an event here. We're going to call it the same thing. I guess we can call it user. We leave it as get user. Right, and we want that event to be triggered on this event. We're just going to create a pass-through event. We've done before. We're going to do the same thing one more time on the app public. What's going to happen now is that we can get this data even if we're on a page or if we are in a child component. You can see now, like if I go to the home page, you see this is using app public. Well, app public is now firing off an event that gets the user. What I can do is I can create a variable called user, and after this event triggers, I can set user to that event. and we'd get the user information. That's how we can get it in a public page like that, or in a page level, at the page level. Okay. So we're going to create a dashboard page now. So we're going to say dashboard. And we want this to be protected, right? And for now, let me see what information we have here for users. I guess it's only returning us. We can get the name. Get the name. So I'm going to work with AI really quickly to get you guys the name. We'll be right back. A name. Okay, so we updated that. So if we go back to the app provider, we call this again. You see now we're getting the email as well as the name. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now what I also want to do is I want to load Convex here. So we're now about to introduce you guys to packages. If I go to packages now, earlier I said we're going to be working with this Convex package that I created. We're going to go ahead and install that package. And in here, the app provider, on load, we want to load Convex. So Convex load right there. And we're going to pass it our URL, which should be in creds and Convex. And this is going to be the deployment one. So I'll say deployment. And there we go. And then we're also going to want to call set auth. So I'm going to change in the code to return the access token in the /auth/me call. Is I'm going to return the current access token that's being used. The reason you have to call it is that every call is going to wait for this to send an event. And the reason I did it this way for Nordcraft is because I didn't want to save the token to like local storage or to session storage, things like that. So we're getting it directly from the API on every page. And oh, I just closed that on accident. So if I run this again, I have to first run Convex so it compiles. There we go. So now if I run this API request again, you see now we get the access token. All right. Now on the event here on success, I can say Convex auth, set auth, and we're going to pass it the token. And now any calls after this will be authenticated. Now, the reason I did this is, let's say on the dashboard here, we had a component, let's just call it test really quickly. Add it on the dashboard page, test. Missing a slot, sorry. And in test, we unload, we're calling Convex query. The query name, we're going to get it from going over here to functions, going to auth and queries get me. We're going to call this. And we're going to paste that here. We're going to pass no arguments. I don't think it needs any. From a function, it doesn't need any. And then we're going to have a variable called user. And on results, we'll set user to whatever we get back there. Then in here, we'll just have a paragraph with text that is showing user, and then we'll turn it into a string. Parse JSON, I think. Parse. I'll convert a value into a J. There we go. You can see right now we're already getting that. So right now, if I go to /dashboard here, you see right now it is showing my information. And it says my name is null. Now I'm going to show you the real-time part of this right now. If I drag Convex off to another screen, and I go to data and I go to update that user, I'm going to add my name. Which account is this? I'm signed into Valion. I add my name, J. Campbell, and watch what happens here. I gotta do it again. See, look at that. It automatically updated. Change it again. 3, 2, 1. There it is. So that's why we wait for the set auth so that it'll actually get that right data. Just like that. Okay. Now get rid of test. Now in this dashboard, we're going to be building, if I can find it here. This is the page here we're going to be building in the dashboard. So we're going to set up this sidebar. We're going to do this main body with the leads and everything. Yeah. So we'll be setting that up in the next section. All right, welcome back. We're getting right back into it. And what I'm actually going to do now is we've made a lot of changes to the project thus far. So I'm actually going to go ahead and publish this branch. I'm going to say that we added, it's all caps. We add, what do we do? We did the auth, authentication, and new contact form. Okay, we're going to publish that branch and then we'll start working on a new one. I'll go ahead and we'll call it dashboard. So we're going to create a new branch. I'm going to say dashboard. There we go. So last we left off, we finished the authentication as well as the new lead contact. So that works just fine. And now what we're working on is the dashboard. And I'm going to be replicating this thing. We're going to build the sidebar. We're going to build all of this pretty much. Let's go ahead and actually get that started. So what I like to do is I will have a singular page that handles all of the dashboard. So a SPA, as you will. So I'm going to show you how I like to get those set up. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is, let me see how many, I want to figure out how many paths I'm going to have. I think we're going to have dashboards / contacts / an ID. So we're going to need at least 3. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to path and I'm going to add a couple of them. I'm going to go path 1. I know you should be going on like, I said P1, P1, P2, P3. You can name it whatever you want, but make sure these are our parameters. All right. I will remove all of these. Yeah, if we can say that this is the dashboard, language is English, description, a dashboard powered by Convex or something like that. You don't have to copy that. Okay, so we have up to 3 paths. Cool. And what I'm going to do is we already have it in our app provider that is loading the user. And this is going to give us, we don't have it right now. And this is going to give us the user, their name, their email, the phone, all of that, I think. Let me just make sure that the protected part actually works right now. But if I try to go to /dashboard, it should redirect me and it's not. And I think I just saw the reason for that is because of the redirect. And protected is currently null, but this should be true when we're on a protected page. But this is the part here. And I think what I want to do is it really should return an error. Yeah, let's go ahead and have it do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it return an error if there is no user. I got to sneeze. Oh, bless me. Sorry. So if there is no user, we're to go ahead and return a error. I guess if I wanted to, I could say based off data and then user that. And if we set protected to be true, and we go back to that, this should be true. So false. Oh, right. No. There we go. So now if we try to access that, see, now it sends us to the sign in, and now we can sign in again. There we go. Now we're allowed back in the dashboard. Let's get us the user. Nice. Go back to the dashboard. I want to get this sidebar kind of going, even though it's literally nothing. It is just one link. We only got one link. I guess we could have like a contacts thing, but keep things simple. Let's go ahead and start building that sidebar. So I'm going to go ahead and create a create a new component. I'm going to call it UI dashboard sidebar. Since this will only be used in the sidebar, I can lowercase that. Yep. Okay, we can add a card element because it kind of has the border, but we will remove the radius. Maybe we'll keep the padding, maybe we'll lessen it, maybe around 1 rem. I want the height of this to be 100%. The max width, Jesus, what is happening? Max width, we'll say this is 230, 239. We'll go 15 rem. So max with 15 rem. Like that. Now we can put a content inside. And we have this link. I guess for this one, it'll be more of a button. So we can have the SE button. Inside of it, it's going to be, it's just an H1. We're going to make that an H1 with a text. And say client brief. Make this a little bit smaller. Thinking around there. It is also a little bit bolder. About that. It does have our primary color here. So brand and primary. Nice. Then we sort of have like the tabs under that. How do I want to, like the one dashboard or the tab. I'm gonna make a new there's only one of them. We want to make a new component. So outside of this, we can say we have another SC button. And in here, we're gonna have an icon. So we're gonna go over to Lucid, and I don't know what that is. I'm gonna type in dashboard and see if that comes up. Something like that. I guess a layout. Like the 4 boxes. This one, layout grid. Copy that. And paste that. I'm gonna right click it and do extract as component and name it SVG. What was it called? Grid. And we're just gonna make it 100%, 100%. Okay. Say this will be 1 rem. Let's wrap this in a content and get a paragraph text inside. That's gonna say just dashboard. And it is a little bit smaller. So let's change the size. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna go 0.8 rem. Get a little bit bolder. And we're gonna set this to be flex and in a row. like that, and reduce this to about 0.5. Right now on the button, we do have some padding. I might not copy this one for one, but let's go 0.5. No, let's go 1 here and 0.5. And this should be filling the entire thing like that. And what we can do, I think, I'm going to wrap this in a div instead of this content. We're going to copy what's in the content, paste that, copy what's in the button as well, paste that, this, get rid of the content. Now remove all of the stuff from the button, but still make it 100% width. There we go. I should be right back where we were. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a active class for this div, active. And if it's active, then the text color is going to be the brand primary. Let's see, we have to set this to be inherit. Where am I looking for? Oh, up here, inherit. There we go. So then here by default, we'll just use the, not backgrounds. Try that one. What we can do as well as if it's active, it's probably the background. That'd also be the brand primary, but like a 0.1. Okay, I'm liking that. Let's put a little bit of border or radius on that. Yeah, I like that. That's all right. Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to create a event. We're going to call it on, it's on nav, on path change. We'll get something like P1. Dash, well, dashboard's already in there, like contacts. And then like P2, which could be null. And P3 can be null. Just letting you know that we're going to receive all paths out of this. Then on the button, I will just create a formula, I guess, just to really help out a little bit. Change helper or something like that. I'll have to name it that. We're going to have it for P1. P2. And P3 as the inputs, and then I'm going to have an object with all of these just kind of mapped to it. Is there really a need for that? No, but when I go to create a whole bunch of these, I don't want to have to repeat this same object and formula thing again. So I'm just kind of, even though I won't be doing that for this project, it's just ingrained in me to do that. Okay, so now on the click here, wait, these are going to go to the same place. These are going to the same place, but we're going to do on path change. Then I'm going to call the helper. We're going to set all that to null, just like that. And same thing with this one on click. We're going to trigger that on path change. I'm going to use the helper and have them all be null, so they should return null for all those. One thing that I could also do, I just realized, you don't have to do an event. Sorry about that. Because we can do workflows. So back in the dashboard, we can create a workflow. We can call it change path or something like that. Goes out to context, and we're taking the P1. Basically the same thing we just did. P2, P3. Same thing here. So it's at P1 to P1, 2 to P2. And lastly, P3 to P3, just like that. Yep. So now, inside of that nav bar again, sidebar, on click here instead. Oh, we have to subscribe to it first. Sorry. Let's come over to context. We're going to go and get this from the dashboard. And we're going to say change path like that. And now here in the on click, we can do the change path call and do the same thing like that. So this should, in theory, work. Okay. Go back to the dashboard now. And we want to have this on the page. So from what I'm seeing, it's just going to be a left side and a right side. So for that, we're going to get a content. Have this be 100%, 100%. And then we're going to have the sidebar. And after this, we're going to have a section with a plot in it. This would be where everything else is. And we want this to be side by side. Row, no spacing, like that. So now these should be touching. And this should just get the flex 1. It should fill. We might have to say to fill 100%. So I guess, yeah, we should be able to say 100% here. Something like that. This is looking a little too small. Let's bring this like that, sorry. Okay, now if we refresh this, we get our dashboard, obviously we get our sidebar. And let's see if that link click works. So if I go to like something like 1 and 2, and then we click on this, you see it says it back to the dashboard. That is looking a little small on my screen. So we'll zoom in. Okay, so we got that part. So now we're gonna work on the like information. Oops, sorry. Now we're gonna work on getting this information set up. Okay. So what I'm gonna do for that, I'm gonna create a component. Now we'll create a component for pretty much every page. So I'm gonna say page, and this is in the dashboard. So just like that, page, dashboard, we'll have that. Or yeah, we'll do that. And then in this, hold on, sorry. I forgot one thing. Sorry, let's go back to the dashboard. Instead of this section, we're gonna use, I have a dashboard page like this, and this will be where everything related to the dashboard, like the actual contents will live. I can get this inside of that. We'll get rid of this. We'll put the slot in here. Sorry, I have to make that have a slot. Right? No, I'm doing this wrong. Leave that empty. We need a slot. There we go. And I'm just gonna make this. Inside of it, we're gonna have these section. Should say 100, or no, it should be flex 1, I think. And then the height will be 100%. So this would be flex 1. Now, if I give this a background color, let's see if that's right. Yeah, there we go. So now inside of this, I can now put everything related to the dashboard. Like for one, I think we're going to always have this sort of like maybe 1 to 2 rem padding on the, or yeah, just padding there. And then inside of this, I'm going to get that page and dashboard. And inside of here, we can now put everything in. So I'm going to get a content. We're going to get a H2 text. I'm going to say leads. Let me have some sort of, what would this be called again? Not pills. I call them pills. Let's see. Kind of like, I think I could just do a custom kind of button for that. I think that's needed. Maybe a radio. I don't really know. These little pill things. And then we have the table. We have these sort of badges, pills, whatever you call them. Yeah, badges, I guess. We'll set all this up. Okay. We got the leads part. Let's see. So this should, if we refresh this, this should be, damn, that's big. Yeah, it looks a little bit smaller. Go ahead and set the size. Let's go for medium. I like medium. And also we're to remove or reduce the boldness here, I think. Let me put a text in there so I can see what it looks like. Try 600. Yeah. There we go. We have that part. Now this is going to want to get our contacts. So what we're going to want to do is in the APIs and in Convex, we're going to want to do the GET request here. And this should be authorized. So you see we need to have the authentication, which we have our access token here. So we're able to access this. This is going to be all of our contacts. So I'm going to say Convex GET contacts, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable and call it contacts. And back in the API on success, we're going to do is we're going to set contacts in it. And the only part that we want is going to be the, okay, I'll use the API specifically. So we want the data and just that. Okay. And then on load, we're going to do convex query. Let me get what query that is. That's in contacts and queries and get contacts. We're going to copy that. We're going to paste that in here. Then on results, we're going to want to set contacts again. Now you might be like, yeah, what the hell did we just do? Well, what we just did is we just used Convex for real time. So what's going to happen now is on page load, the server is going to get the first initial set of contacts from Convex. And then what's going to happen is once the client loads in, we're going to then call the query. And this is going to make Convex now reactive. Because if we only did it with the API and we wanted to refresh, we'd have to either like poll it or do a refresh of the page. But on page load now, we're calling the query. And this is now going to make it reactive. So now any changes to contacts will then propagate in real time. And we're controlling all that through a contacts variable. Let me just run this one more time so that we can get something pre-filled in contacts. And we're going to set up a table. I think we can attach images to the AI. So I'm going to see if I can get this to work. I'm going to try the AI. I have an image. Pasted it. It didn't work. You have to use an upload button. Okay. Screenshots. Damn, I have a lot of screenshots. All right, there we go. Opus. We'll try with Pro. Say, can you create this table structure using my existing table components? Let's see if it's able to do that. It would be really helpful if it could do this because I hate setting up tables. Oh, might have done something. Okay, I guess we'll accept it. All right. So we got that. It kind of did it. It kind of did it. We'll take it. We'll take it. Did it use it correctly? Oh, Jesus. I put it in the... Okay, well, let's take it out of that. Okay. Table, header, table, body. Okay. Oops. Oh, it actually did it off of contacts too. Okay, I wasn't expecting all that. I'll take it. There's a couple of divs here. All right, we can just clean this up. This is all right. I'll take it. I will take it, AI. You did all right. I got a paragraph in here. I get another paragraph in here. Get rid of this. Oh, you guys, you see that? Okay, that's probably not fair to you guys because you guys might not have been successful with that. Everybody should get 10 credits of Nordcraft, I think, or something like that. But just basically structure it how you can see here. There you go. Go ahead and pause wherever you need to structure it like that. All right. So what we'll do now is this text right here. We'll put the text in there. Put a text in here. This text is going to be the name. So is this repeating? Yeah, it's repeating off a context. We have name and not contact name, business name. And below that here, we have their website. So item, and I'm not getting the website. Guess we don't need the website there anyways. Remove that. So I have pirates. Then in the industry, we're gonna wrap that. Why not let me wrap that? Interesting. Get that. And next is the budget range. And then we don't have these pills yet, so we'll create these. I'm going to get rid of these. These are pills. And then lastly, we have the date. I'm not getting that. All right, I'm going to ask AI really quickly. Okay, I'll try this again. So this should now give us, the creation time and then their website if we want to add that. And these can get kind of long. We won't add the website, but we have the creation time. What we can do is we can then go to creation time and say date from timestamp, and that'll convert to that. And we'll do a format date after that. The locale be ENUS, I think that's what it is. ENCA. Yeah, ENUS. Okay, and then the options here, we can put the way that we want it. So I think the month is short. Yep. And we have the day as 2-digit, I think. Okay. And then the year as numerical. Is that right? No. Did I just leave year? Number? I don't know what the year is. Let's see. Format, date, yes. Is it full? Nope. Okay, with flash here. Numeric. Damn, it was numeric. Okay. All right. So let's take this out of the card. Don't know why it's in there. Take that out of the card. Here's the table. Now the whole table is going to have a little bit of a border on this. So radius like that, and it's going to have border color. And these, I guess, let me wrap these so we can put these in paragraphs. Nice, see what that looks like. They're not being rounded. Does that not work for this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm using all my creds here. Well, assuming that did See that? Yeah, there. Wait, that looks fucked up. That looks fucked up in the corners. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Not really over. Does that work? That might. I can't tell if that works or not. Oh, it seems to have. Yeah. Okay. Check this out here. So we have a little bit of a different color here. There's a little bit of a shadow on it. So the header, do we not have we set a color for this, I think. If we go back into themes, I think we set a color for this. Or no. Background alt. Okay, does that work? Yep. That is correct. Now these also be in a paragraph, I guess. All right, what I'm gonna do is, am I able to change this from here to change the font size? Yeah, okay. So small. A little bit bolder. And that part's working for us. We might have to set this to inherit. Nope. No, it's on the header. So I think in the header, if we set this to inherit, oh, we gotta do that for both. Okay. Gosh damn, it's gonna be annoying. How many points? I don't have any left, but let's see if it'll go if I do flash. Let's see if that'll go through. All right, did it do it? Inherit. Inherit, it did. All right, see what that looks like. I am zoomed in. That looks all right. All right, let's see now if we set up Convex right to work. So if we go based on different screens, we can see it update in real time if it does. We go to the contacts and we change the name to like Straw Hat Pirates with a exclamation point. It should automatically update. Yep, indeed it does. Indeed it does. Nice. Nice. Perfect. Okay, I think we just continue working on this for a little bit. Like for one, the text here. This one will be the text primary. Yep, it seems like they also want a white background for the rows here. Oh, this is where the border comes to bite again. Oh, they want a border on the bottom. So if we go to the row and we go to a border on the bottom, I'm assuming that's going to be the border color we got. Even, is there one? I'm not seeing one. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. maybe if I do, ooh, that's not what I wanted. Nope. Thinking I wrap these into content. Nope. I don't know how to add the border to the bottom. Doesn't seem to be working correctly. Oh, I guess I'm skipping the border. All right. So most of these are going to be small. Oops. Let's wait. Extra small? That's a little too small. Just small. Yep. Go through each of these and add this. There we go. These are touching too much. Oh, what just happened? Damn it, I really need the AI for this. Now this is just like the mundane things. Okay. What we can do now is each of these rows going to wrap with a tag. I think we can do that. Let us know. It won't let us. Do I have to do it here? I know you can. No. Okay, what I can do, I can just send an event for this. We can have one for on click. So if we go over to, where am I looking at? Click. Oh, it's at the events. I'm sorry, I'm starving, making mistakes. On click. Send anything. Okay, so now we can do that. And then I also want to have one for hovering. I don't think this will let you do it from the outside though. Let me see. So we go now to here. Yeah, oh yeah, you can get access to hover. Love that class. Okay, hover. Let's just try to change that. Yeah, okay. Maybe primary, maybe white text. This is going to have to be inherit. All right, now we're going to change all of these to be inherit. Sorry. Okay. There we go. And if anything, from this level, we should be able to set this color. Yep. So then we can say the text muted, I guess. I want the name in black though. How can I do that? Because if I do it this way, I think it's going to stay, but yeah. That back. Okay, and while we're hovering on the So here we're going to want to set the cursor to be the pointer. Nice. There we go. Okay. So we got that part. Let's now see if we can get it to, or if we can create the brief status and the delete status. So it's going to be a sort of pill. Be a sort of pill, and wants to be one where you can actually change things. Delete status. Okay, let's see if we can build those. So I'll say UI dashboard brief status. Yeah, we'll go with that. And let me see, what values can the brief status be? Try to get that from AI in a little bit. Oh, it can be pending, processing, complete, or error. Okay, so go ahead and create an attribute for a status. So we're going to pass this in and say that it's currently pending. What I can do is I can create a variable and call this colors. Use it in the AI, or in the AI. What am I saying? In the UI, we can say if it is pending, we're going to give it a color. If it is processing, we're going to give it a color processing. If it's complete, or if it's an error. The error one we know, that state error. It has to be in a var. Like var state error. Complete can be var state, it was success. Wait, what did I just do? Oh shoot, that is supposed to go there. Okay, processing. I guess we can use the colors we already have. Warning, I think we named it. I'll copy that for pending as well. Oops. Okay. So now we should be able to do is maybe have a little bit of a little span. Text in already has one. Okay, we're gonna have the different classes for it. So we can say pending, processing, complete, and error. And in pending, we're going to say if status equals pending. We're to copy these and put these on the rest of them. This one will be processing. This one will be complete. And this one will be error. Now we can style these. So by default, we can say, let's put some padding on it. We're going to have a little bit of a radius. Have some kind of background. I might be able to do black, but 0.1 maybe. These size will be fit content. Let's make the text smaller. So the size. So it's small. Probably do 0.75. I'll make this smaller too, 0.2. Actually, let me see the design again, sorry. Very small. And it's a full radius. We can do like 99 around like that. I think this is pretty close. I think that's all right. Right, and this is going to be the status and then capitalize. So now we can do all these. We can add all of our classes. And for pending, we can do, I can create a CSS variable. No, maybe not. I should be able to, I think. Hold on a minute. Does this have to be a div? I thought I could get style variables. I don't think I needed that colors, but we'll see. So for pending, the background is going to be the warning, and 0.1, 0.1. And the text color is going to be the warning. Actually, this is a little bit more. Okay, these are two different colors. Damn. Well, I wanted to be accurate, so where did I have to get those? Okay, so this is the background color for the pending. Like that. And then let's go back to the default. Sorry, I'm gonna make the weight a little bit more. Okay, maybe we have a border with the warning. What that looks like. I'm gonna put this on the dashboard page. One of these. So status. Set this to pending. Okay. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Go back inside of that and let's set up the rest of them. So we have that. Now do processing. This one should be the same thing pretty much. So I can just copy and paste those like that. All right, next one is complete. This is the background color head. And for the text color, we should be able to use our success. And in the border, our success. Lastly, we have error. The background color, there you go. Here we can use error. Then we have the border error. That should be all of them ready to go. We should be able to go back. Should be able to link this to the item and the. Do we not have the brief status in here? Brother. Okay, we'll get that in a second. Okay, we're back. We made those changes. Go ahead and just quickly refresh real quick. Now here in the API, we should get status and we should get brief status. All right, nice. Now, here we should be able to say brief status. Nice. There we go. Now, the last thing we want to do is set up the sort of lead status now. And this is going to be one that we can change. So that, I think, is going to be a select. Yeah, that's going to be a select. But can we change the colors of the select? Classes, the backdrop. What is this for? For the content, arrow icon. I'm wondering how we can do that. Let's see, but it's got to be a select. I'm going to do. I'm going to right click my current select. And I'm just going to rename it for that. So UI dashboard, lead status. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove this. Remove this as well. And here we're going to put the select content. Okay. So now how do we get this to work? Let's see. Because it's like the background. We get a paragraph. Oh, we get a regular text. Do paragraph. Paragraph. Text inside. This will say something like qualified. And then we're also going to have a chevron inside of it. So we go over to Lucid. And we get like the down chevron. Paste that here. We can right click. Extract. Chevron. And make it 100%, 100% like that. Okay, I want you to be 0.75 rem. And this SC button, we'll set it to be flex in a row like that. And why aren't you not? We might have to put you into content instead. There we go. 0.25. Okay, so there's that part. We have this, and we want it to look right. So I think this button, we're gonna have a little bit of padding on it. So 0.25. Let's also make the text smaller. Smalls for everything else. Okay, and then click on it where it has some kind of card. The card base for that. Why are you showing right now? That's content. Didn't know it would show like that. Okay. So the button here is going to have some sort of background. So something like that. Have some radius. That looks pretty close to me. Now we just got to change the background color. Add or overwrite. Oh, that's what it changed to. That's what I was looking for. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay. Hold on a minute. Create a variable for, let me see what values we can get. So we create an object in here. And we have one for new. We can have another object inside of it and get the background and text. And we're going to do the same thing for all of these. So we have contacted, we have qualified, we have closed. Now I just got to get the colors for those. Okay, it looks like it's going to be the same except for this blue. Except for this blue, that's for qualified. Okay, so for qualified, this is the text color. Text color. There we go. We need the background color, which looks like it's going to be that one. Okay, closed. I don't see it. This closed could be the green one, so we'll get the green. I guess I'll just try with this again. So for contacted, that's this one. This is the background color, and this one is the text color. Then for new, this would be nothing. Be the background. Would be the text. I'm missing the one for close. I use green? I think this is, if this is the green, I think it is supposed to be for closed. Then contacted, we need one which, let me see, what is this? And that is the green. So this should be the closed or contacted background. That should be the contacted text. Nice. Okay. So now what we can do is we can create the CSS variables. So we can say BG. And this is going to be the color. Oh, what did I name it? I didn't give it a name. Colors. Gotta be the colors. Yeah, we're gonna pass in an array. The first item is going to be, we have to pass in the status to create that as an attribute. And for this one, we'll say like complete. We'll get rid of the other ones in a second. We'll go back to this. We get the status and then get the BG, right? Oh, complete is not one. Oops. I meant contact. Is that correct? There we go. All right, I have another one. Text. Copy that. Paste it here. I'm just going to change this part to text. So now inside of these, I should be able to set this content to have the text color like so. I just have to set this to be inherit. I just don't have one for qualified. I'll set this to be inherit. And the text here, we're going to bind this to be the status. And we're going to capitalize it again. So these two should have values. What about this? Can I use the background color here? It does not seem to be working. Let's see. I'll refresh real quick. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be working. Why? I'm not really sure, but what if copy this? We'll put it here. Does that make a difference? Okay. Okay, maybe it has to be on the element itself. So this is the background, and we're going to use this on the button here. So if I say BG, and then I paste that, yeah, now it has it. Okay. Get the text. We're going to use that. I could use it in the same spot, honestly. But I'll just put it here on the content. Say text. And we'll paste that. And then get rid of that one. There we go. Interesting. Okay. Now if we tried one like new. Yep. Qualified. There we go. Yep. Go back to like new. Okay. Sorry. And the alarm go off. And now we can do in the content. We can have, or sorry, in this let's content, we can have a content, and we can have a select item. We're going to repeat this. off of the, I guess we can repeat it off of the colors. I don't like that. Change this to options. You can use this for 2 reasons, I think. And then now in the select item, we can right click that and use the options and then do entries. That'll make it into an array that we can use. And then inside of this now, we could have a contact, something of putting a box, have a div, and we'll have a paragraph. Okay. I'm gonna make this flex and in a row like that. And in the paragraph, we'll put a text. Why are you all lined up like that? And the text could be binded to the item, key, and capitalize. Like that. Okay. Now I gotta fix you guys, because why are you, oh. Hard base, it might be the padding on you. Then this, and you should be, oh, I put this in the wrong spot. That's the wrong spot. You are supposed to be flex and in the row. And you are supposed to be just a normal content. Go. Now there should be an option to match anchor with. That's a false, and I refresh. I think it'll fit the entire thing. No, how do I get you to fit? Let me get rid of these. I think it matches it based off the trigger. I thought I set. Wait a minute. Button. Yeah, so it's set based off of that. It's not a good fix, but it'll do the job. Or instead of putting that there, put that here, I think. Oh no. Okay, that worked. We were from there. I guess. We should just be able to do side offset of like 6. Boom. Okay, let's add some padding a little bit back to the base. Maybe we go for 0.5 or something. Okay, we gotta fix this. We gotta fix this the right way. Content. Is it not this? Match anchor with. Is the select content and the match anchor with the false. The content will be, yeah, have it set to false. The wrong one. I wanted the regular one. Trying things now to see what works here. Wait. How is this being set right now? Wait, how are you being set? Let me add this first. Okay, hold on. Is this right? Might be right. Set this back to 6. Okay. And then might be too big of a background color, and let's remove or 0.25, 0.5 rem there for spacing. Maybe make this a little bit smaller. We round it by like 1 pixel. Okay, we should be able to get the BG. Where are we using that again? Up here somewhere, right? In this one, BG. We're gonna go over here, copy this one, bring it back down to the div, and paste that there. We're gonna set this to BG. Oh, ooh, no, that won't work. No, not the status, the item here. Right. Item. I have to change this. Oh, it's going crazy. Jesus, what's happening? Oh wait. Get that. There we go. I guess we can get the text color too. Down here. This won't be the item, right? Then we can use the text. Does that look good? I don't really know. Let's put it in, see if it works. But before that, we have to actually make this thing work. So we're going to take off a lot of the events here. We're not going to use any of these. A lot of these two, getting rid of all of them. Except for status. And these should be, yeah, we're gonna have an error. I probably should have done this a different way, sorry. But just delete all of these things. There we go. What other errors do we have in here? Unopened change does not exist. Yep, because we don't have it anymore. We're gonna get rid of all of these errors. We don't care about the component not being used. We can just get rid of that. Okay. So now what we want is that in here, the select item, that we set this. Okay, so in the select item, the value, we want to set that to the item and key. Okay, that is correct. Then we have a couple of ways of doing this. I think I'm going to do it the API route. See, we check scalar. If I go to our HTTP actions, we go to API/scalar, and we go to status. So to patch this, we're going to need the ID. Oh, that's being set in the parameter. Okay, we're going to need the ID, and we're going to need the new status. Okay. What we do here is in the API, we're going to get that one. So that should be this one to patch the status. And we're going to get the ID like so. Okay, like ABC123. We're going to rename this to Convex update. Convex update status. And then what we'll do is right here in the URL, we want this to be set to the ID. And then in the body, we want this set to an input. Sorry. For to set an input, we're to name that status. And then this would be something like the complete or something like that. Then we can go to body and set that to the API input. Okay. Now here's why we did this is because now in the select root and in the events, and we go to on value change, sorry, we can then say, I'm going to call the switch. I'm going to say, if not current status, right? So if the event and value is not equal to the current status, meaning we just like if we had new already and we press new again, we don't want to update the status, right? So as long as that's not equal, then we want to call the API. I'm going to call the API with the event and value. Okay. I think that's correct. And this should already be linked to status. I think in my head, this is correct. Let's give it a try. Let's go back to the page dashboard. Am I not signed in anymore? I'm not signed in anymore. We'll fix that too. There we go. Refresh real quick. Okay, and we go to the lead status table and we put in, or column, we put in the lead status. And in the attributes, we give this the ID. Oh, wait. Right? Because the status is on the contact. Yeah, that should be right because we're up in the contact. Okay. And the status could be item and status. Okay, and this is listened to context. Okay. I think this should work. Let me open that again and make that text small. Sorry. So the text here, that one that's small. Why is it looks bigger than the? I also want to add some padding on the left and right side. Looks like 0.5. Maybe it has to be X small. Maybe a little bit more boldness to it. Sure. All right. So, will this work? This looks ugly. I don't like this. We're gonna have to update this, but let's see if this works. So we're gonna set Straw Hat Pirates to be contacted. It did update. Up. There you go. You see right there. It's now updated to contacted. You can put it back. We go back to new. Yep. There we go. We did that right. Let's go. Okay, and now I just want to change these because X, the size X small or small, right? I don't like the color on the text. I think I'm gonna remove that. Maybe that doesn't look as good, but that's all right, I guess. Closed. Yep, that works perfectly. Okay. And now what we want to do is that if we click on it, like anywhere else, we want it to take us to the dashboard page. Or sorry, to that contact page, right? So what we'll do now, if we go back and in the table row, I think I made the on click. Yep. If we go back to the dashboard really quickly, sorry, did we create? Yeah, we created change path. Perfect. So in here, in app dashboard or page dashboard, sorry, we want to subscribe to the dashboard contacts, get the change path, and then on the table row that has the on click event, we're going to do change path and we're going to set this to contacts, and then it'll be the ID. Like so. Yeah, just like that. Okay, let's see if that works. And see, it does work. Perfect. That's what we want. If we go back and click on dashboard, it should take us back. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to start showing and hiding things. So if we go to the app dashboard, this is going to have to know the current path. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up via attributes. So we'll do like P1, P2. I'm going to just do it in one. We'll just do it in one. Path. Like that. Now we can do P1 like null. P2 and null. P3 and null. Okay, and now this page dashboard, I want to show and hide this if path, and then I guess I can do every, I think I have to do entries first. Yeah, every value equals null. So if we're on the dashboard page, that should be showing. They all equal, or do they all have to equal a string? Because it's not actually false. We'll figure this out in a second. Okay, so I have them all equaling. Oh, I didn't actually link it. No, that's my fault. Go to the dashboard, sorry. And then here in the app dashboard, we have to now set this up for the path. So we're gonna do an object and P1, P2, P3. Just like that. Now let's see if that works. There we go. Now if we go to this, it should disappear again. And if we click back on client brief or the dashboard, then yeah, perfect. I will take a little bit of a break and we'll get back into it. Okay, we are getting closer. We are getting closer. All right, so now what we want to do is actually want to style the page here when we go and click to the client detail one. So we're going to actually make this now. And I don't think this should be too complicated. We should be pretty all right with this. So let's go ahead and get this started. So let's close a lot of these. We won't need any of these. So what we're going to do, we're going to make a new page. Page, dashboard, contact, detail, or I guess you say singular, or single, client detail. I want to name this. Go detail. Okay. And we're going to want to get this kind of styled. So let's see. I'm trying to break this down. We're going to have a content for the top, two contents. One for the first group, one for the second group, I think. Okay. Go with a content. That'll separate them. And then inside of this, another content. Yep. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something I haven't showed you guys yet, but I will often use divs and just use it to rename the tag. So I can say like client and navigation, so that I can see now what this is. Then I can open it. Then we can do another one. Do like client body, something like that, just so I know. Okay, so this should be separating those. Nice. Let's start working on this top part here. So we're gonna have a content in here for left and right, and this is gonna be a button, just like that, but it's gonna have a arrow. So let's go to Lucid. And I'll just get this one since it's pretty much what it is. I'll right click. No, did I copy that? No. Paste that. Extract it as a SVG arrow. 100%. You already know the deal. Okay. And let's see what we want to do next. We have the button. Then outside the button, we're going to have the H2. I think the H1, yeah, H2. Text. This is going to be the client. So it'll be client. It's pulling the information so we actually get this. So let's go with API. We're going to get client or contact, sorry. And we need to pass the ID. So we're going to add an attribute. We're going to get ID. We actually get one that actually exists. So we'll get the Straw Hat Pirates. Copy that ID from Convex. Paste it like so. Then in here, we're going to link this to that ID like that. Now if we run this again, there we go. Gets that. So let's now call this Convex get client. Gosh damn it. Convex get client. Then you already know we're going to have a variable for this called, I keep saying client. Sorry, it's contact. Contact. And then we should have a function from Convex to get a specific contact, get contact. And for this, you need to pass the ID. So we want to copy this one. We want to go on load. We're going to do query, paste the name and the arguments here. We're going to create an object with ID and pass that ID. And then on results, we're going to update contact again. Yeah. So now that's going to make it real time. So now here, we can now link this to be the, let me go ahead and run this. So actually, I didn't do the on success on the API. So I'm forgetting a whole bunch of things now. I have no build. I have no build instructions for this one. So I'm just kind of going along with it. There we go. Sorry. All success, we'll set that. Run this one more time. Now contact should have some information in it. So now go here and we can change this to contact, and this would be the business name. So there's the business name. And then we're going to have the pill. Okay, let me get this right. We got the button. Let me make this flex and in a row like that. And in here, we're going to wrap this in our content. And in here, we have another content. And here will be the, what is this, the lead status? Yeah. And we will pass in the ID and the lead status again. And status. Okay, and then here we can just have a paragraph with text. And then we're going to do a concatenate. A lead added on. And then we will do contact and creation date. And we'll do the format date again. So ENUS. Create an object here. And it was a month. I don't remember. Was it full? Long? Short? I don't remember. Well, go ahead and get that back. From here. App dashboard and the page dashboard. Go grab this again. There we go. We want these to be aligned in a row. Well, why y'all doing that? Oh, it's because of the, no? Why are you doing that? Yeah, I just wrapped it in the div. I don't know why I was doing that, but we fixed that. And let's make this one flex and do like 0.5 rem. There we go. Okay, and now that should be that top part. So I want to see what this is looking like. So we'll go into app dashboard. We'll add this page. In this page, we want to show and hide if path 1 equals contacts, right? And path A2 is not equal to null, and path P3 is equal to null. So what should happen if we have like contacts here, and then like ABC 1, 2, 3, yeah. And the ID here, it will be in path and 2. Okay, so let's refresh and see if that works. Yeah, there we go. The back button doesn't work. Okay. Let's increase the spacing here. Oops, that's padding. Do rem. Or where's that at? That might not be here. Should be this one. Do rem. There we go. Now this one would have a button. Set this to be flex and in a row. Double tap that. And this will be the edit lead. Text. Edit lead. Like that. Okay, let's get this back button to work. I think we can do here. Is there one? Oh, another one. I'm sorry. We could do a go-to URL. Let me see. I might be able to find some research on it. Do some research on it. Go back. We'll just do. Go back to the home page. So we're going to subscribe to context. We're going to get the dashboard and the change path. And then on click here of the button, we're going to do change path and we're going to set everything to null. So it should go back to the main page. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Cool. We're getting closer. We're getting a lot closer. I think all we have left is just to build the rest of this. And I think the functionality is already in place. So take a little bit of a break and we'll be back. Okay, so let's continue. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add the few final things. So we have to add the contact information. We have to add the brief and notes and the business information. Okay, so for this, what I'm going to do is we do have a card component. I haven't used it yet, but now we are. I used the card base before. What we're going to do now is we're going to create or use the card component. So we're going to get the card and I can now see the cards kind of going to look like. So they're going to have some kind of icon and then like the text. So go ahead and get a content, right? And we'll get a div, I think, and that'll be for the icon or the SVG. And then we can get the paragraph, the text. And this will be the text that we pass in. So we can say title. Label, I guess, brief and notes, and icon, and or something like that. Okay, so we just created those two attributes, and now here in the text, I can link this to the label. I can just say default to new card, right? And then we're going to speak. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new new component, and I'm going to call it UI underscore lucid. This is going to house all of the components that might need to be dynamic. Like all of the icons that might need to be dynamic. And what I mean by that, for one, we're going to have a person. It's this one, a user. So let's add that to here. Paste it. Oh, I'll just paste it. I'll right click to SVG. This was a user. That's what the name was. And we'll make it 100% 100% like we always do. Go back. Get the next one, which is like, this one is the business, I think. Yeah, business. I already have that, right? SVG. Industry now. No, we don't have it. Okay. Gotta sneeze again. We're gonna go ahead and we'll just write this on a slot real quick. Now we can paste that second one, extract that as SVG business. Okay, make it 100% as we do. You can do another one, which is going to be like this sort of paper icon. Okay, so I'll just use this one. PDF. Yeah, that's it. Text file. But I'll name it. Right click SVG text file. Hit that 100%, 100%. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to create a attribute here. I'm going to say icon. And for example, we can say something like user here. Then we're going to do, we're just going to right click all of these and we're going to go and hide. And if icon equals user, I don't have any credits anymore. Otherwise, I would love to get AI to do this. So we're going to just essentially copy all of these and set this for all of them. So that one would be business. Right click that one. One would be text file, like that, right? So then what will happen is that outside of this now, back in the UI card, we can in this div have lucid, and we can then pass in the icon from the icon there. So that one's named paper currently, an icon. We don't have that. Let's say the contact one would be like user, and the label would be contact information, right? And then what we can do now is we can just set lucid to be 0.5 rem. Or I think that's why we do it on the outside, 0.5, yeah. Like that. Move it from here. Maybe a little bit bigger. And this will also have the brand color like that. This would be in a row. 0.5 rem. We want this to be bold and black, so text and primary. And a little bit bolder. Right. And then now we have the slot We want to wrap this whole thing here in another content, I think. Yep. Guess we don't have to. We can just use the card base. Yeah, start with the content. There we go. And we put a slot in there. Oops, too far. Now that should work like that. Now I can go back to the app dashboard contact detail. We can start working on this now. So in the body here, we're going to have one card. And I should probably, okay, like this. We'll have a card, right? And this one is going to be the user. The label is going to be contact information. Like that. We're going to wrap this in another content because this one, first one here is going to be flex, like that. Okay. That's one card in there. We can duplicate that. I have another card. This one is going to be for the brief and notes. And I think that one was text file. Yep. And then outside of these, we have one more card. And that one is going to be business and business information. That. Oh, I did this wrong. No. So this card is supposed to be in here. And then the brief can be on the outside. Yeah, so now these can be the regular column on the left side like that. And this one would be row. And this card would be flex one. Yeah, something like that. That looks like. That seems correct to me. Okay, so now inside of these, we can now set these up. We can go with a content and have a span with text. And in there also have a paragraph. Okay, and I'm gonna say that this will only be 0.5. Less than that, 2.5. Like that. Should just flip these. Just flip these. I guess it can both be paragraphs. Sorry. Paragraph. And this one there. And this one will be the muted, which it already is. We also want it to be a little bit smaller. Have a little bit more boldness and be uppercase. It's text transform. There we go. And this one, we want it to be the primary. And also a little bit bolder. Okay. I think now in the card, there should be a little bit spacing here. So flex, and we'll say it's currently at 3 rem. That might be too much. 2 bytes, 2 rem. Yeah. Also make this text a little bit bolder. can make this a little bit smaller. Okay. And now I'm gonna see if I can figure out a way to repeat this, because I don't want to have to recreate this over and over again. So let's do show, or what's it called? What? Show or hide, sorry. We're making an object, and I'm gonna get the name. We're to get from contact and contact name. Get the email. To get from the email and the phone number, which we'll get from the phone like that. And then we'll do key or entries to turn it into an array, like so. Perfect. So now, oh, I did, sorry, I meant repeat, not show and hide. Move that from there. Make sure you copy it. And we want to repeat that and paste it there. Now we should have 3 of them. There we go. So now, this, I'm going to want it to say the key, like that. We can add uppercase after it, even though it's already going to be uppercase. And this is going to be the item and value, like so. There you see, now I only have to style it once, pretty much. What I should really do is probably make a component out of this. That would be the smarter thing, because we're using this kind of the same way. Oh, we also have a website. So we do, do website. We do contact and website. Go a little bit further, like if we wanted to make this clickable or not, like for the website, but we won't go that far. I guess what we can do, we can add a text color. We can say, like, if item value includes HTTPS, then we want to do our brand primary, I believe. Otherwise, we'll do inherit. Then I think if we go to here and we do text, there you go. That highlights the text. It's not clickable, but it's highlighted. Okay, so now let's see what else we can do. So we're gonna basically copy this. I'm gonna put it in the one for the, wait. I did this wrong. That should have been up here. So now we're changing this one down here. Sorry, so for the business company, which would be contact and business name, we're gonna have, damn, it's gonna be difficult. The position. We don't have position. Actually, yeah, I'll get rid of that. So we don't actually have position here. We don't have, what information do we even have? Oh, industry. We do have that. The industry. What else do we have? I guess we can, guess we can do services. Okay, I'll set that up like that. And then for this one, go ahead and remove the website. That should be in the business one. The website, set it to contact and website URL. And then we can just copy what we created for this right here for text. Copy that, delete it, delete that. And then down in this one, we can then add it here. Oh, it's already there. Yeah, it already did. Okay, we're good. Okay. Now we just have to put the brief information over here. What I am going to do is, I'll leave that. Okay, so the brief and notes. So for the brief, the data that we get back, it's going to be like the flags and the next steps. What is a snapshot? We have snapshot. Okay, we have snapshot, flags, and next steps. So let's do this. I'm going to try to copy this. I'm going to put it in this card. And the content will get the snapshot. Be the content and we don't get that here. Oh, it's in brief. There we go. Yeah. Brief and snapshot. Okay. Now I want to figure out. Okay, I think I know. It will have another one. That'll be flags. This will be the brief and flags. Yeah, brief and flags. Okay, okay. I think I get it. Hold on. Brief and flags, and then we want next steps. So next steps. Is there anything else we want from the brief? There's the flag with the status. I guess we could put the status in there. Status. Actually, this won't be here, actually. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do first is I want to add the status to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the card. I'm going to allow myself to put a slot on the right side of this. So I'm going to right click this. Or is this already in a... No, we're going to right click this and put this in a content again. And this one is going to be in a row. Convert it like that. And then on this side over here, I can put a slot. And that should allow me to put this on the right side. So let's say header right. Okay. Let's see if that works. So this will be in default. I think my token ran out. No? Maybe it did because it's not saying. Refresh real quick. Yeah, the token ran out. Okay. Let's sign in again. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we had to fix all of them. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. You are in default. You are also in default. There we go. You're in default. And then now, in this card, I should be able to pass the brief status. And I want this to be in the header right. That, and then we can pass in the status. being brief and status. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Now we just want to render these flags and these next steps. What I'm going to do here in this content, I'm going to try something. Close all the rest of these, sorry. Okay. I'm going to do, so this is being repeated. And in here, this is the body. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show and hide this. If item and value type is not equal to array. Is that wrong? Is it capital A? There we go. Okay. Then what we'll do is we're going to want a unordered list. List and have a list item in there. And this will be, the unordered list will be for the flag. So we'll show and hide this, and we'll show it if item and key equals flagged. All right, then we're going to render this. We're going to repeat this off of the, gosh, this is a component. We get some problems here. We should be able to repeat this off of the item. But just wrap it in a div. It's dumb, but now we should be able to repeat off of the item and the value. Right. Then in here, we'll have a paragraph with a text. Would be the actual item. Yeah. Which we can concatenate that. So we'll do item. We'll also do the index. Press the plus here with a dot and a space. There we go. Oh, we got to do +1. Index and add 1 like there. Okay. And I want this to be red since we know that it is for the flags. I want it to be red. Inherit here. I guess we can, yeah, there we go. Inherit. Okay, let's set this. I guess we can right click this div here, do a content. And we can just space this out a little bit less. Let's go like 2.5. Oh, wrong one. Flex and 0.25. 0.5. Also put some margin on the top there. Yeah, the rest of them don't have margin, so I guess we can't. Okay. Now that we got that, flags in there. Now we got to do the next step. So this one will be a ordered list. We want to show and hide this. We're going to copy this pretty much. We want to show and hide this if this is equal to, what is it? Is it next steps? Next steps. Equal to next steps, like that. Oh, I guess what we should do is probably do this like this, next steps. So then in here, the content, we can do next dash steps. Yeah, I'll show you why in a second. Now in here, we're going to do the same thing. So get the content pretty much. I'm going to paste that in here. You see it does the, oh, the flags are not supposed to be numbered. Sorry, the flags were not supposed to be numbered. It's supposed to have like a bullet point. So we can get rid of this part. Just go with the item like that. And then inside of here, we can have like a div. Like 0.25 rem. Have it be the error. And then just set this to be flex and row and like that. Like 0.25, 0.5 rem. Okay. Now what we can do is for the title part. So we close these and like this is the title one, I believe, right here. What I want to do is we're going to do I think we're gonna do ring. No, do a split based off the dash there. Might just be a string. Hold on, might be just a string. Yeah, let me just do a replace all. Replace all of that with just a space. There we go. That'll be fine. Okay, let's see. There we go. And I think that'll be it. Pretty much. I think that'll be it pretty much. Okay, so why don't we try this out? This in a new tab and we'll get the contact. Right. Now you guys can see this for a second. Let me do that. So just the main. I'm gonna fill out a new one. Fill it out for myself. URN, I guess professional services. I'm interested in PPC and paid ads and content marketing. Yeah, 1,000 to 5,000 to achieve 10,000 per month. We're on the way to like content marketing on YouTube. All right, so let's see what happens if we go ahead and submit this. You see, boom, right where it's being added, it's getting processed. We can actually open this and we can wait for this to be defined. And there we go. It got the snapshot and everything. Okay, let's close this, put this back. And I did see a problem like where, back to main, where the text was kind of running off. You can see right there. To fix that, we should just have to set the unordered list to wrap. And then put this at the top like that, I think. No. Oh wait, I shouldn't have to put this wrap. Just do take that off. Clear. And then this I think just needs flex one. Yeah, there we go. Put that back in the center. Right there. All right, I think I am pretty happy with that. We can change everything here. Zoom in for you guys, sorry. And update this. We change this to qualified here and everything works. You update to qualified. And yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. So now we are on the final stretch. We only have a couple of things to do. Like for example, we have this little filtering system that we have to do, and then this sort of user sort of thing down here. And then I think that's pretty much it. The rest is pretty much just kind of like state stuff. So for example, like say the brief and notes were loading. Sorry, my voice has been cracking. I've been talking so much these past couple of days that I'm kind of losing my voice and it's just cracking everywhere. So I apologize. But like when the brief is loading, we might want to do a sort of spinner here. And like, what if it fails? We don't have any state for that. So we're gonna work on that as well, I think. But everything else should be good to go. So let's get started on this sort of filtering system that we got here. I think what I'll do to start off is I'm going to, let's look at the changes that we did. Okay, we did quite a few changes in this branch. I'm going to go ahead and publish it. So we added I don't even know what we did here. The dashboard, sidebar, client detail, client detail added, contact, not contact. Yeah, contact or lead status, update functionality, something like that, whatever you want to say. All right, we're going to create a new branch. I'm going to call it like final stretch or something like that. All right, so now let's get started back on the dashboard. Now we will have to sign in because our sign in was tied to that specific branch. So now we no longer have a user. Now we have to go ahead and sign in again here. There we go. Now we should have our access cookie, as you can see, our access token. And if we just kind of refresh the screen here, you can see our leads. All right, so the page that we're going to work on is going to be the dashboard page. So page dashboard. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a filter variable. Now I've just done this same thing recently, so it's kind of fresh in my mind. What we're going to do is we're going to create a variable. We're going to call it filter, right? And initially it's going to be set to null. Why did that appear on me? Okay. And then we're going to have the buttons and that will set the filter. So I'm going to show you what we're going to do. Let's create the buttons. I want it to be right under leads here. Yeah. So create a content and drag it between the H2 and the div here. And we can have another content. And there we'll have a paragraph. And then we'll also have another paragraph. So I'll just add the text to this one and then we'll duplicate that just like that. We'll set this content to be flex and in a row and the 0.5 spacing, 0.5 rem. All right, this first text, we're going to change the text color to be the text primary. Yep, and that second one should already be the muted. So this first one is going to be like the filter option, like for example, all. And then this one is going to be the number. Okay, so what we can do is we're going to make this rounded. So we'll do 99 rem. And I don't think it has a background color. Can't really, let me see. Can't really tell on that monitor. Yeah, there is a background color. I'll just yoink this really quickly. Oh, this might be the alt. I think that's the alt color that we already have actually. Oops. I think the background of this is the alt color that we have. That. All right, this should also be in a row. So this flex will also be in a row like that. There we go. Now in this one, we can add some padding. So let's go like 0.5 or something, 0.5, maybe 1 on the sides. Yeah. maybe we make the text small. Okay, so that's going to be the basis of it. That's about right. Why does this look so much darker? No, okay, what we'll do, take the small off. Take the small off here. This off. And then we'll put this back to be the primary. And then this text specifically will make to be the small. Yeah. And this should be aligned in the center like that. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. So now we need to get all the numbers and the number of records and then group them, things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a formula, I believe. Call it contacts with filter. I guess you just name it contacts. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, we'll just name it contacts. And then what we're going to have in here is, I'll open it full screen for you guys. I'm going to say, if we have a filter, so if filter, because right now it equals null, right now it'll be false. If we have a filter, we're going to do something, right? But if we don't have a filter, we just want to show all the contacts. So we'll just go like that, right? But if we have a filter, we want to go into contacts and then we want to filter. Use the filter formula here. We want to filter where the, what was it? It was the lead status. So the status then equals the filter like that. And then that'll sort through and only return the ones that have that specific status, right? So that'll be it for the contacts, but we need to get how many items are in each sort of status. So to do that, I'm going to create another filter, and I will say contact statuses groups or something like that. What we'll do is we'll get contacts and we'll do a group by, and we're going to group by the item and status like that. You see we get qualified, contacted, and new, just like that. And that's all we need for that. Okay, so what we'll do now is the rows that are being repeated here, they're currently being repeated. If you go to the table row, they're currently being repeated off of the contacts. We no longer want that. We want it to be now off of the contacts filter. Sorry, it was off the contacts variable. We no longer want that. We want it off the contacts formula, just like that. Okay, now here what we're going to do is this all button. This will be pretty easy to set up. We'll get this text and we'll just do a contacts and then size, and then boom, that's all of them already done already. But what I should do actually is I should right click this and wrap it in an element, because we're going to want to use it like a button. Okay, and what we can then do is we can go to the events, and on click we're going to want to set filter to null, and that's just for the first one, right? That's for the all. And then now we can duplicate this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to right click it and I'm going to repeat it off of the contact status grouped. So now you see we have 3 of them like that. And what we can do now is that we can say in events now on the click, we want to set the filter to the item. Or why are we not getting, let me just run this again. Do you have data in you? You have data in you. Oh, I know why. Sorry. Open this again. This is not an array, so it can't loop over it. So you have to do, or loop over it. So you have to do entries. And then this should give us access to the item in here. Yeah, there we go. We want the key. Okay. And then the text, we're to change that to be the item key and then just capitalize it like so. And then the number here, we're to do item and then value, and this will be the all of the contacts with the status. So we're just gonna do a size here. Oh, we already have a size. Oops. Yeah. And there we go. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, and what I think it should work now, that if we go ahead and click on them, they should filter. Yeah, there you go. You see, we're only seeing the qualified, only seeing contact, only seeing new here. Otherwise, we can see all. Now let's just have the sort of highlighting on it. So like for this button, we're to set a CSS property for background. And we want this if filter, you can do an if, you can say if filter equals null, then we want this to be var brand primary. All right, else we can just leave it null, I think. And then I should be able to put this in the background here for BG. Oh, sorry, that's in the wrong spot. That is in the wrong spot. I put it on the content. BG. If filter equals null, var brand primary. Otherwise null. Now we should be able to put this here. Oh, I guess we can do the brand alt too. So open that again. Do var brand alt BG, I think it was. BG alt, yep. Then we should be able to do BG here. Okay, and then we can do the same thing with the text if we wanted to. So that if filter equals null, you just do white. Otherwise leave it null. And then we should be able to go here and do text. Just have to set these to inherit. Let me see that real quick. Is it? Yep, that looks right to me. I just got to do the same thing for the repeating group. Right here, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to go to the repeating group and I put it on the content. Do background. Paste that. Update that. And then do text. Paste this again. And I guess I'll just get the one for the text really quick. Oh, I just named it as white, didn't I? Yeah. There we go. So this will be the text. And then just set this first one here to inherit. And then we have to update. Oops, I forgot to update it. So this would be if equals the item and key. Why'd you break on me? They have to do it. Hold on. Here 2 equals item and key. Is that right? You lost the background. Okay, the background is not working. Oh, I didn't put it. Why is the text? I was just saying no. Wait, why is the background not setting? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and remove that. Do both. We're gonna try again. Yeah, that is not setting. Hmm. I wonder if it's because of this. Yeah. So I think it's because it has, like, it can't do it at runtime to know what the value is. That would make sense. So how else would I do this? To do this, we just have to have a div instead of the content. We copy all this from here. I'm gonna paste it on the div and drag all the stuff inside of that div. Then now we can do it as a class instead. So selected. Then we can do if filter equals the item and key. Get this class here. Do the background like that. And the text as white. That should work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's that part completed. So let's now do the sort of user thing. For that, we're going to go into the sidebar. And we're going to go to the context, and we're going to get the one from the app provider. And we'll get the get user. Right. And then what we'll do, we have this content part at the top. So we're just going to add another, or let me see, inside of this. Yeah. So we're just going to add another content. And then I could just say to set this to flex and to separate it. So now this one is all the way at the bottom. Okay, now I see that this one has a border at the top, but we have padding on this. We have to remove the padding off of the card base and put the padding. Oh, I have to set it to 0, sorry. 0. And then put the padding here. We'll just set this to be 100%. And then one rem and one rem like that. And then down here, we can say this to be 100%. And then inside of this, we will have another content. And right here, we'll have a avatar. Then in that content, we'll have one more content. And that should be it. Okay. So now in this content here, I'm going to say we're going to put the one rem here probably. Why are you so big down there? Why the bottom is larger than the top? Oh, because I have that content, right? We need to make this a row. That and in the center. Yeah. So now in this content, I have a paragraph with text. We'll duplicate that. This one's going to be the name. So whatever we get from get user now, you see we won't know what we get from get user. And what I sometimes do is that I will get my user. So I'll go to the app provider and I'll get the data from this. So I'll just copy it at this point because this is everything we're getting from the user. Then I'll create a object in a project level formula that has the object. So in the files here, I'm gonna go down to formulas, we'll press the plus, and I'll say objects, and I'll say something like the user. And if you type in JSON and then just paste that, just go like this. I'll just set all of these to null, like that. All right. Then back in the app provider, I'll say get user, and then here it'll either get the user from the API or we'll default to, and we'll get the object user. All right, so it'll default to one of these, but now what's going to happen is that if we go back to the sidebar now, we're going to see what the values are. You see now this says object to object. Now you see we have the structure of it. So we can see user and then the name like that. Even though it says undefined, I guess what we can do is we can say default to and Jane Doe or something like that. And this text down here is going to be the sign out. That. And we'll make top one the text primary. And reduce the spacing between these like we've always been doing. Just like that. We'll probably make this a little bit bolder. All right, now in the avatar, let me open this again. Let's see, fallback. Sorry, let's add an attribute. Initials. We'll go like JC for me. And then in here, the AA text, we'll open this and we will say initials default to, then we can add the AA. Like that. So now on the outside here, we have the initials attribute. We can get the name, user, and name. And then if I'm just thinking about this, we'll split it based off the space. We need to concatenate. All right, hold on. We're going to split it based off the space. And then do we want to get the first? And then first again, that should get the first index and the first character. We should do this. Oh, do this again, but change this to last. That should get the first character. See if that works. They even have my name in. Okay. Hold on. I got the first part. I got the first part, but we got an L, so we got the last character. Hold on, split last. Because split returns an array. Yeah, that returns an array. So let me see if I just remove this. Wait, what? Oh, I think I have to do a space or split by the space. Go back. Split by, I have to put the actual space. Now let's see. There we go. Okay. I thought if it was string, it meant the space, but I guess that's obviously two different things. You have to actually put the space in there. Now we got JC. Now we just got to get the border on it. So in this content right here, we go to styling and we'll go to borders and we're going to add it at the top and it'll be the border like that. And then lastly for this, we're going to right click this and put wrap in element and do a button. And go to the events and then on click, we're just going to go to, and Nordcraft already has is kind of set up for you to where you can just do slash dot total, which was the previous name of Nordcraft, / logout, and it'll remove the access token and all that stuff. So that will send our user back. So then once this happens, I'm going to create a call to update the user. Okay, we'll do that. We'll go into the app protect or app provider. We're going to create a workflow and call it refresh user, expose the context, and it's just going to call the get user again. And what we're going to do, we can go back into that sidebar, go into context of the app provider and subscribe to refresh user. And then back in that button and on click. After this, we'll just do a refresh user so that this will then, oh, sorry. We don't need that. Sorry, leave that out. So now let's see if I refresh and I do sign out. There we go. It takes us back to the home page. We try to go back to the dashboard. We can't. That's just to sign in. So we can sign in. And everything works as it should. So now let's try to work on that loading state. Like for example, I'm going to go over to Convex really quickly. I'm going to find the briefs. And let's say I have the Straw Hat Pirates open right now. Let's say it doesn't have a brief. I'm going to remove all this information. I don't even know who I just did this on. That was the wrong one. I did it on Wik. All right, we're doing it on Wik instead. Okay, go back. Okay, I did it on Wik on accident. There we go. You see, what if we have something like this, right? And it's still processing. Well, obviously, we don't want to show this. So what we'll do is we'll go back into the dashboard page. Sorry, wrong one. The client or contact detail, whatever I named it, contact detail. And we're going to say, I can get the ID for this specific contact. So you see, it's testing it off of this ID here. So let me get the John Wick ID, which is this one. Copy that, update that. There we go. So now we can see what it looks like. Well, what we're going to want is that we're going to either want to show processing or an error, right? So in this card here, all of this content right here that's being repeated, we only want this to show if, I guess we can do item value and not, or let's do undefined. We can do that if item and value, because then undefined will hide it. Yeah. And then what we can have is the spinner, which we already have one in there, just like that. And color, I don't remember how this works, being honest with you. Neutral, standard colors, success, brand. What does brand do? It doesn't change anything. I'm about to say, like, I don't remember ever styling this. I'll leave that be. I'll just leave it as a kind of spinner there. All right, and we want this. We're gonna right click it and do show and hide. We're going to want this to show if contact and brief and status equal processing. That. Okay, have that part. Let me close the rest of this, sorry. And then lastly, we're just going to want the error. So we can have a card base, and we have just a paragraph with text inside of it saying, I know it's not very clear, but it's going to say error pretty much. And we're going to have this be background, the error state, and 0.1. I have a border on it of the error like that. And the text would be the error color. I just have to set this to be inherit. I could probably remove the, have less padding on this. Okay, and we're just gonna right click this, and we only want this to show if it is contact and brief and status equals error. Okay, let's see what that looks like. All right. Nice. Now let's remove Wick. I'll delete it. And we should see it update right here in real time. So delete. There it is. It's gone. And what I'm gonna do is I'll share my entire screen, and we'll go to this and / contact. We're to see if we can see this happening in real time. So let's do John Wick. Put him in healthcare. Do content marketing. He got money. To end world hunger. Everything again. All right, let's see if we can do this really quickly. So boom, there it is. Open it. He's processing. And then boom, once it has all the information, it'll actually show it. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay. Now, lastly, we do have this edit lead button up here that I never actually connected. What we can do, I don't want to spend too much time on it. I'm sure you guys can kind of get how this works, but let me see if we go to Taylor again, and let me see for context. Oh, we don't even have a patch for contacts, so I can't even update that because all we have is the post. Let me just see here. Contacts, mutation, submit. Yeah, all we have is update contact status. Okay, I'll add the functionality that we can update a contact and not just status, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We added the functionality to update a contact, so we'll get that going now. This will be the last thing of our crash course. So what we're gonna do is we do have a dialogue. Did my token run out? Did my token run out? I think it did. But what we're gonna do is that end here. No, it didn't. Oh, that contact no longer exists. Right, we deleted that. We deleted that. Got you. I got you. Okay. Sorry. Take this new one. Go back to Straw Hat Pirates. There we go. So the package already has a dialogue. You can see that's what it is right here. But I'm gonna do, like, similar to what we did with the forms for the auth and the contact, do the same thing. So what I'll do is I'm not gonna do everything. All I'm gonna do is update, like, probably the name and email, like maybe the contact information here. We'll do that. So let me think here how I want to go about doing this. We're going to create a new component here. We're going to say form. It'd be this will be a specific spot. So update and contact update. I want to call it contact update. All right. And let me see here. We're going to have a form, some things pre-filled. Okay. We're going to have the form, UI form. We're going to have the content inside of that. Inside that content, we're going to have the form field. And then inside of that, we'll have the form input as we normally do. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a attribute, and this is going to be the ID. I guess I don't. Okay, I think we're going to do context for this one. I think we're going to try context for this one. Here's what I'm going to try to do, right? We're going to go back to that page contact detail. What I'm going to do is I'll create a formula for get contact information, right? And we'll get the contact. And I guess we can just pass everything to it. Business name, goal, email. And what I'll do is I will just pretty much copy that information we get back. Like that. Oh my God, that's 14 fields. And then we'll do the same thing like how we did earlier. That's what I write. Information. Yeah. So default to. I think I can just, oh no. JSON. Jeez, that's a lot of things. Kind of have to set it to like a default state like that. Get rid of these. I think that's it. Everything being null or empty. Yeah. Okay. So that's a context. And then now we should be able to go back to the update contact, and we can go to context, go to the contact here and get the contact information. Okay. Now here we could have our form how we normally had it before. And we're gonna have the object again. I'm not gonna do all of them, but I'll do what is it called in here in contacts? Contact name. So we'll have contact name, then I think it's email and phone. All right. Then what's gonna happen is that we want to pre-fill this if information already exists, like if we get anything from context. So what we can do, I think we can do a, no, because default 2 is gonna do anything that doesn't, I think I'll do an if. I think if it's null, it'll still be fine. So we do contact, get contact information, and we do contact name. Yeah, that should still be null. We can just paste these for the rest of these. And this will be the email. And this will be the phone. That. Okay. And then we can set this up how we normally do. So value form. This is for the content. Let me add a label in here. Sorry. Add a label. Like that. Go back here. Type. It's going to be a text. Required will be true. Okay. And then like how we did before. Set form to form. And then set contact name. The event and the value. Copy that. Bring that over to the input like so. And I think I have AI tokens now. So I should be able to try this, and I could say, can you add the UI form fields for the email and phone to update the on change and on inputs. and UI form field. Let's see if it's able to get that. This is the first time I've seen the found issues. Whoa, hold on a minute. Update form field. No, that's not what we wanted. By the time the AI does this, I probably could have just done it myself. Oh, don't go updating it again, please. I don't trust it. We're not gonna do that. I don't trust it. We'll do it ourselves. All right. We'll do email. And this will be, sorry, the form field. This will be the form and email. Type for this will be email. We just got to update these one more time. This one will be tell. I think that's what it is. So we'll do phone here. Just like that. Okay. Last thing we need is a button. Text says submit. And then just want to make sure the type for that is set to submit. Okay, now we can add the API. So again, this is the same stuff that we've been doing already. We're gonna get the patch right here. The ID, we're gonna get that from context. So the ID right there. Even though it says null right now. And then body here, so you can update all of the stuff here. We're not gonna do all that. We're just gonna update what we have in our form, like so. Okay. And then let's go ahead and just rename this to Convex update contact. And then on the form submit here, we're going to want to call that. And then in the attributes, we're going to do loading is equal to the it's loading of the API. Okay. Now let's just go back into the API here. Go into events, and then we're going to do the on success stuff. But sorry, let me go first and subscribe to the toast context. Toast provider show toast. Then we can go back into the API, go to events, go to on success, show toast, success, contact was updated. The color would be success. I'll just do it on error, show toast, error, fail to update contact. Color would be critical. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a event outside of this. So I'm going to say this and then on form submit. I'll say on successful. How do I spell it? Successful form submit. I'm not going to send any information, but we will go into the events and then we'll trigger this right here. Now you might be asking, well, why are we doing that? Well, I'm going to show you right now. First thing we're going to do is we're going to create a dialog. So I'll do a new component and I'll do dialog. And this will be contact update. Right. And in this, I have a dialog component, UI dialog, like so. And it tells you everything that you're going to need. So I'm going to add a button in here, the UI button, and we'll set this to be the trigger. You can add the text that says edit lead, right? And then the content is going to be a card base. that as the content, and inside of that, we'll have the form contact update. Okay, so now you'll see that when we press this, it opens like that. And if you want to have a little bit of a background, just open the dialog, go to backdrop, and add a black background, like 0.4 alpha maybe. Want to blur the background, we can go to CSS down here. We can add a custom one, and I think it's filter, backdrop filter. And then I think it's blur, and then we do like 0.5 rem, something like that. So that should blur the background. Let's go back. Now if we open this again, see, there it goes. It blurs the background and everything. Okay, and then we're just gonna have a variable to control the open state. So we're gonna say is open, right? And then on the dialog here, we're gonna go to attributes and we're gonna say open. We're going to map that to is open, right? And on a value change, we want, and on open change, we want to set is open again to the event. But the last thing we want is that here in the contact update, when it's successful, we want to close the modal, right? That's why we have this on successful form submit. We're also going to set is open, but this time we're going to set it to false, like so. Now, all we should have to do is go back into the page dashboard contact detail and replace this edit button, edit lead. We'll delete that and we'll do our dialog like that. And let's see if that works. We'll go to the dashboard. We'll go to Riseware, go to edit lead. And that didn't seem to open. Did I do that right? Let's check what's going on here. Dialog content, dialog on open change. Oh, set to null. That's supposed to be false. Let's try to see if that was the issue. There we go. Sorry. If you set this to, if this was null, set it to false. Sorry about that. See again. Oh, you know what I think I'm missing? Yep. Sorry. Right click the base here, and there's a dialog content. That's why the click was not working. Yeah, and this would be the content here. And then just remove the slot from there like so. I was clicking here and it wasn't closing, and I think that was the issue. So now it should. Yeah, there we go. Now it's closing. And now you see we're getting data. You see this is the current information that is in there. We should be able to update this, but I want to make sure, just one more time, that on the contact detail that we have the onload, right? We do, so that now it's reactive, so that when we do update it, everything will automatically update. So let's go ahead and do edit, and let's change this to just j@riseware.com, and we submit that, and it was successful. And you see this updated here too. j@riseware.com. Let's just do that one more time to put it back. And there we go. Nice. I'll take it. I'll take it. If you want to learn to build stuff like this and go deeper, Valion is my community for people who are serious about building with AI and no-code tools. It's not a course. It is more of like a working environment where you build real projects with me, you get feedback, and we put things together. If you're interested, the waitlist will be in the description. Go ahead and sign up for that, as spots are limited and it is not for everyone. I'll just tell you that up front, right? So if you found this video useful, go ahead and subscribe. It genuinely helps. And if you have any questions, go ahead and drop them in the comments. I read all of them. And that'll be it. Until next time, happy building.